Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Savior King, the Master Tactician and the Queen of Liberation in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11. As all of you have committed a breach of faith, the Archbishop will now pass judgment. Claude crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, watching the scene play out and thinking of how it resembled an attempt on his own life when he was about 8 years old. It had been a poisoning, ironic considering his current hobbies, the work of 3 servants and one of his cousins. Unfortunately for them, they'd used so much nightshade that just a sip of his wine told him something was wrong. He didn't even drink enough to get sick. Rhea was both smaller and slighter than his father, but her icy, hateful glare as she surveyed the scarred, battered priests was far better suited to an enraged warrior king than a compassionate woman of faith. She'd held a sword in her life at some point, he was certain of that now. If not a sword specifically, then a weapon of some sort, something used up close and personal, something you drove into your enemy's heart and watched as the life drained out of them. It was eerie how graceful and composed she was in spite of that simmering rage. She stood tall and proud and dignified as ever, her hands still instead of twitching with the hope of spilling blood. Inciting a kingdom noble to rebel. Unlawful entry. The attempted assassination of the Archbishop. The assault on the Holy Mausoleum and the attempted murder of the students who confronted you. Sir Shamir read off tonelessly. He hadn't seen much of the tall sniper before this. Apparently she was Catherine's preferred partner, and thus they were often out on missions together. It is unnecessary to go on, followers of the Western Church. What? We have nothing to do with the Western Church. One of the priests exclaimed. Why he expected anyone to believe that, Claude couldn't fathom. You have already been identified. Please spare us your second-rate theater, Seath said, indigent at the insult to his intelligence. Dishonoring a holy ceremony is worthy of death for a member of the church, Rhea proclaimed solemnly. It was so at odds with the look in her eyes it was almost funny, if any sane person could find such disparity amusing. You are well past any hope of redemption. If there is any grace remaining in your heart, you would repent in ash and dust and go to the goddess humbled. Claude closed his eyes. He's lying, he's lying. Nathan shouted. His cousin's face was a twisted rictus of emotion, whether he was furious at failing or terrified for his life, the 8-year-old prince couldn't say. As if I would bother with the half-breed enough to try and poison him like some spineless Fodlander dash. His mother's expression was set in a mask of controlled anger. She didn't lash out, not then, but he saw her hand tighten on her husband's shoulder. He's a sneak and a coward. He's trying to get rid of me. That's not true, he retorted, fighting with all his might to keep his voice steady and his chin up. The court was watching him. He was a prince of Almira and a prince is never weak. You were hovering over the wine jug for an hour before you gave it to me. Aisling and Mira tried to pour themselves a drink but you wouldn't let them. Nathan had smiled when offering him the glass. He'd called him little cousin instead of half-breed, remarked that he was actually pretty good, with a bow, offered to take him out hunting. He'd intended that false kindness to be the last thing Claude ever experienced. Was that better or worse than the healer who had tried to smother him when he was sick with fever? That's right. Aisling gasped, just now realizing what she'd narrowly avoided. I was thirsty and I begged you to give me some but you kept saying to find my own. I complained to Daddy and he said to just listen to you. The small girl stared wide-eyed at her brother, too young to realize she had just damned him with her artless outburst. It was poison. Nathan turned white as snow. His jaw worked soundlessly as his eyes darted around the room, seeking some way to escape. No. This isn't what we were told would happen. We were deceived. You think that makes you sound less guilty? Shamir asked caustically. It is done. Now, try and face your fate with a little bit of dignity. May your souls find peace as they return to the goddess, Rhea proclaimed, and Claude wondered why words of comfort were being used as a death sentence. His father lunged out of the throne to his feet, his rage filled the whole room, instantly silencing the babbling lords. Claude flinched in fear, because there was no trace of his laughing, patient father in the murderous behemoth who stood across from him. Without a word, King Kira stalked down the few stairs, grabbing an axe from one of the guards. He seized the teenager by the hair and dragged him along behind him. Nader and Wolf both stood in concert, coldly kicking the still cowering servants and herding them along behind. Any bravado that his cousin had clung to vanished like the morning mists. He cried for his father, pleaded uselessly, why for him, he doesn't belong, I only wanted, please, 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 as the crowd parted before him. Aisling went as if to follow him, confused and scared, but was stopped by his mother's hand on her shoulder. Tiana von Regen watched with anger, relief, and some regret as Nathan's pleading was cut off by the doors slamming shut. Do you think the father will challenge? Nader's wife Nayla asked. No one will support him, his mother said flatly. Not after having proven himself and his son both to be so craven. She turned slightly and gave him a gentle, reassuring smile, told him without words that he could come and sleep by her side tonight, let her chase his nightmares away. She couldn't openly comfort him here, he was a prince of Almira and princes were not weak. This concludes the investigation. Please remove these poor, lost souls from my sight. Claude's eyes opened a fraction, listening as the renegade priests continued to curse and beg even as the knights of Sirios dragged them away. The parallels were so close. He wondered how Rhea would react to the men he'd grown up among watching this scene and then calling her rule not weak. The sword of the Creator. The sword of the king, Suthisa's justice, the arbitrator, the blade that made Nemesis a divine warrior and then a scourge of the earth when he strayed from the goddess's light. The weapon that decided the fate of the world was being swung back and forth like a common training sword in the hands of an overworked professor. Claude lingered behind the pillar in the empty training hall, watching Byleth work through another kata, fumbling with the retractable blade as she figured out how to use the distance strike on command. The glass-like clatter rang off the walls in the quiet of the dawn, the sound made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Byleth winced when the blade reassembled, the impact knocking her arm back a bit, and she eyed the blade itself ruefully. The greatest of the relics, ripped right out of the legends. I finally found it, and it ended up in Teach's hands, a mix of frustration and wonder rushed through him. Can I even use it? If anyone with a crest can wield a relic, could I? He closed his eyes. Does that matter now, since the Archbishop officially gifted the sword to her? Proclaimed that the sword chose her. And that was the important part, wasn't it? The sword of the Creator wasn't just a weapon of awe-inspiring power, it was forged from the blood of the goddess Fodlan so loved, a symbol of her will. Whomever it chose, or however Suthisa's blessing allegedly worked, would have authority only the kings and archbishop could match, their dreams for the future divine providence. If he had picked up the sword and used it without being rejected, it wouldn't have mattered that he was a half-blood, born of a heretical union, the goddess had made him her champion, and that would be all that mattered to her loving devoted. They would have flocked to his hope of opening up Fodlan's borders, changing the structures of the noble class. Nothing he spoke of would have been unacceptable, certainly not enough to fight a bloody and bitter war over. Even being the wielder of Failnaught couldn't compare to that. With that hope dashed, how now would he pursue his dream in a way that wouldn't fill city gutters with the blood of the old order? Byleth swung the sword again, shifting her stance once and then twice as she accommodated for its weight and balance. Claude wondered if he was projecting his disappointment onto her, or if she really was as uncertain as she seemed. She kept pausing, turning the weapon over in her hand like she was expecting it to either vanish or bite her. You're all my hope now, Teach, he thought somewhat jokingly. How shall you change the world? Claude. He started at her soft voice. She turned around to face the pillar, head tilted slightly in that strangely, disarmingly cute way that was so at odds with her usual demeanor. You don't usually hesitate to approach me. What's on your mind? You were concentrating so hard, I didn't want to interrupt. Seemed like a good way to earn extra homework. I'm never too busy if something's bothering you, she responded, sheathing the relic at her side. How very professional, Claude nearly teased, but there was something in her expression kept the words behind his teeth. Thanks. That's very motherly of you. He'd meant it as a joke. He wasn't ready for her reaction. Rather than roll her eyes, stare blankly at him, or chide him, she giggled. It was a quiet, seemingly involuntary noise, soft and sweet and all too brief. Her hand shot to her mouth in surprise, and she shook her head lightly as he stared at her. That's funny, you're not the first person who'd said that to me. It's so strange. My own mother, her eyes darkened a bit, that flicker of humor gone in a blink. Claude mourned its absence amidst his shock. Well, I only know her through my father's stories. He's never been the most emotional person. So I guess it's hard to fathom being motherly when I don't really know what that's like. She tilted her head. You're looking at me oddly, Claude. Was it something I said? I don't think I've ever heard you laugh yet, Claude responded blankly. Wittiest response ever. God's damn it. It's nice. Truly I have the soul of a muse. Oh, she whispered. To his amazement, a light red flush colored her cheeks. Thank you. Her eyes darted about as she tugged at her sleeve. It just sort of slipped out. Is it odd to say I hope you slip up again? He smiled at her. You have a nice smile, Teach. Byleth looked away, faintly sheepish. I suppose not. Though I'm not prone to, she gestured vaguely. I've never been very emotional. Something flickered across her face, unease, uncertainty. Claude tucked that reaction away for later analysis before changing tact. I gotta say, Teach, I never would have imagined you were descended from the King of Liberation. He put his hands behind his head. You remember that story I told you? About a relic that could cut a mountain in half? That relic was the sword of the Creator. He chuckled and added, so, be careful training with it, all right? Would be a shame to wake up one morning and find half the monastery blown apart. His professor did a double take and stared mutely down at the sword. It can't actually do that, can it? She asked warily. Well, that's how all the stories go. Byleth bit her lip. I don't know many. I'm not sure I'm even related to Nemesis. He sighed. Still don't fully trust me, do you? Don't be coy, Teach. The sword of the Creator could only be wielded by Nemesis. When others tried, they either couldn't lift it or its powers retreated, leaving it an ordinary great sword. If you can wield it, that means you have to have his bloodline's crest. She blinked at him, wrapping an arm around her chest. I suppose I must. She mumbled. I always knew I had a crest. Another awkward, uneasy pause broke up her thoughts. She shook her head and continued, it's kind of hard to miss whenever it activates, after all. But I never gave it much thought. Claude frowned. Fine. Keep your secrets. He shrugged, angrily tamping down on the irrational twinge of hurt in his gut. But just so you know, I don't understand, isn't going to cut it here at the monastery. Byleth took a step back, but I'm not trying to keep anything from you. She protested, a note of heat in her voice. I truly don't understand. There is much my father has kept from me. I didn't realize how much I didn't know until we were brought here. So far he's resisting my attempts to talk to him about it, and he's so often out on missions. He's never been so distant before. The hurt and anger burned out almost immediately, melting into surprise and a little guilt. Tell you what, Claude said with a warm smile, I'll get us a bottle of fine wine, and you invite him up for tea and biscuits when he gets back. I'm an excellent host when the mood strikes me, I promise. He'll unbend in no time. His teacher blinked once, twice, and when it hit her, she smacked him on the shoulder. It didn't hurt at all. He suspected she was mimicking Raphael, but he playfully winced anyway. Claude. We are not getting my father drunk. All right, laughing didn't take any effort at all. That look of indignation was so adorable he couldn't help it. I'll just have to be my usual charming self, then. Byleth snorted out through her nose, but he saw her lips curve upward in a faint smile. Father doesn't care much for tea, he tolerates it for my sake, but he won't seek it out. She fidgeted with the sword for a moment before saying, well, this would give me something to do with that overly expensive tea set Ferdinand all but shoved into my hands yesterday. Will you have tea with me? Now it was Claude's turn to blink, blindsided. That was a joke, he thought in bewilderment. Sounds like fun, his mouth said before his brain could catch up. Thanks, Teach. She smiled at that. It was bright and clear and, just like her giggle fit, gone far too quickly. Good. Go pick up a sword, why don't you? I think I'm done with this for the morning, and I prefer to spar with a partner. He must have balked, because she added, consider it part of your flexibility training. A sword. Teach, have mercy on your favorite archer, he complained as she walked over and set the sword of the Creator against a pillar. How am I supposed to become your best student if I'm never in a position to show off? You're already my favorite, Byleth responded. Do you think I'd ask if I weren't impressed by you? The last time someone asked me this, Claude grumbled half-heartedly even as he made his way over to the rack holding the training weapons, I'm half convinced he just wanted an excuse to toss me around. Well, you do tease us so, his teacher responded lightly. The sun rose slowly over the open ceiling, painting the white pillars with golden beams as they clashed and chased each other across the open floor. Claude was fairly certain he was picking up bruises from each pass, not unlike when Nader was in charge of his weapons training years back. Much to his delight, after the impromptu sword lesson ended with a surprise draw in the final bout, Byleth told him to grab the training bow so she could test his point-blank posture. The pleasure he felt at her surprise when he first disarmed her was warm and wine-heavy. She'd never been disarmed by one of her students before. Of course, she'd responded to that by holding back less. He swore that as he kept up with her, met her as best he could even when his breath ran short and his arms ached, her blue eyes brightened. At some point the doors swung open, and then closed, without announcement, allowing them to continue uninterrupted. Eventually Claude glanced aside. Their visitor was Jiritsa, the eerie-looking sword instructor he'd expected to be made a professor before Byleth was thrown into the mix. The man said nothing. Byleth smacked his leg with her training sword, drawing him back into the spar. Jiritsa walked around and sat on the steps, watching intently as they worked. His eyes were a cold gray, piercing and empty for all but a wickedly sharp focus. Usually when he observed students training in the grounds, he would bark out sharp but accurate criticisms of their form, their footwork, anything that was out of place. A distant man, but a capable one. This morning, however, the warrior seemed content to examine them, to simply watch them. No, he's not looking at us. He's looking at Teach. And, stop, Byleth panted, lowering her sword. You've improved greatly in such a short space of time, Claude. It makes me wonder why your written tests don't reflect this. They don't truly serve a purpose, Jiritsa rumbled. Byleth turned to look at him curiously. The pale-haired man shrugged lightly. Anything that the pen writes about war and bloodshed will never capture the heart of it. Even magic cannot truly be mastered until one has been on the battlefield. He stood up. Might I borrow your professor, Claude? You've worked for long enough, and breakfast is near. It was phrased as a question, but had the tone of a dismissal. Claude couldn't help but shoot Byleth a questioning look. She hesitated, then nodded reassuringly at him. He returned the bow to the rack and retreated to the doorway. May I help you, Jiritsa? I would like a moment of your time. I would like to spar. Actually, I'd hoped to catch you when you weren't busy with your students. Oh, sure. Though I may need to sit and catch my breath for a moment. Certainly. Claude hesitated with his hand on the door, glancing over his shoulder uncertainly. There was an undercurrent of excitement in the quiet and sedate Jiritsa's voice, a sharp edge to words that were usually lethargic and apathetic regardless of the situation. His body language was more alert, light and careful. He seemed like a predator examining a prospect from afar. Unease chilled his fingers even as he twisted the door. He debated staying, or circling back around to see what happened when Jiritsa thought the two of them were alone. Getting a little overprotective, am I? Teach can take care of herself. Felix reacted almost exactly like that after she knocked him on his ass in a training bout. I might just be paranoid. But he made a mental note to ask her about it later. Claude nearly walked into Dimitri upon exiting the dining hall. He blamed getting up early and dwelling on Jiritsa's oddness. Ah. Sorry Claude, the prince apologized, automatically reaching out to steady the brunette with a hand on his arm. I shouldn't be standing in the doorway like this. I'm starting to think that you're a bigger moon worshipper than Hilda, Claude teased, gently tugging his wrist free. His skin tingled from the unexpected, innocent contact. What's on your mind? Aside from Sylvain sneaking out and bringing a girl back to his dorm room, anyway. Dimitri flushed. Wait, he did that last night? But how did you? Claude gave him a deadpan look and responded, our rooms aren't that far apart, and unfortunately the walls aren't that thick. You must sleep like the dead, Mitya. Lawrence had more than a few words about it while the rest of us were trying to eat breakfast. He rolled his eyes. As if he's perfectly innocent. I suppose I should count myself lucky that his noble obligations don't easily lend themselves to casual sex. The blonde buried his face in his hands and let out a long, helpless groan. Arg, what am I going to do with him? Taking a deep, calming breath, he dropped his arms and scowled very intensely over Claude's shoulder. Evidently, I need to have a long overdue conversation with my old friend. As soon as feasible. I can't believe he managed to sneak another woman in. Dare I ask how long he's been doing this? Claude asked, grinning. Dmitri merely gave him a pained look in return. His expression said more than words could hope to. Ha! I wonder if I'm not the only person who's found hidden rooms and stairwells that are all over the place here, if you know where to look, that is. That would certainly explain a few things. I'm so sorry about him, Claude, I can't believe how inconsiderate he's being. You really shouldn't apologize for things you have no control over. The brunette shrugged. And hey, they didn't make too much of a racket. What in the name of the goddess constitutes too much of a racket, if that was enough to keep you awake? Dmitri stuttered. His blush deepened and he quickly added, actually, I think I'd rather you didn't answer that. In any capacity. Please. Claude didn't bother to try and repress his snicker. I should have figured you'd be shy, being so honor-bound, but really? Oh Mitya. You've never been with anyone before, have you? Have you even kissed a woman? Or a man, if that's your preference? Wait. Fuck. I didn't mean to say that last bit. Claude. Dmitri sputtered, his cheeks turning redder still. Why you can't just ask someone that out of nowhere? It's inappropriate. Never mind what Sylvain is doing, amusing himself with the company of women he isn't engaged to or even courting. What he intends to do if one of them turns up pregnant I can't even begin to fathom. I don't think he's thought that far ahead, Claude remarked with a shrug. As a matter of fact, he didn't think Sylvain really liked the women he'd seen him with in town square. The redhead often had the look of someone who was forcing a smile. Though of course he could be dash. Claude, please dash. Hee, sorry, he put his hands behind his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two people enter the hall, their pace slow as they spoke to each other in an animated fashion. One of them looked vaguely familiar, but he dismissed it in favor of watching upright, serious Dmitri flail about. It's just hard to imagine you haven't had even one girl try to lure you away for a night. You're quite the catch, after all. It might have happened a few times. Dmitri managed, something slightly panicky flickering through his face. Abruptly Claude remembered a certain anecdote from the reports he'd secretly carded through and could have happily strangled himself. He opened his mouth to apologize, but the prince didn't seem to have noticed. I suppose I've not made myself very approachable, however. And frankly I'm too preoccupied to give such things the attention it deserves and requires. Not like you. Well, I imagine a man who looks like you doesn't have to put any effort into drawing women into your orbit. Dmitri responded simply. Claude's instinctive response was a sarcastic, biting remark about a half-breed being a cheap lay, an easy source of teen rebellion ultimately grown out of. Then he remembered that Dmitri honestly considered him exotically handsome and his jaw clicked shut, leaving him to fight off a sudden, more defying blush. Damn you for being so sweetly naive you don't realize what that sounds like. You'd be surprised. Dmitri smiled a bit at that, not quite believing him, and mercifully changed the subject. Anyway, to answer your original question, Haneman is quite eager to speak to Professor Byleth, and commissioned me to go and find her. However, Bishop Seath took her aside so the Archbishop could give her this month's mission. His brow furrowed. Say, the professor arrived to breakfast awfully late. Did something happen? Professor Gerdaza asked her for a spar. Claude explained with a slight shrug that hid his unease well. I guess they got held up. It's no wonder she was so hungry, though. Oh? That was rather sudden of him. Dmitri rested a hand against his chin. Professor Gerdaza is an intensely private man. I'm surprised he approached her without prompting. She must have truly impressed him with her swordsmanship. I bet it was because she has the sword of the Creator now. The fact that the Archbishop felt confident giving that blade away to someone with a vague background, right after it was nearly stolen, Rhea had to know something about Byleth that even her father didn't. He really needed to get into her study. Start trying to find some answers in earnest. Both the riddle of Dusker's tragedy and Teach's murky past were nipping at his thoughts, all the more frustrating to have to ignore as he put his focus on more immediate things, and it seemed that she might have answers, in some fashion, at least, to both. Unfortunately, after the damned false assassination plot, it was going to be weeks, possibly months before he could be confident in getting in and out of that room unnoticed. I suppose that could be, Professor. Dmitri broke off and hurried toward the stairwell, Claude following sedately at his heels. As if summoned by their conversation, Byleth had entered the main hall, drawing many stairs to the sword of the Creator, now properly sheathed and strapped to her belt. Dmitri, Claude. She tilted her head. Having an interesting debate. It's a friendly conversation, Teach. What's with the serious face? And you looked so cheerful this morning. Well, cheerful for you, but still. Claude put his hands behind his head. Is it the mission Lady Rhea gave you? Byleth took a deep breath, shook her head, and said, Dmitri, I feel like I ought to apologize, honestly. I seem to have once again been given a task that one would think would be solely your concern. She glanced at Claude and said, we're being sent to hunt a master thief and his bandits within Faergus. Apparently he's made off with the Lance of Ruin, House Gautier's relic, and the thief is a disowned son of the household. Claude let out a low whistle. If nothing else, that thief was either terminally stupid, incredibly bold, or both. Likely both. Really? Dmitri looked about as shocked as Claude had ever seen him. Goddess, does Sylvain know? Has he been informed? Byleth shrugged uneasily. I wasn't told. I could tell him myself, if you want, but, she bit her lip. Claude wondered if she was thinking about Ash. It's strange. I did not think to ask why she hadn't given this mission to you and the Blue Lions. I was distracted by the relic, I suppose. She bowed slightly. I'm sorry. It must be galling for Alliance students to be given the task of handling unrest within your kingdom. Oh, no, Professor. Please, don't apologize. Dmitri closed his eyes. I will admit to being vexed, for lack of a better word, but it's hardly your fault. If anything, I should apologize for getting the two of you wrapped up in kingdom troubles. They should be my own concern, not yours. I'm happy to help, Byleth said awkwardly. I just don't wish to overstep. Besides, it'll be the last thing they expect, Claude offered. Well, if it isn't my little Claude. An alarmingly familiar female voice cut off any further attempts to be witty. He spun around, force of habit, and stared wide-eyed at the two people who'd come up behind them. What has you so worked up? Judith. He blurted out. What are you doing here? That's Lady Judith to you, boy, the tall brunette snapped, her face set in a familiar unimpressed yet faintly amused look. His tutor hadn't changed a bit since he'd last seen her, imposing, no-nonsense and dry-witted. I told you, until you're in charge I expect you to address me with all due respect. Her companion, a tall, stately man with dark blue hair and elegant fur-lined robes preferred by Faergus nobility, merely strode up to Dmitri with a broad grin. Claude had to stare at him for a few seconds before he realized this stranger rather resembled Felix, or rather, that Felix resembled him. Your Highness. It's been ages. Dmitri's eyes widened, and his confused frown was immediately replaced by an amazed smile. It's been a long time. 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. He blurted out, rushing forward and openly embracing the newcomer. Other lords might have been embarrassed or annoyed by the public display of affection. Not this man. The gesture earned the prince a laugh and a pat on the back. Indeed, Your Highness. You've grown so much in those years, it took me a minute to recognize you. That's the way of children, Judith commented, not looking away from Claude. They shoot up the moment your back is turned. Dmitri let go and stepped back, his smile decidedly sheepish, and turned to the now startled-looking Byleth. Professor, this is Rodrigue, an old friend of my father's. I believe I've mentioned him to you before. His eyes glowed. Claude briefly wondered if he'd ever seen Dmitri quite this cheerful. When my father died 4 years ago, he looked after me as though I were his own son. Rodrigakil Frildarius chuckled lightly in response. You flatter me, Your Highness. It was my honor to look after such a fine young man. Looking over at the other two listeners, he said, It's nice to finally meet you, Professor Easiner. My son Felix has mentioned you in his letters. Byleth blushed lightly and hurriedly curtsied in response. Then the man turned to Claude, and there was a definite amused curve to his smile when he said, And you must Claude von Regen. I've heard quite a bit about you recently. Only the good things, I hope, Claude responded innocently. Inside, he wondered, why would Felix? Right before he realized that the short-tempered swordsman likely hadn't been filling letters with his antics to anyone, much less his father. Then he resisted the urge to turn and stare at Dmitri, or worse, get flustered. Ha! There's a good joke, Judith chuckled. Ah, Dmitri had the grace to look embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. He gave her a polite bow. I don't believe we've ever been introduced. The woman favored him with a faintly approving smile, which left Claude a little envious since he knew that gesture to be one that was hard to earn. How very mannerly of you. We've met once before, not that you would have remembered. A dozen years back I was visiting some distant relatives on a day you happened to be there with their daughter, Ingrid. She smirked. You got that growth spurt you wanted, I see. This is Judith, also known as the hero of House Daphnel. Claude offered, both for Teach's sake as well as Dimitri's. So you're little Claude's teacher, I take it. Judith looked Byleth up and down. You're a bit young for that. How much trouble has he been giving you? Byleth shook her head. I haven't had trouble, she said. He learns quickly, and he's quite clever. I'm glad to be his teacher. Is that right? Judith raised an eyebrow. Byleth nodded, her expression serious. Claude's heart did an unexpected backflip. He wrestled the feeling down as hard as he could. Anyway, I'm here to retrieve you. Duke Regan's condition has taken a turn for the worse. Is the old man on his deathbed? He ventured cautiously, trying to ignore Dimitri's sympathetic look. No, not that severe. But in the state he's in, he can't participate in the next round table conference. He wants you to go in his stead. I volunteered to play messenger. Judith's expression suggested that she'd taken the job from someone else. Whether she just wanted to see him again or was heading something off, he couldn't be sure. An intimidating place to stand, Rodrigue remarked lightly. When Claude glanced at him, there was a legitimate shade of sympathy in his eyes. Maybe that explains why Dmitri is so weird. He picked up the weirdness from his father and his guardian. I wish you luck, Regan. My own contemporaries can be difficult to deal with, and they've known me a long time. Thanks, he said with a deliberate edge of fatalism. Dmitri choked down a laugh and he swore he saw Byleth's lips twitch upward again. I'll probably need it. The hero of Daphnel, Byleth looked curious. I think I have heard that before. It happened during an incursion from Almira, right? The biggest in recent memory, one caused by an uncertainty in the royal succession. You were holding the border. Well, that's ancient history, Judith said with a dismissive wave of her hands. That fight made her the biggest hero in the Leicester Alliance. Claude couldn't help but add, she used to be a big deal at the round table conferences, but these days she's reduced to dash. You better shut your mouth before I put my boot in it, you tactless nuisance. Judith broke in. Rodrigue hid a laugh under a fake-sounding coughing fit while Dmitri sputtered in simultaneous surprise and amusement. Now let's get going. Sorry Professor, but I have to borrow the boy for a bit. Bring him back in one piece, please, Byleth said simply. If only half of him makes it graduation, my pay will be docked. Was that a joke? Was that an honest-to-God's joke from the Ashen Demon? There was a glitter of light in her eyes that nearly had him in stitches. I think it was. Your concern for me is utterly heartwarming, Teach, he deadpanned. She flashed him a quick, small smile, and he laughed incredulously. It was. She actually told a joke. Apparently, grandfather, I'm a wonderful influence. Guess we'll have to finish this conversation later. Nice to meet you, Lord Frildarius. He made sure to give the man a proper bow before turning to follow Judith from the hallway. He heard Rodrigue and Dmitri speaking to each other as they left. Probably filling him in on the details of the theft. The Shield of Faergus wouldn't come all this way just for a social call. So that was the famous Professor Eisner. Judith gave him a sideways look as they walked toward the stables. Did you see her using the sword? With my own eyes, Claude responded seriously. She batted fire spells aside as if they were nothing, and it glows in her hands. Her crest is compatible. The Archbishop has officially placed the relic in her care to use as she sees fit. Judith whistled. Once that news starts making the rounds, she'll be drowning in suitors desperate to bring that power into their families. Probably, Claude acknowledged with a sudden, piercing stab of annoyance. Fortunately, dear Teach is not one to suffer fools gladly. No wonder she's been so good at corralling you. He didn't dignify that with a response other than an eye roll. Still, the sword being in use for the first time in 1,000 years, a child of the King of Liberation's bloodline resurfacing, I'm not the sort to put stock in omens, but I'm a little uneasy. Why now? He shrugged. Because the goddess willed it. She cocked an eyebrow at him. Do you actually believe that? I don't know what I believe. Claude muttered, looking straight ahead. Not yet. There's a saying among the merchant class that a committee is a body that keeps minutes and loses hours. It sounds funny until you realize it's true. Claude leaned back against his wooden chair, trying not to obviously stare at the wooden clock counting down the final minutes of the last day of the conference as if willing it to turn faster. Lord Gloucester and Margrave Edmund were arguing again, the former accusing the latter of not minding the forest of beasts and thus indirectly allowing a monster attack on the man's land, and the latter was furiously denying it and firing back with the allegation that several men had been caught with whips and spells attempting to tame a beast near the border. At least Gloucester had finally shut up about the merchant trails he'd been trying to reroute for his own benefit. It only took him 3 goddamned days, and Holst Goneril was doing his best to help keep the peace. Enough, he thundered at last, slamming his palm on the table. The two lords paused in their argument, Gloucester glaring angrily at him, Edmund slightly more contrite but largely appearing disgruntled. The forest of beasts has been a bane on this land since before the alliance itself. Margrave Edmund does an admirable job preventing the beasts within from swarming out at random intervals, but to fully encircle the woods would require all the armed forces he could muster and effectively abandon his borders. Twice before the lords of this land have attempted to burn the forest and destroy whatever evil lurks within, and twice before the results were a bloody failure. It's absurd to accuse anyone in this room of underestimating it. He turned his head and calmly addressed Mary Ann's father. Margrave, have you seen any sign of the wandering beast? Claude could almost see the chill settling over the table at that name. The wandering beast was an ancient horror, a famous one. Children who lived in the Alliance were warned not to go out at night alone, lest the wandering beast would find and devour you. All anyone knew was that it was a demonic beast, far bigger and more powerful than any other in existence. Its stony hide was riddled with broken lances, swords and arrows from all the failed attempts to slay it. Few had seen it and lived to tell. It preferred to linger within the forest, coming out to feed at night. No, Duke Regan. Edmund shook his head. We have seen more demonic beasts leaving the forest than in my father's time, but the devil itself has done little beyond terrorize the nearby rivers in the dead of night. I believe it's safe to say that the beasts that do leave are behaving independently of it. He snorted. Well, there's some good news then, at least. The thought that the wandering beast could control other demonic beasts was just a rumor, but it was a disturbing one, and the one time it had left the forest to rampage through what would eventually become the Alliance, a horde of its fellow wild beasts had joined it. I'll lend you a handful of men to keep a closer eye on the forest edges. Hopefully we'll be able to catch the next one before it manages to hit a village. Edmund inclined his head in gratitude. Gloucester sat back in his chair with a fierce scowl. Claude would consider it a mark of personal pride should he eventually get the man to greet him with a neutral expression rather than hateful disdain. The bell rang with merciful finality. Claude stood, resisted the urge to stretch or groan with relief. The conference is adjourned. I'll see you all again in the future. He rather hoped they didn't read anything into the fact that he was the first person out the door. Judith was waiting for him outside the building. She nodded politely at Gloucester before gesturing for him to enter the carriage. He gave the man a tight smile, climbed in, and let out an explosive sigh the instant his tutor shut the door behind her. "Wake me for the ethereal moon," he mumbled, dropping his head against the curtain-shaded window. She scoffed as the carriage started moving. "It was that bad, huh? It's nice to see that Lawrence comes by his argumentative personality honestly. I seriously think I'm going to sleep until we get back to the monastery." That was far more exhausting than sitting down for 4 days had any right to be. "I warned you," Judith snorted. He mumbled some sort of response, or tried to, because even with the rumbling of the carriage he was quickly slipping away from the waking world. The last coherent thought he had was, "I really hope that Teach was serious about that tea party." True to his word, he slept for the better part of the day, forcing Judith to shake him awake when they stopped at an inn for the night. He drank a glass of water, wandered up to his room and collapsed on the bed. His dreams were a tangled mess, bits of the conference mixed together with varying memories of his grandfather. "I wonder why Gloucester hates me so much. He doesn't know who my father is, or does he suspect? That damned knight figured it out just by looking at me. No, I don't think that's it. He would have called me something other than child if that was the case. Something's there, though. Maybe it's just the old family rivalry. That talk about the merchants being safer if they followed his routes, if that's a threat, I'm not sure how he intends to follow up on it in a way that doesn't make it obvious he's involved. Mercenaries can be expensive, and they talk if they're disgruntled enough. His own knights are too potentially recognizable. But he wouldn't say that after being denied the first few times unless it meant something. How would he go about it? Ugh. I'm too tired for this. Who knew arguing took so much out of you?" For a brief moment he envied Dmitri immensely, questioned the logic of his great however many grandfather who had seceded from Faergus, and dearly missed his home where the throne dealt with the occasional challenger to the throne but nothing else. The next morning he felt a little less like roadkill, though his headache hadn't fully gone away. He and Judith parted ways at the crossroads and the convoy took him the rest of the way of the 3-day trip back to the monastery. It was monotone and boring and Claude found himself randomly, frequently wishing that his classmates had come with him. He missed Hilda's chatter, Raphael's single-mindedness, and Byleth's quiet concern. He would have welcomed Sylvain's flirting or Felix's barbs and grumpiness, hell he wouldn't have minded Ingrid's nagging if it meant he had company. It was startling how strong that desire was. The first thing Claude did upon returning to the monastery in the evening was look for Byleth. It took a couple of tries, but he eventually stumbled over her by the docks, putting away the rod and picking up the basket full of fish from a long afternoon's work. "Oh, Claude," Byleth said, spinning around at the sound of his footsteps. "I hadn't expected you until tomorrow." "We made good time," Claude said, peeking into the basket. "That's an awful lot of trout. They're the most common. I'd hoped for a bit more variety, but I suppose that's for another day." Byleth tilted her head and stared at him for a moment before saying, "I remember promising you tea. Let me get these into the kitchen and I'll set it up in my room." He grinned. "You have no idea how welcome that is." "Thanks, Teach." She nodded thoughtfully and said, "Go on ahead, I'll be there in a moment." She ducked her head lightly and then headed for the stairs. Still smiling to himself, Claude scampered off up the stairs to the lower-class dormitories. Was this what it felt like to have a friend? Chapter 12. "You're so self-conscious," Sothis remarked in exasperation as Byleth made her way up the stone stairs, the last rays of sunlight painting rose and golden streaks across the roof and walls. "There was no cause for you to wait until the last hour of the day to go to the baths." "I had to finish my lesson plan," Byleth protested, starting to unsnap her cape as she reached the top step. "Shamir asked me to continue Cyril's studies while she was busy helping with the knight's investigation into the local western churches. He's younger and shorter than the others, so I needed to adjust the basic training regime to suit his current capabilities. That did take some time," Sothis allowed, "and I was a little surprised the young boy was allowed to join your class a few months in, and below the minimum age requirement to boot. Though perhaps Lysathea shall feel less self-conscious now that she is no longer the youngest student in your class. So long as Claude feels the urge to wind her up, I doubt it," Byleth thought. An odd bubbly feeling sparked a few times in her chest. I don't like the idea of bringing Cyril along to this mission. When we corner these thieves, they'll sooner fight to the death than be turned over to the kingdom's custody." It's not a good fight to bring a newcomer to, and we don't have time for team-building exercises before we need to head out. Suthies hummed sympathetically. I believe you can find some cause to leave him behind. I imagine it wouldn't be too hard to argue that he's too inexperienced to bring to a mission in a week's time. Byleth nodded slightly, slinging her cape over her arm while walking up to the door to the girls' baths. The doorknob was warm to the touch as she pushed the door open. The steam warmed her skin. She smiled a bit, because being able to visit Lord-style bathhouses was a rare treat while Geralt's mercenaries were traveling the roads. Walking into the change room, Byleth blinked when she saw a dark purple coat hanging forlornly on one of the hooks. Ah, it seems someone else has neglected taking care of themselves until the last dying minute, Suthies remarked cheerily. You two can be friends. There's no need for that, Byleth grumbled back, stripping out of her academy uniform piece by piece. You nag worse than Hannah. Wrapping her towel around herself, glad of its fluffy warmth, she pushed through the door to the baths. Eek. Instinct made her tense up and look wildly about for danger. Professor. However, the bathhouse was peaceful and empty except for herself and a sole other occupant. What are you doing here? The small girl gasped, sucking in a huge breath as her eyes grew really wide. Oh no. I'm cutting into your time here? I'm so sorry. I thought no one would be here. I'll get out right away. I'm really sorry. Bernadetta, Byleth interrupted gently, relaxing her posture and letting her gaze settle on the girl who'd climbed halfway out of the bath in her panic. Bernadetta, please, it's all right. You don't have to leave. These rooms are designed for more than one person's use. Oh, Bernadetta squeaked faintly, sinking back into the bubbly hot water until she was submerged up to her chin. I'm sorry. No need to apologize, Byleth repeated patiently, draping the towel over the rack at the side and sliding into the large tub across from the diminutive Black Eagle. The hot water felt glorious on her aching joints. She tilted her head back, soaking her hair and running her fingers through it carefully. I'm sorry I startled you. Bernadetta mumbled something inaudible in response, rubbing her shoulders self-consciously. Byleth let the silence linger. The purple-haired girl was a timid, anxious soul, and she found that it helped to allow her young student to start or finish conversations as she wished. It seemed to make her a bit more comfortable. She focused on scrubbing her skin clean and combing tangles out of her hair. This is glorious, she thought in relief. Perhaps I'll give in to Hilda's nagging after the mission and spend an afternoon in the sauna with her. Maybe see if I can convince Marianne to come along as well. Her shoulder blade twinged in pain. Byleth frowned, turning in the water as she reached back to rub the sore muscle. Ah, I need a massage. How long has that kink been there? Professor. Why, you're back. Bernadetta's cry startled her so greatly she nearly toppled over. She glanced over shoulder, wondering what was wrong now. The girl had stepped forward, a hand partially outstretched, eyes wide. That scar. Oh, Byleth said, bewildered. I have quite a few, I realize, but that's just part of being a mercenary. None of them hurt anymore. And none. Even this super huge one. It goes from your shoulder to your hip. Byleth was a little surprised to feel slightly calloused fingers brushing against her wet, scarred skin. How did that happen? To be honest, I don't remember. Byleth closed her eyes. Do you see a thin scar, like a knife wound, somewhere near the top of that burn? The finger traveled up a bit and brushed along the short length of the ragged memory. When I was 15, a job my father and I had taken in the Alliance went south. The local lord had paid us to deal with some oddly well-equipped bandits. It turned out that they were soldiers from his neighbor in disguise, and they set the village on fire when father figured that out. I was separated from him, led away by the chaos, and some point I got stabbed right there. Did the burn come from the fire? It looks a bit odd. It didn't. Byleth let out a sigh. A man on a wyvern appeared, killed my attacker, and took me away from there. He was Almiran, that much I know, though not why he was there or what compelled him to help me if not normal altruism. She shook her head. However, that's the last thing I remember. The scar looks strange because the wound was caused by dark magic. I remember Professor Manuela saying something like that, Bernie murmured. The sensation of her careful touch vanished. Dark magic can have all kinds of effects that pure black magic doesn't. Skilled practitioners can do all sorts of horrible things. It's true. Byleth sighed. I remember that it wasn't meant for me. That I had been protecting someone. But the blow hit me, and aside from pain, that's the only thing I remember. The days I spent in Almira that year, who attacked us, the very person I was trying to protect, all of it was gone when I woke up. Father reunited with me a few days later, but I haven't remembered anything since. There was a long pause, the sloshing of the water the only sound in the building. Then Byleth felt fingers gently trace the edges of the scar again and stiffened slightly, confused and unsure what more to say. It's scary. Bernadetta mumbled. What is? You're strong, Professor. You're so strong, stronger than anyone I've ever met. You can beat Ferdinand and Casper and Edelgard, and you fight slavers and bandits like they're nothing, like they're uppity sea children. It's kind of reassuring, you know? Having you here. Especially after those people snuck in. But, her hand retreated again. The world is a horrible place, isn't it? Even you. Byleth hesitated, then turned around and reached up, brushing strands of wet hair away from Bernadetta's eyes. My job is to go looking for trouble, she said softly. You can't do that without picking up scars here and there, no matter how good you are at fighting. Out there, it isn't quite so frightening when you're just traveling. Gently she tucked a few purple strands behind the other girl's ear. One of my favorite things to do is take a high road whenever we're crossing hills or mountains so I can look down at the world in all its glory. In the fall there are so many colors it's as if the ground is littered with jewels and gold, it's quite a sight, especially if you're passing by Deirdre. I've never been to Deirdre, I've never been outside the Empire before coming here. Bernadetta said, leaning into Byleth's hand seeking reassurance. It's too scary. I'm just a weak, frail, useless girl, nothing like you. I'd never survive. Why would you say that? Byleth stood still, hesitant that any shift in her posture would scare the smaller girl away. I've only ever been bait for a rich husband. Bernadetta murmured. Father trained me for it, tied me to a chair for a day challenging me to stay quiet. He set me up for dance lessons and never let me skip, even when I was sick. But I couldn't do any of it right. I tried, honestly. She raised a hand and clung to Byleth's arm. I always retreated to my room. Again and again, until he tried to take me out one day and I kicked and screamed and clawed and bit him. She shuddered in spite of the hot water, sinking back into it a few inches. That's horrible. Byleth murmured, something cold and hard settling in her stomach. She could have sworn she heard Suthi's growl, not a low sound in the throat that her father often made in battle, but an actual, distinctly inhuman thundering snarl. I can barely step outside my room without feeling this overwhelming fear. Bernadetta closed her eyes. Archery helps a little, but I'm nowhere near as good as Claude. I'd never be able to protect people or myself like he can. I've seen you practicing. You're no less capable than Ash or Ignatz. You can and will get better. She tried for a smile, the kind that Claude effortlessly summoned that made the recipient feel odd and warm inside their chest. Bernadetta let out a small whine, eyes screwing closed as tears prickled the edges. Byleth gently brushed her thumb against the smaller girl's cheek. It's all right, Bernadetta. I'll protect you. I promise. The smaller girl sniffled, ducking her head. I don't. It's okay. I don't want to be the reason for scars. I'll wear them proudly. Byleth responded with a calm she didn't quite feel, stroking Bernadetta's hair while the girl broke down and cried piteously. She looks so fragile, like a little glass doll. Her father did this? Her father, her protector, tied her to a chair and filled her with fear until she can hardly bear to go outside? The sheer wrongness of it sat heavily in her head. Her father had guarded her all her life. She knew in her bones that he would do anything for her, even die. That Lord Varley would not do the same, that he would actually harm Bernadetta, it was alien. Wrong. Come now. Let's finish up and get some sleep. Bernadetta nodded meekly through her tears. She tried to smile, but it quickly crumbled. For some reason, the sight of that agitated Byleth greatly. She must have been troubled by her conversation with Bernadetta, because instead of waking with the sun, she was roused from an uneasy sleep the next morning by a repeated knock on her door. MMMPH. She managed, propping herself up on her elbows and staring bleary-eyed at the wooden door to her room. "Ah, good morning, Professor. I was sent to get you. Are you awake?" Flane's voice drifted from the other side. "Well, I am now," she grumbled, swinging her legs over the side of the bed and rubbing her eyes harshly. Sunlight was streaming through her curtains. That couldn't be right. Was it mid-morning already? "What time is it?" "It is just before breakfast," the green-haired girl relayed dutifully. "However, there's a matter that Archbishop Rhea needs to discuss with you as soon as possible, so if you would come with me first, that would be greatly appreciated." "What could she possibly need so early?" Byleth grumbled, fumbling with the lock on her trunk as she hunted for a clean outfit. "Wait, since when is this early? I've gotten up with the sun for the longest time." Shoving that aside, she yanked out the second copy of the academy uniform she'd been provided with and called, "Give a minute to get dressed, I'll be right with you." The sword of the Creator sat innocently on her desk, glittering in the sunlight as she pulled her shirt, pants, and boots on one after the other. She could feel its warmth from the other side of the room, something inside her saying at the proximity, it could only be her crest. Brushing her hair with rapid, irritated strokes, she pinned it back as she stood and walked over to the sword. Grasping the hilt, she lifted it and examined the blade for a moment, judging if it needed any maintenance. It didn't seem to, had it even burned the bloodstains from the last battle away, so she buckled it at her side and pushed the door open. Flane chirped another greeting when she emerged, bouncing on her heels. Byleth gave her a bemused nod and began to walk, following the energetic Blur as she took off toward the stairs. "It is a marvelous day, is it not?" Flane asked enthusiastically. "It had been cloudy for so long I'd feared we wouldn't see the sun until the end of summer." "It's pleasant," Byleth agreed mildly, glancing up at the cloudless sky. "That is one way of putting it," Flane responded, a little put out. "It's wonderful fishing weather. I hope that I will be able to scrounge together some bait for the afternoon." She pouted. "It's terrible that the merchants have been facing so much trouble from bandits on their regular routes. Usually we have men peddling all sorts of wares down in the courtyard by this time of year, but they've been held up because the roads aren't safe." "Is that right?" "That's not a good sign. Highwaymen were in old trouble, after all. The thing that made a road unsafe was when multiple bodies turned up along the same stretch. Otherwise injuries and thefts were just a normal job hazard, and the reason escorting caravans was a lucrative job for a mercenary." "Indeed it is not," Flane said sadly. "I hope that the Knights will settle the matter of the Western Church soon, so they can go back to assisting the people with their troubles. That is what the Order was formed for, after all." Byleth nodded sedately as they walked down the long road past the training grounds toward the side entrance of the monastery. It didn't escape her notice that there were more armed guards wandering about, mostly low-ranked knights of Sirios, but there were some mercenary types mixed in as well, a strange sight to see in a holy place. There was an undercurrent of unease, one that had lingered in the weeks since the attempted assassination/theft had been thwarted. The inhabitants of the monastery would not quickly forget how deeply the Western Church fanatics had penetrated into the building despite how high security had been. Gerald confided in her that he thought there was a leak, and a big one at that. Byleth thought he might be right, though he wondered that if this hypothetical mole knew where Rhea would be and how she would react, why they'd tried to steal the sword instead of luring the Archbishop out of the building to somewhere where they could attempt to kill her with fewer obstructions. Though perhaps they had multiple objectives. "Would like to have more opportunities to bond with you, but my brother is resistant to the idea," Flane's chattering pierced through her thoughts, shaking her back to the present. "I do not know why. Your students are so happy and speak very highly of you. Your brother's job is to be suspicious." Byleth allowed. "He is the Archbishop's administrator and he clearly wishes to keep her safe. The arrival of my father and I was unusual to say the least, and I was hired on the spot without a word to him. At least, that is the impression I've been given." Flane frowned a bit. "You are taking his needlessly constant suspicion quite gracefully, Professor. That alone speaks well of you." Byleth shrugged uncertainly, tugging at a loose strand of her hair. She felt awkward at the praise. No need to be embarrassed, Suthis said with an amused laugh. You're awfully easy to fluster for an emotionless warrior. Suthis. Byleth started to protest, but trailed off, groping for words to explain her confusion. Shaking her head, she walked along behind Flane as the girl led her into the chapel. Rhea was waiting there, smiling warmly when she saw them enter the room. Seath was frowning again, arms crossed, standing to her right. Standing off to the side were Felix, Sylvain, and Ingrid. Byleth blinked at them before looking back at the Archbishop. You sent for me, Lady Rhea? She asked with a polite half-bow. Indeed. Forgive me for bringing you up here so early, but there was a matter that needed to be settled regarding your mission at the end of the week. Rhea glanced at the Blue Lions students for a moment with a look that Byleth couldn't interpret. There has been a bit of concern regarding Alliance students traveling within Kingdom territory during these somewhat volatile times. With this in mind, I would like to know if bringing 2 students from the Blue Lions along with you would cause you any significant difficulties. I do not believe so, Byleth said slowly, glancing over at Felix. He was scowling intensely, but that was close to his default expression, so she was unsure how aggravated he truly was in that moment. While we haven't trained side by side as extensively as my students have, building trust and strategies, we did fight side by side in the mausoleum. They are each very capable in their own right, I trust them to be a great assistance. Ingrid smiled at that. Sylvain smiled too, but it reminded her of some of Claude's smiles, a cover for the unhappiness lingering in his eyes. I'm glad to hear that, Rhea said, pleased. Choose whoever you think will work best with the skills of your own students. I trust your judgment. Seath's expression was neutral, but Byleth was fairly sure that his eyes flickered over to the Archbishop in frustration. Thank you, she said, pretending she hadn't noticed. If the territory we will be entering is uncertain, is there anything else I should bear in mind? Only that you continue to be cautious, Rhea responded. The hero's relics, even when in the hands of one who is unqualified, are still weapons, and dangerous ones. There will be a knight of Sirios with you as you travel through the villages, but they may be understandably wary of new conflict in the wake of the thief attacks. Ensure that your students are mindful of this, and remain respectful to whomever you encounter on the way. Of course, your worship. At that, Rhea turned towards the 3 to the side. I hope this is an adequate answer to your family's worries, she said gently. Now, how about all of you go and eat a good meal before the day's training starts? Your compassion is boundless, your worship. Sylvain said cheerfully. I am honored that, Ingrid. The blonde rolled her eyes and continued to drag him along by the arm, ignoring his flailing. Felix stomped along behind them, clearly irritated. Byleth hastily bowed again and hurried after them, wondering what had happened to influence Rhea's decision so close to the mission day. I'm sorry about this, Professor, Ingrid said once they reached the bottom of the stairs, seemingly reading Byleth's mind. I know this is very sudden and likely throwing a wrench in your plans, but it's damned insulting that we were passed over for a relic theft in our own kingdom, Felix bit out. There's no reason it shouldn't have fallen on us. It's our concern, not the Alliance's. Felix. Ingrid hissed, releasing Sylvain's arm. She gave Byleth a contrite look and said, well, he is partially right. It'll be seen as very strange if at least one of us isn't there to contribute to the retrieval of the Lance of Ruin. We don't want our people to think that we believe fighting bandits is beneath us. And hell, if I'm going to eventually inherit the weapon, I should at least put a token's effort into getting it back, Sylvain finished with a cheerfulness that she didn't quite find appropriate. You're not coming, the words flew out of Byleth's mouth, hard and authoritative, without her even thinking about them. All 3 students looked startled, at least as much as she herself was. I've been told who the leader of the bandits is, she went on after a moment. I'm not putting you in that position, not after inflicting that on Ash. No. You're staying here. Professor, Sylvain started, a little off balance. I appreciate the sentiment, but seriously, this is different. Miquelon is no longer a part of House Gautier, or my brother. He's nothing but a common thief. I can live with it if he refuses to come quietly and has to go down. Byleth crossed her arms. I will never again put someone in the position where they have to kill family, she said bluntly. It was ill thought out of me to accept Ash's plea in the first place, and as a result he witnessed his father's death. I refuse to make that mistake twice. She tilted her head. I know you're a strong fighter, and you are continuing to learn quite well. But this is not your fight. Sylvain opened and closed his mouth, bewildered, fumbling for an argument. Deciding that she wasn't going to give him the chance, Byleth turned towards Felix and said, I would like you to come, Felix. A number of my students fight best at range, and even with better armor they would benefit greatly from a guard who can hit fast and hard. And he would clearly be incensed should he be left behind again. Got it, Felix said, his foul temper lifting to the point that he could give her a small grin. As for the others, I'll speak to Claude and figure out which way is best to proceed. Byleth said thoughtfully. Either way, let us get to the dining hall, lest breakfast finish without us. That sounds good, Ingrid replied with an explosive sigh. We've been arguing out case since yesterday. I could use a good meal after finally succeeding. Since yesterday, Byleth wondered but didn't ask. Instead the four of them started making their way across the building toward the dining hall. Sylvain kept shooting her odd looks when he thought she wasn't looking. He didn't seem upset per se, mostly confused, and a few other things she had no hope of untangling. Ingrid subtly fished for a potential spot on the team, continually mentioning her ability to resist magic and how well she was handling her new Pegasus. Honestly, Byleth was considering her, but she wanted a second opinion. Felix said little but was clearly torn between being pleased that he was chosen for the mission and holding on to his initial frustration. Entering the dining hall was like being enveloped in a warm bubble. The wave of conversation crashed over her as she walked in and headed the counter to serve herself. Bernadetta was hovering over a plate of chicken at the far end of the table. Byleth caught the girl's eye, saw her wide-eyed look, and tried once again for a reassuring expression. Bernadetta squeaked, looked all about the room, before scurrying away after the person beside her cleared their throat. At least she felt comfortable coming here to eat, the professor thought ruefully. Loading up her plate was an unexpected pleasure. They'd often had to be frugal with their food while on the road, if not straight up relegated to rations. This, however, this was marvelous. She was surprised how often she felt a little hungry throughout the day, knowing she could come here and grab fruit or vegetables even when it wasn't mealtime. Walking over to the golden deer table surrounded her with laughter and cheering. Casper had wandered over from the Black Eagles and challenged Raphael to some sort of eating contest. Hilda was cheering the latter on over Lawrence's protests while Claude and Leonie watched with greatly entertained smiles. Lysithea made a face until Byleth settled in the seat between her and the house leader, mumbling boys and clearly hoping for a sympathetic ear. Boys indeed, Byleth mused. Just be glad Gustav is out with father. He'd just encourage them. Lysithea groaned. There's a scary thought. She snorted. Oh, it's scarier than that. His favorite are drinking contests. The white-haired girl shuddered dramatically, a warm, tight feeling settled in Bylethe's chest again. Was this what it felt like to joke with people? To be amused by some mutual exasperation? If that were so, it was nice. It was raining again, threatening a storm. Byleth firmly told herself that the sinking feeling in her stomach was wholly the fault of the chill of cold water and nothing else. Not feelings of déjà vu, not flashbacks to Lonato's rebellion and certainly not dread. That bred doubt in a mercenary must cast doubt aside before going into battle. They were approaching Conand Tower at the end of a 2-week journey. Neither Ingrid's Pegasus nor Leonie's horse were particularly pleased with the weather, frequently whinnying in complaint as they trudged along the muddy, winding pathway from the village inn they'd stayed at to the old fortress. Hilda's continued moaning had become background noise roughly yesterday. Ignatz's glasses were wet to the point that Ingrid was effectively guiding him as well as her mount. There was a greater determination to stick it out and remain strong than when they had been trailing Magdrid way, but it was hard to stay positive with the heavens opening on them. She started when an extra layer of warmth settled over her shoulders. Her hand darted up and grabbed thick yellow fabric. It was one of the blankets kept with the tents. Why? She turned her head in time to see Claude pat her shoulder and smile in his usual incorrigible way. I know you're not the type to complain, Teach, but there's really no need for you to be shivering like a leaf, he said with a lazy smile. It wouldn't make for a good tale if we single-handedly defeated the bandits only for our fearless leader to get knocked off her feet by a fever. This is yours, she said blankly. Claude pretended not to hear her, striding ahead. Hey Gilbert, I have a question. Maybe she was imagining it, but Byleth was fairly certain she saw the old knight's shoulders slump in resignation. He had probably started to regret promising to assuage Claude's curiosity 4 days ago, and now he knew there was no escape. Byleth stared after him, her pace slowing just a bit as she tugged on the edges of the blanket, now forming a buffer between her and the downpour. That's a really good smell. His face lit up when she placed the cup on table before him. The sight of such uncomplicated glee in him was quite charming. Almiran pine needles, you've got exotic tastes, Teach. I like the flavor. She sat on the edge of her bed, having given him the only chair, and sipped lightly on the hot liquid. It's always been my favorite. Something flickered in his eyes, gone as soon as it appeared, and he promptly began regaling her with the tale of a baby albino wyvern he'd found as a child while out hunting. After multiple bites and scratches in half of the rabbit that had originally been his quarry, he convinced it to come out of the warren it had been hiding in and allow him to pick it up. One of its wings was injured. He suspected it had been kicked out of the nest for being the runt of the litter. So he carried it all the way back to the starting point, startling the hell out of his mother by coming up behind her while she was distracted and having it chirp. Once she'd gotten over her heart attack, she informed him that it could stay if he was prepared to take care of it. That had been his job ever since, with her only conceding to take over when he left for the officers' academy. I think, Byleth mused, I know why you tell so many jokes at the expense of others. She took a sip, put her cup down and mildly said, You're afraid they'll find out you're actually a giant, sweet and fluffy kitten. Claude threw back his head and laughed for several seconds, shoulders shaking. Sure, he managed breathlessly, yeah, that's it. Definitely. Why you so right through me, Teach. She felt her lips twitch upward. She must be getting used to the oddness that was Claude von Regan. It was endearing to prod him and be rewarded with little flickers of honesty whenever he felt comfortable. It was nice. And there's that tiny smile again. He leaned forward, clasping his hands together. You're such a mystery. Light heat spread through her cheeks. That's, she ducked her head, looking down at her tea. There's really nothing strange about me, Jay, just look at me. I am. Professor? Are you okay? Your face looks red. Byleth blinked rapidly and turned towards a concerned-looking Lawrence. I'm all right, thank you, she said awkwardly. Though I hope we arrive soon. This rain is awful, Mercedes groaned, pulling her coat up so it covered her hair. I hope that it stops by the time we have to go. It would be terrible to have to walk back in this as well. Lawrence immediately offered her his hand when they walked up to a mud puddle. Byleth swore she saw Mercedes, sweet, lovely, mannerly Mercedes, roll her eyes a bit before accepting it with her usual smile. Here's to hoping, Felix muttered darkly, stalking alongside his fellow student and sending Lawrence the occasional warning glare. The swordsman was particularly soaked, having foregone a heavy cloak with at his own insistence, saying it would weigh him down. He'd been given a jacket by one of their accompanying knights, but it wasn't working as well as he'd clearly hoped. I remember the maps and the times that the villagers gave us, Ignatz offered, stumbling along behind them. We should be there shortly. Shortly, Byleth repeated to herself, tugging the blanket a bit tighter around her shoulders. The fuzz felt pleasant on her skin, even as it grew damp. Just shortly. You look really cute bundled up like that, Professor, Raphael announced cheerfully. We should go camping sometime so you have an excuse to bury us all in blankets. See cute? Byleth thought, bewildered and feeling her face grow hot again. No one had ever, goddess, what were these sensations, these feelings? It was happening more and more and she didn't know what to do with any of it. I'm so confused, ah. This is all your fault, Claude. Dimitri too. She plotted how to get back at them as soon as possible, ignoring Suthisa's musical chuckle at her internal ranting. Mercifully, as Ingatz said, another 10-15 minutes of walking brought them to the foot of a massive stone tower, overgrown with disuse. It was an impressive structure, Towering above both them and the trees, vines wound up to the very top windows, bright orange light gleaming from the upper floors signaling that their quarry was finally within reach. There was no general cheer of relief this time, instead the students gathered around her, Claude and Gilbert, gazing warily at the tower's peak. Despite the fact that the old fortress had only one entrance, no one wanted to tip off their prey. The more disorganized and panicky the thieves were, the better. "Hey Teach," Claude said, craning his neck as he looked up. "Are you ready?" "Are you?" she asked dryly, handing off the blanket she'd been loaned and putting her hand on the sword of the Creator. The hilt pulsed under her fingers, warm and intense, almost like a heartbeat. He grinned, the lack of humor in the gesture making it unnervingly chilly. "I'm always ready." Ingrid quickly patted down her Pegasus, rubbing its wings with a towel and letting it flap them several times in relief. "Sir Gilbert, have you ever been here before?" she asked. "I know Conan Tower hasn't seen use in many years, but if there's anything in the architecture that might have changed." "I have scouted it once, but that was many years ago," the venerable old knight responded. Sir Gilbert was a stout man, shorter than Byleth and nearly equal height with the still-growing Claude. He bore the scars of many battles on his face, and likely throughout his body, though one wouldn't be able to tell, given the amount of armor he was wearing. Fortress Knight, that's what such men were called. Those who had the strength to move and fight while encased in the heaviest protection one could afford, armor that even the strongest opponent could not pierce without magic or the rare specialized weapons such as the famous rapier. He wielded a steel axe, forged and well used, many battles were edged into the chips in the blade. "I'm afraid I have not much to tell you but old history. Back in the day, when invasions from the north were at their height, this tower was used for both surveillance and defense. Fortunately, I doubt the bandits will be able to properly make use of the tower's structure. We should be able to make our way up without too much trouble." Is that right?" Claude said, humming lightly. "The leader of the thieves is the former first son of the Gautier family. He'll be a better strategist than the bandits we've tangled with before." "Miquelon was." Ingrid stopped, frowned, and slowly said, "Miquelon wasn't extensively educated in the act of war. He's only a few years older than Sylvain, and even back then he was temperamental. He got worse with age, until, well, it's not my place." She shook her head. "He'll be tougher than your average bandit, but he's no genius. Nothing we can't overcome." "Is that right?" Claude mused. Byleth wondered if there was a thread of disapproval under his clear and obvious distaste for Miquelon's apparent personality flaws. "How about the lance? Do you suppose he stashed it somewhere, or would he have kept it within his sight at all times?" "Miquelon has it in his possession," Sir Gilbert replied gravely. "According to the last report, he used it to turn the tables on his pursuers." A wave of shocked mumbling washed over Byleth's students. "So the Crestless can use the weapons after all," Claude said, half to himself. "Isn't that interesting?" he sighed. "Man, the rain's really coming down. Let's get this over with, shall we?" Byleth nodded and drew the sword of the Creator. The blade was warm in her hands, and was it steadily getting hotter? Something in her chest was pulsing, a comforting warmth, a powerful one, a feeling that sang through her blood. "Get ready, everyone," she ordered, before walking up to the old wooden door and giving it a solid kick. It busted under her heel, sprawling aside on a single hinge as she strode in. The doorway was just wide enough to accommodate Leonie's horse, which trotted in on her heels, the rain-soaked orange-haired girl grinning wryly before she adjusted the saddle and climbed aboard. After her came Ingrid, her Pegasus whinnying unhappily at having been brought in under a roof. Claude led the rest of the students in, Felix at his heels, everyone drawing their weapons and grimly preparing themselves. There were lit torches throughout the hallways, new hooks and posts sitting within the entrance hall. Very distantly, Byleth could hear heavy thumps amid the pitter-patter of the rain and the rumble of distant thunder. Conan Tower was a fairly unique by the standards of usual construction for fortresses in that there were no stairs inside. Sloped floors were the sole means of ascension, allowing horses, Pegasus, and wyverns limited mobility within the building. While one might think this a poor choice with enemy-mounted units in mind, it had actually worked in the tower's defense many times. Few people expected, once they kicked down the door of an enemy castle, to be greeted by charging mounted units, among other things. Unique is the right word, Claude mused as they sprinted across the first sloped floor, Leonie's horse making a loud noise of complaint but otherwise easily following its rider's command. The setting sun cast light on the floor like glowing orange blades. Between that and the torches, it was a disturbingly yet oddly pretty look. I've never seen a fortress like this before. It's an old kingdom design, Byleth said as she ran. I think parts of the Silver Maiden use this style as well. Huh. I'll keep that in mind for the next diplomatic venture. They climbed 4 floors before they encountered the first of their opponents. 3 bandits were lounging on an old couch, playing a card game on the table. Anything worth stealing, one of them complained, dropping a card in the pile and causing both his friends to groan. Ah, stuff it, at least we've got food and we got the boss's point across, the other guy said. Byleth thought back to the last village they stayed in, saw the ransacked buildings and injured farmers in her mind's eye, and her resolve hardened. The third frowned at his hand, looked up to complain, and turned deathly white. Oh, shit, he breathed. That's one way of putting it, Claude replied cheerfully, causing both of the other thieves to spin around in shock. He promptly knocked an arrow and fired. His target scrambled to get up, but only succeeded in getting pinned to the wall by his shoulder. Byleth thrust her sword at the direction of one of the thieves. The gesture was odd and went against her muscle memory, but the blade split apart instantly, unfurling and slashing across the man's lightly armored chest. Mercifully, this time he wasn't split completely in half, but he did die with a gurgle that made her skin feel as though it were trying to crawl off her bones. An arrow struck down the third one moments later. Leonie trotted around the corner, her horse snorting and stomping its hooves, likely glad to be back on even ground. Ingats, Raphael, and Felix followed along behind her, weapons drawn and at the ready. Claude pointed an arrow at the closed double doors on the other side of the table. There were footsteps and talking faintly audible from the other side. Once we go through there, they'll organize against us. And that's assuming that they didn't see us approaching. Byleth said, forcing herself to focus. Even if they seemed idle, it's not a good thing to assume. Never assume anything going into a battle, Leonie said, repeating her father almost word for word. She slung her bow over her shoulder and took up her lance. I remember, Professor. Seeing the rest of her students, with Gilbert at the rear, joining them, Byleth nodded, almost to herself, before striding onward and kicking the door open. The uppermost level of Conan Tower was grey and spacious, theoretically the last line of defense for any civilians brought inside. It had a high ceiling, an elevated platform and another rising floor. Torches provided some light against the storm and the fading daylight, but visibility was lower than they were used to. Fortunately, it wasn't so dark that their enemies were hard to see. Boss. We've got trouble. Lenoy and Ingrid charged forward, driving the group of thieves who'd come to check on the noise apart. Their lances flashed, cutting down one and incapacitating another with a wicked, bloody shoulder wound that would kill him if it wasn't quickly stemmed. To Byleth's surprise, one of the other thieves immediately abandoned his weapon and rushed to the injured man's side, tearing off his glove and using it as a pressure pad. Honor among thieves? Lysithea and Ingats darted forward, quick as arrows, each attacking a brawler and a mage respectively. They died with screams, and the 2 students walked past the kneeling man and his bleeding friend without paying the latter any mind. Marianne hesitated by those thieves, and then carefully stepped toward them with Raphael at her side, a scowling guardian. Byleth hesitated, then chose to place her trust in the 2. The 2 men were disarmed, and Raphael would make further conflict look unattractive, before hurrying to join the thick of the fight. Gilbert strode forward, booming, "Thieves, bandits, disturbers of the peace. The knights of Sirios are upon you. Throw down your weapons and pray for the goddess's compassion and mercy." In response, 2 arrows whisked over the side, crashing uselessly against his armor and shield. "Ingrid, watch out for the snipers!" Byleth shouted, slamming her relic's hilt into an enemy's face, sending him spinning into a raised stone barrier. The wings of a Pegasus were delicate, a single arrow could cripple one for life. "I see them." The rider called back, her mount rearing back to kick one of her would-be opponents in the face. "Claude, Ignatz, take care of them. Leonie, don't get too far ahead. Felix, Laurence, Hilda guard Lysithea and Marianne while going forward. Keep advancing. Mercedes, use your discretion. Byleth threw herself forward, dodging a fireball and a thrown axe in quick succession. Rolling to her feet, she impaled the mage through the chest and lifted the body off the floor, letting it catch the second axe before shoving it off with her foot. Again she swung the blade in a wide arc, and it crackled apart at her unspoken will, lashing out as a whip. The man stumbled, the massive wound the blade cut burning as though the scar had caught a flame, then collapsed. Claude's loud, tortured curse caused her head to snap to the right. Her stomach dropped violently when she saw an arrow lodged deeply in his shoulder. Goddess, the point was sticking out of his leather. The brunette staggered back a step, then notched his bow and fired in retaliation. The twin arrows slammed into his would-be killer's eye socket and cheekbone. The corpse flopped across the railing and fell down to the ground. Mercedes rushed up to his side, a flood of words Byleth wasn't quite close enough to parse filling the air as she steadied the golden deer house leader and grasped the arrow in one hand. A great golden glow lit up around her and quickly surrounded Claude's wounded shoulder. When Byleth blinked, she saw an elegant symbol float in the air. Within that light, Mercedes smoothly and effortlessly pulled the arrow out without even a peep from her patient. Tossing it aside, the symbol flickered again, and the light vanished. Claude pawed at his shoulder, surprise radiating from him, before he bowed in thanks. A crest with healing properties? Is she descended from Saint Cethleen? Not that she had time to dwell on it. Very relieved that she'd asked for the older girl's help, Byleth threw herself at another mage that had designs on Felix. Felix fought like a brawler even as he wielded a sword. He forewent guarding and any elegance in favor of quick, brutal strikes that tore bloody stripes out of his unfortunate opponents when he didn't straight up ram the sword through his opponent's throat. It was a vicious and dominating style, but it left him utterly vulnerable. Something of particular note, seeing his muscular but slender constitution. There was no way he could take much damage before being rendered unable to fight. Lysithea, mind Felix for me? She vaguely heard a complaint from the blue-haired warrior, but she ignored it. Ignatz, be careful. Ignatz narrowly dodged taking an arrow from the sniper he'd been annoying, firing back again as he ran forward. Lawrence, what's going on up there? The noble glanced back. He'd reached the far corner of the raised platform alongside Leonie, who was disposing of a bandit. There are more enemies on the other side, and they're preparing to meet us on their terms. What should we do, Professor? He threw a fireball at a man who'd gotten past Leonie, causing him to stagger before stabbing him in the gut. We'll group up and decide on a strategy, Byleth called. Wait there. Ingrid brought her Pegasus up in the air, flying in circles about the ceiling. Miklon is here. He's waiting at the back of the platform. He has the lance, ah. Her mount jerked to the right, avoiding one arrow and then another. Quickly she dove, dipping up near the upper level and impaling another man. The momentum dragged the corpse over the side and sent it tumbling across the floor as Ingrid came in for a landing. Are you all right? Byleth asked, skidding to a halt next to her. Fine, Ingrid panted, her face a little green at the edges. There were more archers than I anticipated, at least 2 more on the far side. Though, there are a lot of bandits here, more than was recorded in the last report. She frowned. How did Miklon sway so many thugs and lowlifes to follow his lead? He's an egotistical, violent ass and he doesn't dash. Rant about him later. Is your Pegasus all right? Why yeah, she was just spooked. Sorry, Professor. Byleth glanced over her shoulder. Gilbert gave her a nod. With the weight of his armor, he couldn't move as quickly as the rest of them. Her students had left him the dust as they started to push forward. He wasn't idle, however, taking care of stragglers who had recovered after being assumed unconscious or feigning defeat. Marianne and Raphael were hurrying to catch up with the others. Byleth and Ingrid moved to do the same. With all her students accounted for, Byleth led them around the corner and scowled at the bare, empty corridor between them and their quarry. All of them were hidden around a blind corner. That's bait, she muttered, striding forward a few steps and putting a hand on her hip. Yip, Claude agreed with a mild chuckle, one once again lacking in any humor. How shall we do this, Teach? We have to draw them out of there a few at a time, Byleth said, thinking furiously. Otherwise whoever goes around the corner will either get sniped or cornered and slaughtered by the massed enemies. She sighed. If we had someone with new rescue, there's a plan I've used before, but unfortunately that's not an option. We're not completely without recourse. Claude said thoughtfully. It's my experience that bandits take themselves too seriously. Byleth opened her mouth to ask what he was on about, then it hit her. Costas, she murmured, then gave him a bemused smile. All right then. We'll try that. The only warning was the sound of something hitting the floor. Lysithea's scream, a piercing, ear-trending sound that would haunt her nightmares for the foreseeable future, along with the sight that greeted Byleth when she spun around in alarm. The wall she'd thought had been solid actually held a concealed pathway, one that a few of the thieves had been hiding in. While the class gathered, believing they had cleared the hallway, the twosome had waited for a moment, then pushed down the door and attacked. Mercedes had gotten away with a gory, rapidly bleeding slash on the arm. But Lysithea, the small girl who jumped when ghosts were mentioned, who had snuck a piece of cake into a lecture, who went on amusing tangents whenever she felt someone was treating her like a child, had been impaled from behind, straight through her chest. Byleth's throat tightened. She let out a wordless, strangled sound. A horrible, overwhelming feeling, as if she was about to pass out, crashed over her, rendering her entire body useless, frozen to the spot. Screams erupted from all of the girl's fellow classmates. Byleth! Remember my gift to you! Sotheis shouted in her ear as an enraged Felix turned on the killer and began dicing him to pieces. G-gift? Time. The hands of time are yours. Quickly. Ah. Byleth reached inside herself, into her magic, and the world just stopped. An inky blankness, broken up only by a glittering golden red pentagram with the crest of flames blazing in its core, appeared before her. The young ashen demon stared blankly at it for a few seconds, her blood racing furiously and her head spinning, aching, as though it had been stuffed with cotton. Hesitantly she reached out and touched the image, a flickering, faded-out image of the moment came to life before her. That's right, Sotheis said, her voice soothing yet urgent. Turn it back. You need not go far, just a minute or two. Give yourself enough time to lead her away and prepare. Carefully, Byleth dragged her fingers along the edge of the circle. Like a painting in reverse, the image before her backtracked, she saw the images of herself and her students walk backwards to the corner, the men retreat and walk back into what she could now see clearly as a hidden alcove and passageway. The door that had hidden them flew backwards, concealing them. It had been painted gray with stones taped and glued to it to enhance the illusion that it was part of the wall. Had it been proper daylight, she wouldn't have been fooled, but the dim light of the storm had caused her eyes to slide over it. Byleth pressed her hand against the images, she was seized by a great surge of vertigo, and suddenly she found herself back in her body, back in the moment. Looks kinda like bait, teach. Teach. Byleth spun on her heels, she couldn't begin to explain even if she tried, and every second counted. Her eyes found the wall. Sir Gilbert. She snapped out as the man started to turn the corner. Can you hear something? He stopped instantly, raising his axe and looking back down the hallway. I don't think so. What is it, Professor? I hear footsteps somewhere behind us. Which might well mean, Lysithea, Felix, Mercedes, get over here now. Lysithea blinked, then grabbed a confused and scowling Felix's arm and dragged him forward. Mercedes took a few uncertain steps, looking over her shoulder. Because of that, she had a good view of the fake wall falling down and the two bandits surging forward toward her. This time, however, they were prepared. Gilbert surged forward, slamming the side of his axe into one of the men, knocking him down. The second was even less lucky. Claude, Ignatz, and Leonie's combined efforts almost instantaneously turned him into a human pincushion. Felix, once he'd gotten over his surprise, instantly snapped into motion, stabbing the fallen man in the throat. Byleth stared into the wall, no other dangers emerged from it. The corpses on the ground didn't move, not even twitch. The sword that would have killed her student lay harmlessly on the floor where it had fallen. Lysithea sucked in a sharp breath, and let it out slowly. That could have been bad, she said, blissfully oblivious. The words felt like a hammer on Byleth's chest. She took a deep breath of her own, clutching the hilt of the relic so tightly it hurt. Gilbert, please watch the rear, Lawrence will help you, she ordered. She hated the way her voice shook a bit on the words. Everyone, be on your guard. There might be another ambush in the wings. Both Claude and Ingrid gave her odd looks. She didn't pay it much mind though, turning around. The other end of the hall, we need to draw the thieves out a few at a time, or get ambushed. Any ideas, Claude? He gave her a pointed look, then lightly said, I've got an idea. Byleth swallowed slightly as she followed him to the other end of the hall, as he leaned seemingly lazily against the wall and started talking, throwing his voice, really, in a mock casual way designed to be overheard. It had worked against Costas. That man hadn't managed to lay a hand on her friend. But if he was charged in a rage by several people? Marianne lightly touched her wrist. Byleth blinked and found herself looking into the brunette's concerned eyes. I'm all right, she murmured. Don't worry about me. Heads up, Teach. Claude said lazily, before casually pushing himself off the wall with one foot and slinging his bow over the head of the short woman who hurtled around the corner, spitting some particularly foul obscenities directed at his lineage and preferences. Yeesh, everyone's a critic. He yanked back hard, letting the tight string dig a vicious line into her throat and yank her off her feet. As she stumbled, he pulled an arrow out and stabbed her through the eye. A flare of blue light caught Byleth's eye. Felix moved in a flicker of blue light. A glow surrounded his sword as he brought it down on an armor knight who'd joined his ill-fated companion. Instead of bouncing off ineffectually, the iron blade cleaved straight through the plate as through it were a rapier. She saw the flicker of a symbol in the blink of an eye, then again when his follow-up swing split the helmet and the head it protected apart in one move. That's right. The crest of Frildarius allows the bearer to pierce through all defenses when the will is strong enough. Their ambush thrown off, the thieves quickly gave up further turtling and charged forward. There was a crash behind her. Byleth risked a quick look over her shoulder and saw Gilbert and Lawrence handling the other two enemies who had emerged from the secret passageway. Then she threw herself into the fight. She thrashed the sword out into its whip form, wrapping it around the arm of the other armor knight. Something inside her, a sensation she now recognized as her own crest, burned as an arrow tore a wound open on her arm. A flare of energy lit up the room as she tore the blade back, ripping the arm off, armor and all. A rush of adrenaline went through her. She felt the sting of that arm wound lessen and then vanish completely. The blade retracted, allowing her to clash and blade lock with another thief and self-styled brigand. Pushing him back was easy. She stabbed him through the shoulder, then pulled the blade free and launched it, whip form, the archer who was still taking shots at her. It snared his bow and destroyed it. Ingrid promptly swooped down and impaled him with her lance. Raphael dove past Byleth, who nursed her numb arm as she walked forward, and slammed his gauntleted fist into a thief's face, knocking him back. Ignatz followed that up with a fatal arrow shot. Leonie shot past both of them, her horse bowling over another thief and clearing the way down the hall. Claude shot down the last archer, who had been distracted taking aim at Ingrid, while Lysithea blasted one enemy with miasma and an opposing mage with Luna. Marianne blasted the final thief with a dazzling Thoron before turning to Byleth and casting Physic. The effect was soothing and immediate. She waved in gratitude and ran onward, hearing Mercedes and Lysithea terrify an armored knight so badly he surrendered without even trying to attack them. Ingrid brought her Pegasus down by her side, while Claude trotted up on her left. Some of these men are former farmers and tradesmen, the blonde said, looking troubled. Professor, let's hurry and take out Miquelon. I bet that without him, the rest will scatter or surrender. Byleth nodded in comprehension. The three of them turned the corner. Leonie shot a few arrows at the men who'd been blocking the way, forcing them to make room. Byleth felt a heat stirring within the sword of the Creator. That drumming pulse was growing faster and hotter, like frantically beating heart. They ran up the light incline and found themselves facing a tall, armored redhead a few arms' lengths away. Miquelon Gautier had wild, blood-red hair and a handsome face, irregardless of the massive scar across his nose and cheek, but that was where his similarities to Sylvain ended. He wore heavy armor not wholly unlike Gilbert's, and his lips were curved into a thunderous, hateful scowl. He carried himself like an angry drunk, bull-headed, aggressive, spoiling for a fight. Clutched in his right hand, was what could only be the Lance of Ruin. The first thing Byleth thought upon seeing the sacred relic of the Gautier family was that she thought she saw the barbs on it twitching. Her nerves were clearly still shot to be seeing such things. The lance glowed with a light that seemed eerie against the torches and the flashes of lightning through the window, like, and yet unlike the sword she now clutched in her hand. "I know that face," Miklon muttered, glaring at Ingrid. "So, the marriage bait is still playing at being a knight, huh?" There's a laugh. Marriage bait. That was the second time she'd heard that phrase thrown around recently. "What do you know?" Ingrid retorted angrily, gripping the lance. "The childhood bully has grown up into a bigger menace. You were always a self-centered, selfish man, Miklon, but this has gone too far." Miklon sneered. "All I've done is take back my birthright. I was father's firstborn child. But just because that lazy, good-for-nothing layabout had a demmed crest, he was handed everything without a care. Never mind that he'll run all into the ground while he chases after any girl that'll sit still long enough. At least Sylvain has never tried to murder family." Ingrid shot back. Whatever his faults, he was never so childish as to endanger the lands he believed belonged to him to avenge a slight. "You don't get to mouth off to me, Ingrid. Not while you're still deluding yourself. Do you really think your venerable father is going to let you, a noble girl with a crest, but anything other than some rich old man's bedwarmer?" "Ah yes," Claude said dryly. "However could Lord Gautier have disowned a man with such a charming personality as you?" "Shut up," Miklon snapped. "After all, you've showed the ability to solve your problems with murder, theft, and more murder, so clearly you're qualified to balance books, oversee harvests, and negotiate for trade goods. You have such a personable aura, there's no way you would alienate any and every potential ally after spending a few hours with them. Your ability to steal the lance also proves that you absolutely have a good mind for consequences beyond a couple of days' time. I just can't imagine why he thought Sylvain would make a better lord." Claude shrugged and glanced at her. "What do you think, Teach?" "Shut up." Miklon charged forward, lance at the ready. "Geez, some people just can't take a joke," Claude said with an exaggerated sigh. Byleth rolled her eyes and threw herself forward to meet the armored thief. She didn't want Ingrid or Claude getting within range of the lance, even if Miklon didn't have the crest necessary to bring out its full power. The lance crashed against the sword, a horrible sense of wrong prickled at the back of her mind, but she shoved it aside, pushing the weapons to the side and jumping back to avoid a retaliatory swing. Miklon's fighting style was aggressive and untrained. His father must have given him only a basic weapons education after Sylvain was born. Byleth dodged past another strike and ducked, allowing Ingrid to throw a javelin at Miklon's head. The man jerked backward, and Claude followed that up with a couple of arrows. Most of them bounced off the armor, but one of them jammed in the plating near his shoulder. Miklon growled, swinging the lance at her face. Byleth jumped back nimbly. If he had any hope of outspeeding her, the armor destroyed it. As she led him in a circle, she knew without a doubt that she could dance hoops around him without worrying. What they needed, however, was to somehow get him to drop the lance. She didn't have much hope of capturing or otherwise subduing him as long as he held it. "Pest!" their enemy shouted as Ingrid's Pegasus darted overhead, its hooves narrowly missing his head. "Coward!" Byleth snorted and launched the sword at him. She debated switching to her bow for a moment, try and shoot out his eyes, but discarded it. She needed an answer to the lance. Claude shot at him again, making sure to keep Byleth between himself and the homicidal disowned son. Miklon cursed and swore, but they were quickly wearing him down. Had Rhea said anything about whether his surrender was desired above his death, or at all? Byleth didn't remember anything of the sort, though after what happened with Lonato, well, she wanted to bear it in mind, even as she became fully convinced that Sylvain's brother would never willingly come quietly. They clashed again, and then Miklon jumped back. The lance in his hand pulsed violently, and again, something felt wrong. Intensely wrong. Byleth chalked it up to worry about her students, who were making enough noise to comfort her that Gilbert was keeping them safe and organized, but it persisted nonetheless. "Not bad for your kind," Miklon sneered, "a bunch of spoiled rotten children." The lance pulsed again. Byleth heard Suthi's murmur, "Can you feel that?" That's when it happened. A number of his gang rushed up the platform, her students hot on their heels. Just as they arrived, the lance flared with light one final time, and this time, Miklon flinched. "Huh," he muttered, looking down at his hand. A sphere/gem/stone within the lance, a visible, carved heart within the weapon, something the lance had in common with Thunderbrand, began to glow, then blaze with light, and tendrils of thick black liquid oozed out. It spread through the air like a living shadow, wrapping around Miklón's arm and completely engulfing it. What? What the hell? The redhead gasped, clawing at the black ink shadow on his arm, but the gesture was meaningless. It merely swept onward, the blackness splashing across his chest, down his legs, and up his shoulders toward his neck. Miklón started to scream and thrash, trying to let go of the lance, trying to shake it off, then finally just screamed and screamed as the ink climbed up over his mouth and into his eyes. What the hell? Claude whispered, barely audible right behind her. Goddess, Gilbert gasped, clanking up next to her. Byleth merely watched in mute shock and growing alarm as the shadow that was once Miklón grew before her eyes. It stretched, twisted, ballooned until it was twice its original size, no, 3 times its original size. She heard the bandits babbling a few feet behind her, a few of them breaking rank and fleeing. One of them collapsed to his knees on her right, watching as the shadows suddenly burst apart, bit by bit. But what was revealed to them was not a man. Men did not have massive, stony legs with claws on the tips of their toes. Men did not have a long, spiked tail that thrashed with enough strength to shatter stone and crack the floor of a reinforced building. Men did not have giant, stone-like spines protruding from a back large enough that several people and a horse could comfortably stand upon its length if it lay completely flat upon the floor. Men did not have 2 sets of jagged teeth the length of Byleth's arm, nor did they have blood-red eyes, or a screech that shook the earth. But Miklón was not a man anymore. What stood in his place was a massive reptilian demonic beast. When the last of the shadows broke away, the creature wasted no time moving. One clawed hand lunged forward, snatching the bandit from where he'd fallen on the ground and bringing it up to jaw level. The poor man hardly had time to scream before that massive jaw came down upon his waist, severing his body in half with a sickening crunch. The beast didn't even wait to enjoy its meal. It tossed the bloody legs aside and grabbed a handful of stone torn from the broken pillar. "Everyone get onto the platform!" Byleth shouted, smacking Ingrid's terrified Pegasus on the flank. Training kicked in and it took to the air, allowing her and Claude to run to the side, the stone splintering with a thundering crash on the place where they had been standing. "What is that?" Mercedes cried, horrified. "A demonic beast? Here. How's that possible?" Leonie shouted, her face draining of blood. Isn't that Miklón? Go, go, go!" Byleth screamed at her, grabbing Listhii from where she'd fallen thanks to the shaking floor and hauling her to her feet. "If we want to survive this, we have to flank it. Don't let it drive us into the hallway, but for the love of the goddess everyone keep moving. Don't let it hone in on you." The beast screeched and lashed out with its tail. Ingrid narrowly flew to the right, the impact smashed a giant gouge in the raised platform, narrowly missing Felix, one of the first students to snap out of the horrified shock that had taken hold of them. The beast turned, its eyes panning over Marianne and Ignatz. Byleth chose to attack then, lashing out with the sword and scoring a small hit on its arm. "Loud noises will distract it," she heard Sir Gilbert cry as the beast swiped at her. She jumped back, but the impact caught her in the shock wave, throwing her to the ground. Her teeth rattled on the landing, her stomach ached. "Need to break the magic around it. That will weaken its defenses." That sounded right. Her father had fought beasts before, and maybe she'd only done it once or twice. Gilbert's death scream cut her thoughts off. Byleth shoved herself to her feet and saw the beast's claws come down on him, pounding him down into the ground, pulping him within his armor like a toy in the hands of a careless toddler. Gasping, she closed her eyes and froze time. Standing there in that dark void, her breath coming out in rapid bursts, she desperately tried to remember what tactics her father had spoken of using against these creatures before. Loud noises, concentrated attacks on certain body parts, fire? Ice? No, there was a certain kind of magic he championed, holy magic. Loud noises drew the eye, and if they could break through the magic barrier, they'd be able to win. "Do not panic," Suthies said urgently. "I am with you, and my power is yours. You will prevail as long as you don't lose your wits." She let out a breath, nodded, and turned the clock back to just as she prepared to attack, draw its eyes away from her students. Then she released time, coming back to herself. She launched the blade again, but this time she gave it a flourish that drove the tip of the blade in deeper than before. As the beast swung towards her and raised its hand, she let her momentum and the tip of the blade throw her several feet across the floor, landing on her shoulder, tearing the tip of the blade free, as the claw came down just short of where she'd been standing. Gilbert started giving the orders again, while Byleth shouted for both Lysithea, at her right, and Claude, now separated from her by the beast, to attack at once. The beast roared in annoyance as first the arrows, then the magic prickled at its armor exuhide, its head turned between them once before turning and hurtling a hunk of rock at Claude. Leonie, having picked up Ingrid's javelin, took the chance and threw it at the creature's exposed neck. It bounced off, but the creature staggered a bit and Claude let out a yell, indicating his continued survival. Felix darted forward, his crest flaring to life again as he swung his sword. Byleth's shout to take cover came too late. The tail lashed out and struck him into the stomach, sending him flying off the platform and into the wall with a sickening crunch. She froze time again, turned it back a few precious seconds, then lunged forward. Just as Felix carved a deep, bloody wound into the beast's leg, she tackled him and forced him down. The tail whipped harmlessly over their heads, their enemy screeching in anger over their first meaningful hit on it. Byleth rolled over, picked up her sword and yanked Felix to his feet. He might have thanked her. It was hard to tell over the pandemonium, but she rushed forward again with naught but a small nod of acknowledgement. Lysithea! Remember your faith! She bellowed, ramming her sword into the creature's front leg and praying she'd understand the short sentence. Gratifyingly, the relic did penetrate, though as she tore it free it brought the injured limb up, throwing her back. There was great spike of pain at the back of her head and her vision momentarily went grey. Shouts and yells echoed through the building, but she couldn't hear the words until a golden light filled her image. Got you, Professor, Mercedes panted as her crest washed away the concussion Byleth had just gotten, leaving her no worse for wear. Raphael yelled, incoming, and grabbed Mercedes around the waist. The ashen demon threw herself sideways and rolled onto her knees, dodging the chunk of rock that almost certainly would have killed them both. However, Lysithea did not waste the opportunity. A bright white flare filled her hands, and she threw the glowing sphere at the beast while it was preoccupied. The result was everything Byleth could hope for, a big, gaping black burning hole in the creature's hide, right in the middle of its chest. Felix shot across the floor, picked her up bridal style and carried out of the way of its retaliation. Smiling in relief, Byleth spotted Claude on the other side and waved at him. Keep it distracted from Lysithea. Marianne, Mercedes, help her as much as you can. Claude nodded, and then proceeded to make her grateful that her heart had never given her trouble. He jumped over its tail and then grabbed onto its spiny hide, climbing up its back as though it were a particularly large and angry wyvern. The beast thrashed, twisting his head from side to side as it tried to get a look at the annoyance that immediately drew his new sword and repeatedly stabbed at whatever crack and crevice he could find in its armor. Ingrid. Byleth choked out after a few seconds of wrestling with her uncooperative vocal cords. Lysithea was winding up another spell, while Leonie was leading her horse in a circle before the creature, trying to add to its confusion. Get ready to catch Claude. I'm on it. The blonde veered hard to the right, dodging past the beast's tail and lowering her hand. Claude dug the sword into a particularly sore spot. The creature bucked angrily, and for a second Byleth was horribly certain he was going to be thrown off, then reached up and grabbed her arm moments before Lysithea threw another holy spell at the monstrosity. Use the sword, Suthies said while Marianne frantically healed the wounds Gilbert had sustained blocking the creature's leg to protect Ignatz. Felix grabbed Lysithea, gave her to Leonie who sped on past another attack, then grabbed his sword and ran forward. Use its full power. I am. She protested, preparing to unfurl the blade as Ingrid flew low and dropped Claude off on the ground. Not quite. There is something you can do to burn through its armor. It is in your crest and within this sword. Know what you desire and channel it through the blade, the answer will present itself. The tail crashed into Raphael, sending him sprawling backwards. Mercedes went to help him. Marianne threw a Thoron at the beast to ensure she could reach him and work her magic, however now the blue-haired girl was in danger. And just as Suthies said, the answer came to her. Her crest flared, burned with a power she'd never pulled from it before, and she swung the sword upward with a scream that could only contain pure, honest rage. The effect was instantaneous and dizzying. The magical armor cracked and shattered with a loud shriek, and her blade dug a long, boiling scar across its hide until it struck the base of the beast's front leg, cut clean through it like a hot knife through butter and left the limb crashing to the ground. A loud cheer went up from her students, intermixed with the creature's scream, and then her students, her brave, brilliant students, took advantage of the beast's shock and staggering to unleash absolute hell. Felix was at the front, darting between its remaining legs and slashing at the soft underbelly, his sword blazing with the power of his crest. Marianne threw one Thoron after another, then changed to Blizzard when Ingats and Leone stared firing arrows at the beast's head, hoping to knock out at least one of its eyes. Lorne threw a fire spell and then, grabbing his lance and aiming thoughtfully, threw it at the beast's back leg, serving something that caused it to shriek in pain as it regained its senses. Ingrid, having retrieved her javelin, flew up and around its thrashing tail to throw the weapon at the throat. Instead of bouncing off, it sank in. Gilbert got in front of Lysithea and Ignatz, causing another thrown rock to crash harmlessly against his shield. The white-haired girl took this chance to throw another holy spell, Seraphim. It was Seraphim, goddess she learned so fast it was incredible, burning through a massive chunk of the creature's other forelimb. They were winning, they had this. Claude darted around and raised his bow. He grinned, and she saw a slight golden flare in the shape of the moon before his arrow flew, jamming right into the creature's eye. He grinned and moved, running past Marianne and around toward her. Except she could see its tail coming up, a dying creature's final spite, and she didn't need Suthisa's power to know what it would do to him. She was rushing forward and launched the sword one final time. It cut a clean swath through the tail, giving her a few precious seconds to reach Claude and throw him out of the way before the limb slammed into her. The impact sent her spinning, her head hitting the floor, tumbling end over end until the momentum was spent and she came to a stop, sprawled on her side on the cold stone floor. Her vision was gray and her hearing incoherent. There was a massive crash that rattled the ground beneath her, and then nothing, the distinct noises plaguing her ears fading away. There was a long pause in which she was only aware of her blood pumping, terrible pain, and the ringing in her ears, then a series of small thuds, like rain, only close. She blinked. Something hazy interposed itself above her, a repeated series of sounds echoing in her ears. A warm light surrounded her, then another, two different auras working to the same end. Slowly, her pain went away, her head began to clear, and that dark, hazy figure slowly solidified into a pair of wide, worried emerald green eyes. Teach, Claude gasped out. There was a note of fear in his voice. Those green eyes were worried and angry and guilty all at once, and for some reason the first thing that passed through Bylitha's mind was how handsome Honestly was on that face. Can you hear me? Can you understand this? Are you okay? She whispered, tilting her head and trying to assess his well-being. Claude choked, and gave her a most incredulous look mixed with relief and a dozen other things that went by in a flash. Am I okay? He repeated, flabbergasted. Teach, you're the one who just, why would you do something so stupidly heroic? What were you thinking? That damn near split your skull open, why dash? Are you okay? Byleth repeated. She couldn't hear the beast. He looked dirty, his clothes were in tatters, but if he was hurt she couldn't tell from where she was lying. That's, you. It was, decidedly odd, seeing Claude fumbling for words. His green eyes flashed, and he lifted her up with arm under her shoulders as he stared, trying to decide if he was angry at her or just bewildered. Her father had given her those looks before, but never like this. Byleth had never felt anything quite like what those eyes were stirring somewhere deep inside her. I'm fine, Teach, but seriously, you were just dash. Everyone else? Is everyone okay? We're fine, Professor. Mercedes said softly, kneeling and placing a hand on Byleth's forehead. Everyone's alive. The beast, its body is gone, but Miklon and the lance remain. No one, touch it. Not if you don't have a crest. That was the reason for this. She knew it in her bones. That was why the crestless could not unlock the power of the relics. Yes, of course, Felix snapped, appearing somewhere over her right. Never mind that right now, damn it. You're still hurt and Mercedes and Marianne's magic is weak after constant casting. Just lie there and don't bloody move. It's over, for now. Good, she said softly. Good. Claude gazed down at her, anger and relief warring in his eyes. She regretted upsetting him so much, but she was too grateful he was unharmed to be particularly repentant. He was her charge and her friend. She would do it again if she had to. A friend, yes, that must be why the honest emotion in his eyes was making her feel so warm. Chapter 13. Byleth looked around the narrow hall of the restaurant, curiosity in her eyes. It was something that, once Dmitri noticed it, he couldn't stop noticing, watching for it. He almost felt like a stalker, watching her face and her eyes so frequently to catch those flickers of warmth, of softness. But he couldn't help himself. This is nice, she remarked, turning back to him. How did you find out about it? Ash was raving about it a few months back, he responded with a grin. I thought that if I was going to thank you properly, I should take you somewhere that had been highly recommended. The professor smiled faintly for a brief moment. Ash thought it was good? That's high praise, coming from the boy who started feeding us a few weeks back. She tilted her head. I thought he was looking more upbeat the last few days. Do you think he's feeling a bit more like himself? Yes. Though I hesitate to say that he's shaken off his grief, his enthusiasm is trickling back in. He offered her his hand, and when she took it with a bemused look, he led her toward the bar. Raphael was right, keeping him busy doing something he loved helped. Byleth nodded, taking a seat with a small wince. Are you still in pain, Professor? Dmitri asked, worried, as he sat next to her. She shook her head slightly. No, I'm just a bit stiff. It's been a while since I've taken bad injuries in a fight that couldn't be healed right away. Thank you. Dmitri frowned, though his would-be questions were interrupted by a waiter approaching them. He smiled, took the offered menu and scanned through it, his mind only party on the dishes available. It wasn't as if he'd notice much of a difference from one to another. This was a gift for Byleth, and hopefully a reprieve from her work. Especially in the wake of the last mission. There had been nothing quite so unnerving as seeing Claude keeping Byleth steady with a hand on her arm as the Golden Deer, along with Ingrid, Mercedes, and Felix, scrambled back into the monastery a few days ago. Felix was carrying the Lance of Ruin, holding it slightly away from him as if wary that it would spontaneously catch fire. Almost as soon as they were inside the entrance hall, Bishop Seath and Professor Manuela had approached seemingly from nowhere, Manuela helping Byleth to the infirmary while Seath led the class off to speak to Rhea, over the group's initial protests and brief but obvious desire to stay at their professor's side. Dmitri went to visit Byleth, still reeling at the fact that the seemingly invincible mercenary had been sufficiently injured that she was still experiencing phantom pain despite Mercedes and Marianne's best work. While Manuela had initially allowed him to linger while she examined Byleth, she shushed him when he tried to ask what happened, saying that the Archbishop needed to speak to the professor before she disclosed anything. Dmitri was left floundering and disturbed, because even the aftermath of Lord Lonato's rebellion hadn't come with a gag order. Attempting to speak to Sir Gustav, Sir Gilbert, had done nothing to enlighten him. The older man, still not quite acknowledging that he recognized the prince he'd trained throughout his childhood, only said that there were unexpected events that occurred at the tower. When Ingrid, Felix, and Mercedes were released an hour later, they informed him that Lady Rhea had told them to keep what happened during the mission a secret. However, late in the evening Claude had tracked him down to the training grounds and filled him in on the whole story. If the tale hadn't been what it was, Dmitri would have been flabbergasted by the brunette's audacity, immediately and flagrantly disobeying the Archbishop under her own roof. But the story told was more than enough to distract him from that. The lance transforming Miklon into a demonic beast. Byleth's brush with death while protecting Claude. The first thought in Dmitri's mind afterwards was incredible gratitude that she had refused to bring Sylvain along for the battle. The second was utter disbelief that the holy relics handed down by the goddess could inflict such a horrific fate on a wielder, even one so unworthy. Claude's emerald green eyes flashed with challenge, frustration, unhappiness, anger. You don't believe me? No, I do believe you, he said honestly, even in the midst of his shock. As bizarre and horrific as the story was, it perfectly explained why Byleth had been so badly injured, and why Felix had been so visibly uneasy carrying the lance. It's just hard to fathom. Some of the stories attached to Eridbar are bleak, given their circumstances, but I've never read or heard anything even hinting at this. Claude put a hand in his pocket, that strangely defensive expression lingering rather than instantly disappearing behind his usual smile. Well, given that Rhea made us all swear not to breathe a word about it, I can imagine why. Lady Rhea, Dimitri corrected him, frowning. Really, Claude, I know you're frustrated and worried about the professor, but you need to address the Archbishop respectfully. Claude closed his eyes for a moment, head tilted up to the ceiling. Right. Sorry. Had he ever seen Claude stressed out, aside from that awful altercation with that knight? He honestly couldn't recall. Pick a weapon, my friend, Dimitri said, gesturing to the rack on the far wall. I'd be happy to help you burn out some tension. The brunette jerked slightly and stared at him for a moment, surprise plain in his eyes. Then he let out a small chuckle and said, "Oh, if you were but a bit less stoic serious." Before the prince could ask what he meant by that, the brunette headed toward the weapons. I think I'll use a sword this time. I wouldn't want you getting too familiar with my fighting style, after all. Dimitri. Byleth's voice brought him back to the present. He gave her an apologetic smile and glanced down at the menu again. Is something on your mind? Ah, it's nothing. He picked a Fairgus-style omelette, writing the name down under her choice of a soup and salad. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps that's a bit silly. She shook her head, blue eyes sparkling warmly. It's not silly at all, I'm grateful. I've fought demonic beasts before, but I'd never seen a human transform into one. I was terribly unprepared. Her expression fell. It was a narrow fight. It was as if everything I knew about killing one flew right out of my head. I'd never lost my wits in a fight before. She glanced aside. There were several moments where she paused abruptly, then murmured, well, I was rather afraid. A few months ago the admission would have greatly startled him, but now he knew her better than that. I don't think anyone who ever went into battle was without fear. I certainly wasn't. After all, how can you fight for your life and the lives of others if you aren't afraid to die? Byleth's eyes flickered. I'd never thought of it that way. But then again, I'm not a normal human. I don't think that's it at all, Dimitri retorted earnestly. You've never had to worry about the other members of Geralt's mercenaries, have you? I'm sure you've had to escort civilians at one point or another, but there's a difference between keeping someone out of a fight entirely and watching out for a friend on the battlefield. I know that better than anyone. Your father and the other mercenaries are all seasoned veterans. But we're different, we're less experienced, so you have to watch out for us more than you would otherwise. You feel responsible for us, both as our instructor and as a friend. She blinked at him, startled. He ran a hand through his hair and smiled sheepishly. Ah, I hope that wasn't too forward of me. I know you're my superior, but you're such a caring and constant presence I often forget that. I don't mind, Byleth said blankly. It's just, she seemed to stumble over herself for a moment, I was a little surprised, that's all. By what? For a moment it looked like she wouldn't answer him. Then she said, being called a friend. She fidgeted with her fork. I've always been Geralt's girl to the other mercenaries. They like me well enough, but I'd hesitate to say any of them consider me a friend. It would be closer to say that I was the odd child they took turns looking after. There is also my condition, for lack of a better word. When I met you, Claude and Edelgard, it was the first time I could remember when someone wasn't intimidated, disturbed, or afraid of me. How terrible, Dimitri looked down at his hands. To feel so alone in the world, he shook his head. You're a very strong person, Professor. I can't imagine I would survive, cut off from all forms of companionship. To be honest, I hadn't truly understood before. Byleth's response startled him. When his eyes met her blue orbs, suddenly sharp and blazing blue like the midday sun upon the ocean, a hot bubbly sensation took hold in his stomach. How could I? It's like a blind person not grasping the concept of sight. I knew that people felt things, happiness and sadness and wonder and glee, all of it, but no matter how much I watched, listened, and waited, I couldn't make sense of any of it. Feelings, emotions, they were all locked away in some dark prison deep within my mind, or perhaps my soul. She folded her hands on the table. Yet being here, with Claude, with you, with everyone, it's as if suddenly my eyes are opening. And I can't quite see past the sunlight. It's overwhelming. I see, Dmitri said, swallowing a bit and hoping he wasn't blushing under her stare. Well, I know I can't truly understand what you're experiencing right now, but I hope that I can help. Byleth favored him with a small smile, leaning forward and looking at him with a softer, but still warm intent gaze. You're so earnest and kind, sometimes I can't help but wonder if you stepped off the page of one of Ash's nightly fables. It's almost hard to believe you're real. I have met vanishingly few men like you, Dmitri Alexander bladded. The prince felt himself blush hotly, only the timely arrival of their food saved him from stammering like a schoolboy and embarrassing himself. As Sylvain was so often happy to remind him, he never knew what to do with himself when faced with a beautiful warrior. Any intelligent thoughts he possessed immediately abandoned him. He hurriedly pretended to be immensely interested in his food, afraid she'd see straight through to his heart if he met those eyes a moment longer. It wasn't surprising, really. The culture of Faerghus and his own feelings toward knighthood and marriage had strongly led Dmitri to desire a partner who was compassionate, iron-willed, and capable of fighting multiple enemies at once. Had it not been Byleth's stoic to the point of being eerie demeanor back when they first met, he honestly thought he might have made her a clumsy offer of courtship immediately after she finished saving them from those bandits. Even now he felt himself drawn to her, like a moth to a flickering flame. If only I had but a fraction of Claude's confidence and wit, he thought idly. How are those boys doing? Byleth asked after a few minutes of companionable silence. I'm sorry I slept through the last lesson you gave them. Oh, don't apologize, your recovery is just as important. I was able to manage them, though they did tell me they were missing you. Dmitri grinned, remembering the eldest orphan's clear and obvious mimicry of the professor's combat stance. I'm grateful that you're continuing to help me teach them, Professor. I know how busy you are. She nodded, wearing another small smile. The gesture was so tentative, as if she wasn't sure she was moving her lips correctly. It was strangely endearing. I enjoy sparring with you, she said lightly. There aren't many people strong enough to put me on my guard. Is that so? He chuckled. I've studied the sword for some time now, but your skill with a blade and intuition in a fight is something else entirely. A thought floated up in his mind, one he'd dismissed a few times before, persistent, though less accusatory now. This time, he finally felt comfortable enough to speak it. Speaking of which, there's something else I was hoping to ask you. Her curious gaze emboldened him. Were you reconciled with the reality of battle in your first foray? With killing, that is. Byleth's lips parted with surprise. She seemed to start to say something, then abruptly think the better of it. She looked down at her hands, thinking furiously, before finally saying, I thought I was. But the first time I killed a man. He was a bandit, turned to pillaging after many bad harvests. He thought I was one of the village children, and came up to scare me away with his axe. I'm not sure he would have gone through with hurting me, if that was all I was. But I killed him, and I remember thinking, that couldn't be all. It should take more than the flick of a wrist to end a life, to destroy everything a person was. But there it was. A life bled out into the dirt in the blink of an eye, he was gone too quickly for remorse to save him. Her fingers idled with her spoon, stirring the still warm soup. It troubled me so much, I asked my father if he had deserved to die. I'll never forget what he said. She looked at him with a sad, serious expression. Perhaps. There are many who died who deserved to live, as there are those who live who deserve to die. Can you give that to them? A person should never be too quick to dole out death in judgment. Turning the spoon over once more, she took another bite before saying, whenever I cut down an enemy, it's never a choice I make lightly. I subdue my opponents when I can, but in battle you will have to decide, again and again, what you're willing and able to live with. If I must kill in order to protect you and my students, I'll bear that burden. If there's another way, if risky, I would think it worth pursuing. The answer will likely never be easy, but you have to find one whenever you carry the sword. She ducked her head a bit, the gesture oddly shy. Does that make any sense? Dmitri nodded. His throat felt dangerously tight. He took a hopefully unobtrusive calming breath and said, I see. Byleth tilted her head a bit, one hand coming up to her cheek. It's hard for you, isn't it? Yes. He had no qualms admitting that. I do not carry that burden well. I doubt that will change, regardless of what comes. I would trust a king who abhors killing far more than one who doesn't, Byleth said simply. The moment men and women with power stop considering life sacred, terrible things are lying in wait for both their neighbors and their own people. Thank you, Dmitri murmured. Of course, we cannot stand idly by and allow anyone to commit senseless acts of violence. But in dispensing what we believe to be justice, we extinguish the lives of beloved friends and family. His hands tightened. As a king, I must be willing to do anything for my people, even kill. But still, there are times when I'm chilled by the viciousness I'm capable of. More than you could possibly know. Byleth's eyes softened. I understand. Sometimes I'm afraid of myself as well. The admission made his heart jump, feelings of compassion and joy and relief and affection all tangling up in each other as they fought for control of his tongue. That you feel the same is more comforting than you could know. Her pale, slender hand slid over his and squeezed gently. Her skin was cool in spite of the heat within the restaurant. Sometimes when Dmitri glanced over at the deer's table, he could see Hilda holding Mary Ann's hand this way while she rambled on about this thing or another. I'm glad. The professor's voice was a little shy, but serious as ever. Dmitri smiled a little helplessly, and not for the first time was beset by a streak of jealousy toward Claude. If only I had known how best to win you over back then, he thought ruefully. If you were my professor. This soup is really good, Byleth remarked softly, taking another drink. I think I'll ask Ash how he found this place. He goes into town often, Dmitri recalled with a fond smile. I'm fairly certain all the shopkeepers recognize him at this point. I do believe Miss Anna ran away the last time we went to get our weapons repaired at the forge. Byleth choked on her drink and coughed a few times. Someone ran away from Ash. She repeated blankly. Someone ran away from Ash. Our Ash. Dmitri couldn't help but laugh. It's a strange mental image, isn't it? Apparently his bartering skills are such that he convinced her to part with goods at half the price she usually sticks to. She's been wary of him ever since. The professor burst into a small giggle fit, shaking her head. It was such a restrained sound, Dmitri wished she was comfortable within her skin, that she could laugh without a care. Even with the grief he borne since the tragedy weighing heavily on his mind, he couldn't imagine being cut off from everything that reminded him he was alive. With their troubles put to rest for now, the rest of the meal passed with comfortable small talk. Byleth asked him questions about the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, having overheard Caspar and Hubert talking about it. Dmitri tried to explain, but accidentally derailed it into a history lesson about the King of Lions and Faergus's war for independence against the Empire. She seemed fascinated by the stories, however, which was a little embarrassing in how pleased it made him. She's a professor, he scolded himself when he felt himself blushing at her curiosity. If you're not careful, you could land her in serious trouble. There were mutters here and there that Byleth was unprofessionally close to the deer as it was. He did pay for the meal over Byleth's protests, however. It's getting cooler, Byleth murmured when they left the restaurant. A glorious sunset was painting the sky red and gold, with only a few clouds blocking a view worthy of a painting. Or perhaps I just got used to the oven. No, I think you're right. Dmitri said, adjusting his sweater. Winter creeps closer by the day. Byleth hummed in agreement, looking up at the sky as they began to head back to the monastery. The cats in the courtyard market seemed to migrate toward her feet as one when they approached the stairs. Byleth let out a rueful sigh and began digging through her pack for food, indicating that he could go on ahead as she knelt in this circle of feline admirers. The sight was so odd and adorable, the ashen demon, tenderly feeding and playing with cats, that he couldn't help but look back a few times as he made his way up to the door. A flash of purple caught the corner of his eye as he pushed the doors to the monastery open. Curious, Dmitri turned around to see Bernadetta Varley shuffling along the wall. He so rarely saw the purple-haired girl outside of her room that his first instinct was that something must be wrong, so he stood in the doorway and listened like an eavesdropping child. "Oh, Bernadetta. Is something the matter?" "Professor." "Oh, it's, your class, that is." There was a pause, an audible gulp, and then, "Can he ho in your class?" What? "See, can I join your class?" The poor girl sounded like she was on the verge of passing out from sheer anxiety. "Please." That's, sure." Had he ever heard Byleth sound so confused? "I'm not sure how to proceed, but, yes. Certainly. Yes." Bernadetta gasped, clasping her hands together. "Thank you so much. This will be so much better." A sound like the shuffling of feet. "I don't know why, but I feel so much more comfortable around you." "Your Highness." Dmitri jumped and turned to face the postman, sheepish that he'd been caught. The man shook his head and gave the prince a letter, one that bore a noble's seal, one that he'd seen recently, as a matter of fact. The pleasant feelings of the afternoon fled, replaced with grim wariness. "This arrived for you from Western Faergus." "Thank you," Dmitri said quietly. He headed off toward the noble's dorms in the name of reading it in private, though he had a sneaking suspicion he already knew the contents. If it was what he thought, he would need a plan. "I see." Lady Rhea's expression was grave. "To think such a small and hopeless rebellion would be met with such overwhelming retaliation, I would have thought the lords of Faergus would act with more compassion." She shook her head and clasped her hands in prayer. "Enough blood has been shed in Dusker for one lifetime. You have my permission, and my blessing, to make the journey, along with anyone willing to support you." Dmitri bowed low, relieved. "Thank you, your worship." Lady Rhea smiled, though the gesture was fleeting. There was old sorrow in her eyes now. "I think you are very brave to take this upon yourself, Prince Dmitri. Dusker is a place of great sorrow for you, not everyone is strong enough to face that." "It's true. The thought of going back there makes me sick. I don't think I'll be returning to the place where it happened, but I know it won't be far away. It has to be done. I cannot abide meaningless, avoidable deaths. Had I not known what would happen if I did not make the attempt, I would rather flee from any thought of the land." "You owe them this," Glenn reminded him. "You couldn't stop the lords then, but you can stop them now." "Indeed. You will make a fine king in time, my child. May the goddess watch over you." "Will she? The goddess must know what I am in my heart. Will she truly reach out her hand to someone with such darkness inside him?" He didn't ask that aloud, for all that the question was so frequently on the tip of his tongue. Instead he accepted the dismissal with an inclined head and left the upper chapel at a brisk walk, intending to find Didu and then the rest of his classmates. It was a week-long journey to Dusker, and a week back, they would have to pack extensively and bring money for inns. Hanuman would deal with the latter, and there were enough horses to accommodate his classmates, especially since Ingrid had her own Pegasus, but it did mean they had to leave sooner rather than later, so collecting what they needed had to start now. "And once we get there," he thought ruefully, "I'm going to have to figure out how to dramatically arrive as the requested reinforcements, yet still undermine that man by releasing any Dusker warrior we defeat." Didu was a creature of habit. If he wasn't in his room, or studying in the Blue Lion's classroom, he was most likely in the greenhouse. With that in mind, Dmitri went to speak with Hanuman first so his professor could get started on getting the funds together. He walked up to Hanuman's office and was more than a little surprised when the door swung open and slammed into him. He stumbled backwards with a yelp, his back hitting the stone wall. The culprit let out a noise of surprise as she surged into the hall and stepped around to the door to stare at him. "Oh. Dmitri." Lysathea sputtered, the storm of rage in her face dimming a bit into shock and embarrassment. "I didn't think you were. I totally just opened the door in your face, didn't I?" She scrambled to his side and grabbed his face in her hands, examining him cautiously. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" "Yes, of course," Dmitri managed when he got over the shock, gently prying her fingers away. "I just wasn't expecting that." "I can't believe I did that," Lysathea mumbled, her cheeks rapidly turning red. "Mom'll have a heart attack." Her voice took on a faux enthusiastic tone. My dearest mother and father, today I had ice cream for lunch and I brained the Prince of Faerghus with a door. I guess tomorrow I'll trip and spill hot soup on the future emperor so none of the three most important heirs on the continent feel left out. Come now, you've done me no harm. Dmitri insisted, releasing her hand and trying for a reassuring smile. I wonder what's upset her so much. It's none of my business, but perhaps I should try to divert her attention from whatever she's killing in her mind. Ingrid has done worse. Why, just a year ago she washed one of the hallways of House Galta and didn't warn Sylvain and I when we came to visit. He chuckled. Sylvain ran in to see her, slipped on the damp stone, and cracked his head on the wall. He was unconscious for half a mark until one of the castle staff came back with a healer. The white-haired girl let out a startled laugh, clapping a hand over her mouth. Really? She asked, her obvious anger and distress receding further in the face of that mental image. Oh, that's amazing. So I should just lure him to a recently cleaned hall the next time he hits on Professor Byleth. If you wish, Dmitri said easily to hide the stab on irritation the thought of Sylvain flirting with Byleth gave him. Am I to understand you've hit Claude with a door too? No. Lysithea said, looking mightily indigent. I hit him with a textbook and that doesn't count because he deserved it. He laughed a little at that because even he had heard Claude teasing Lysithea over her attempts to appear mature. Somehow, I don't doubt it. Lysithea grinned in turn, relaxing. Of course, Claude's head is thick enough it wouldn't do him any harm. Ha! Lysithea cackled. I like you. Good luck with Haneman. She scampered off at that, glancing at him over her shoulder before rounding the corner. Dimitri's smile grew a tad rueful. It's amazing how Claude and his classmates seem so happy and at ease, even when they hint at the burdens they are carrying. How do they do that? Is it something about how the Alliance looks at the world? Or is it just something about them? Giving his head a shake, he walked through the door to speak with Haneman. His professor looked quite chagrined and a little stunned. Clearly something had happened with Lysithea that the older man was reeling over. Fortunately that meant Dimitri's request was a ready and desired distraction, so he began to crunch the numbers and take notes over a map. Haneman was well-traveled, as benefited a long-lived crest scholar, so he knew his way around the continent. While he'd never been to Dusker, he'd traveled near it. There were a few inns along the way that he'd had experience with, letting him help plot out a quick route. With that settled, Dmitri left to go find Didu. Taking the stairs down to the first floor and heading to the front hall gave Dmitri a small surprise. Didu was lingering in the hall, his posture more rigid than usual. Perhaps most wouldn't notice the difference, given how his friend held himself, but he could tell in the stiffness of the other boy's shoulders how worried he was. What surprised him was that he wasn't the only person who'd noticed. Byleth and Claude were both standing by, the former clearly asking after Didu's troubles. Your Highness, Didu greeted as he made his way down the stairs. There was an edge to his voice, whether it relief or hope he wasn't certain. You've returned. Sorry to keep you waiting, Didu. He glanced at Byleth and Claude. Byleth's stoicism had softened enough to show a bit of concern, while Claude had his arms crossed and wearing a thoughtful, carefully observant expression. Professor, would you? He paused, and then, with an odd thought seizing him, shook his head. Well actually, if you don't mind Didu, would you hear this as well? I don't mind, Didu rumbled, though he gave Claude an uneasy side-eye. Didu is already aware, but there has been an uprising in the Dusker region, in the western part of the kingdom. Dmitri stated. Saying the words out loud brought a terrible sinking feeling in his stomach, as if his voice had made it real. There is. Byleth asked uneasily. Claude didn't say anything, but his expression immediately became grim. Why now? Dmitri hesitated. For a traveling mercenary, Byleth was oddly sheltered and, dare he say it, naive. There were many things that most took for granted that she simply didn't seem to be aware of. Had Sir Gerald been so desperate to keep away from the church those years when he raised her that he kept her all but cut off from Fodlan itself? Didu, would you like me to explain? No. It is fine. Didu turned to face Byleth, severe and straight-faced as ever. I am from Dusker. It lies just beyond the mountains on the northwestern border of Faerghus. But the people of Dusker no longer live there. The tragedy displaced everyone. Claude said, visibly startled. He winced at Dida's scowl. I hadn't realized it was so complete. Everyone. If Dmitri hadn't known what he did about the brunette, he probably would have missed the hint of empathy, and of fear, in his voice. The land was burnt to ashes by the army of Faergus, Dida responded simply. Those who did not die in the flames were driven from their homes to the mountains. There is little, if anything, that remains standing of the Dusker of old. He closed his eyes. This was our punishment for the crime of regicide. Byleth slowly pivoted and stared at Dmitri. It took everything he had not to flinch. Faergus did this? She asked, faint and almost disbelieving. He didn't know how to respond. What could he say? That in his first true test as prince, he'd failed to control his own people? Claude's gaze flickered over to him, emerald eyes serious, and he minutely shook his head, somehow both hearing and disagreeing with Dimitri's thoughts. It's not your fault, the other teen had said that fateful night in the greenhouse. He couldn't truly believe it, yet some small part of him clung to that lifeline with both hands. In the wake of the murder of their beloved king, Dida noted, though his voice was even as ever. Dmitri knew he didn't consider that a just reason, neither of them did, but there would be a time and a place for that. Now, the barren expanse that was once the heart of Dusker is controlled by a kingdom noble. But Dusker survivors, such as myself, still exist outside the region. This uprising is most likely the work of said survivors, seeking to reclaim their homeland. There was something in Claude's expression that suggested he thought that was perfectly fair, but instead he said, so what's going to happen? I take it they can't muster a force that could really compete with the kingdom's army. Not in the scattered state they're in. Dmitri nodded. A message was sent from Viscount Kleiman to the kingdom capital and the church. He's the one who rules there as of present. He wondered if his vehement dislike of the man, racist, petty and incompetent that he was, made its way into his tone despite his best efforts, because Byleth was frowning at him in concern. For now, the lords surrounding the Dusker region are sending their armies to help suppress the uprising. However, you're not afraid they'll fail? Byleth said in understanding. You're afraid of what will happen if they succeed? Dmitri swallowed hard. She'd hit upon the precise fear that was buzzing at the back of his skull without rest, the words felt like knives digging into his lungs. Yes. My greatest fear now is that there will be more unwarranted death. He gave his head a shake. If the kingdom's army and the rebel forces collide, there's no doubt in my mind that the rebels will be annihilated. And, it could be worse than even that. It could turn into complete and bloody chaos for both sides. Dida shut his eyes, pained. Which brings me to my news, Dmitri continued stoically, placing a supportive hand on his friend's shoulder. I have received the permission I requested from the Archbishop. The Blue Lions are going to Dusker? Byleth asked. Yes. Us, and anyone I can convince to join on my mad crusade, Dmitri said with a faint grin. Both Sir Catherine and Sir Shamir have returned from their last mission, so I hope to convince at least one of them to help. So we may go. Dida said hopefully. Yes, he said firmly, before looking at Byleth. Professor, if you'd be willing to ask Captain Geralt to accompany us, I would greatly appreciate that. Not only would his being there lend me a bit more legitimacy as the reinforcements, but having the strongest man who ever lived helping would take a load off my mind. Byleth opened her mouth, paused, and then gave Claude a meaningful look. The brunette grinned at her, nodded, and then put his hands behind his head. We can do one better than that, can't we teach? She smiled at him and nodded. Claude pivoted toward Dmitri and said, Lawrence could use some exercise anyway. Otherwise he'll never stop complaining about the training regime. What? Dida said blankly. We'll come along too, Claude responded easily, as if there was nothing absurd and ridiculous about a rival house spontaneously dropping everything they were doing in order to assist the Blue Lions on an extremely dangerous 2-week extracurricular. You're picking up anyone you can get your hands on, right? Consider us bought. I'll go bang on the Golden Deer dorms and see how many of them are interested. He casually turned around and walked toward the dining hall without waiting for a response. I'll leave your father to you, Teach. Let me know if you need a little help with sweet talking. Byleth rolled her eyes fondly. Very funny, she said with a little smile. Is he serious? Didu asked, and if Dmitri wasn't so utterly taken by surprise himself, he might have been amused by how blindsided his normally stoic friend was. He so rarely acts it, but yes. Byleth said with a soft smile. Claude values life a great deal, I don't think he would have been comfortable not inviting himself along. Dmitri scrambled for an intelligent response for a couple of seconds before getting his thoughts in order. I'm grateful for the offer, Professor, but do you and your students not have responsibilities here for the duration? Nothing that can't be postponed, Byleth said with a shrug. Everyone has passed their intermediate exams, and we haven't been given an end-of-month mission. I see no reason we can't offer you all the help we can give. Her eyes darkened. Especially for something this important. Didu blinked, shook his head, and then bowed. You have my most sincere gratitude, he rumbled, warmth and reverence usually reserved for Dmitri himself in his voice. And mine as well, Dmitri said. The words felt completely inadequate compared to the rush of warmth the offer had given him, but they were all he had. Dmitri felt he could have been knocked over by a feather when he entered the stables to find the entire Golden Deer house discussing travel accommodations. He'd expected maybe one or two to join in on Claude's harebrained choice to help his dangerous plan. To see all of them there was humbling, to say the least. Catherine was leaning against a stall, talking to Sir Gerald while he worked on saddling his horse. Hannaymen was saying something to Byleth, who nodded attentively as she groomed the mane of a young Pegasus that had been brought to the stable a few weeks ago. A number of the mercenaries Dmitri recognized from that day in the woods were milling about, several of them handing out weapons from an old trunk. A startled Marianne was protesting the gift of a Levensword from a stately young woman with a nasty scar on her shoulder. Next to her, Bernadetta was staring at the short sword in her hands as though expecting it to come to life. Lysithea adjusted the strap of the steel shield over her back and eyed the knife she'd been given with a degree of uncertainty. Ingats fumbled with the forged iron sword before buckling it to his belt. A priestess walked over to Mercedes and offered her a staff carved with runes, a magic staff, or a healing one. Dmitri knew both were handed out by the church, but he could never tell them apart. Cyril was there as well, looking a little intimidated by the warriors he was surrounded with. The young boy fiddled with his bow, the axe he'd been given upon entering Byleth's class banging against his leg. Claude was talking to an indigent-looking Ingrid. Given that his expression was wavering between exasperation and bemusement, Dmitri thought it prudent to go and rescue him from his well-meaning but frequently overbearing friend. I can't believe you're all coming, he told the brunette, putting a hand on Ingrid's shoulder. She huffed a bit before walking off to tend to her mount. How in the world did you spin missing at least 2 weeks of regular instruction for going on this med quest into something desirable? Claude shot him a playful smirk. The same way I always do, he replied cheerfully. With the ease of long practice. Dmitri huffed out a laugh. Edelgard might be right, you are a con man, he said incredulously. Hey, I resent that. Being a con man implies I don't follow through on my promises. I swear to you right now, Mitya, I always follow through on my word. The brunette smirked. I consider that a point of pride, as a matter of fact. And something flashed through those emerald orbs that left Dmitri with no recourse but to believe him. I'll have to remember that, he said with a mildness he didn't quite feel. I gotta admit, I surprised myself when Bernadetta agreed to come, Claude remarked casually, glancing back in the purple-haired girl's direction. She kind of looks like she'll be regretting it in a few days, but she agreed to come. Usually only the threat of starvation is enough to make her leave her room. Well, I hope she'll be all right. Dmitri muttered. It will be difficult to turn around once we leave. You might want to make it clear she can change her mind before then. Yeah, you're right. He shrugged. I'll remind Teach, though I'm not sure I'll need to. Claude looked up and down the stalls inside. Ah, we're going to have to double up. Isn't Sylvain training on horseback? Yes, though he hopes to transition to a wyvern eventually. What do you know? He does have some good tastes. Before Dmitri could make a surprised comment, he hadn't taken Claude for a sky worshipper. That's what Sylvain had always called Ingrid's love of flying and Pegasi, and most wyvern riders he'd met chiefly used axes. The brunette went on, he can double up with someone, then. Since Ingrid can fly on her own, and Ash has some passing experience with horseback riding, that leaves Felix and Mercedes, right? One of them can ride with you, the other with Sylvain, and Ash can take Dudu. Meanwhile, Marianne could probably take Bernie if she doesn't ultimately bail out. They'd probably be most comfortable with each other. Leonie's got her own ride, she can take Lysathea, Cyril, Raphael, and Ingats will probably double up with Captain Geralt's mercenaries. Lawrence can ride his own, the brunette made a face. And since Pegasi don't like men, he's stuck with me while Teach takes Hilda. I think that covers everyone, though. Dimitri wasn't entirely sure Claude realized he'd said the second half of that out loud, but he patted his shoulder sympathetically nonetheless. He didn't know Lawrence very well, but a few conversations were enough to know that the other man could be a bit tiring to deal with. I will always appreciate your sacrifice, he said dryly. Claude beamed in response. I am corrupting you. Just you wait, I'll have you joking around in no time. Dimitri rolled his eyes and fought down an amused smile. His eyes drifted over to Annette, who was looking down at a forged iron axe being offered to her by that stately scarred woman. Hannah, was that her name? Byleth had mentioned a few of her fellow mercenaries frequently enough for him to remember them, who animatedly gestured for the younger girl to accept it. Now curious, he nodded to Claude and made his way over to Byleth, who was adjusting the straps of the saddle. The Pegasus whined and shed slightly away from him as he approached. He quickly stopped and stepped aside so it didn't seem that he was cutting it off from the barn's exit door. What is it, Dimitri? Byleth asked without looking up from her task. I'm surprised you knew that Annette had passing familiarity with axes, he started. Might I ask why you gave her one? She prefers magic by far. There was little chance that the mercenaries knew the pastimes of the students, after all. I know, Byleth said, nodding as she finished tying the leather. Dimitri noticed she had her bow and quiver again, the new steel glinting in the torchlight as she strapped the sword of the Creator to the saddle. It's meant as a last resort weapon, and a means of surprising an enemy. In my experience, no one ever expects a mage or a priestess to be physically armed. This way if something goes wrong and she or Marianne or Mercedes are exposed, they have more than one option to defend themselves with. I see, it was something he never would have thought of, for all that he worried about his physically vulnerable friends being exposed. As for knowing about her and axes, Byleth sighed. It was an educated guess, really, mostly rooted in Sir Gilbert's arrival. He blew out a long breath. Ah, did she tell you? I guessed, they look very alike, and Annette seemed distressed after his arrival. I ended up interrogating him, and he said as much, though not why he was here instead of at home with her mother. There was a hint of irritation and something else in the undercurrent of those words. Dimitri suddenly had a sneaking suspicion that the reason Byleth interrogated Sir Gilbert had everything to do with Annette being distressed. Anyway, I know it isn't a weapon that uses her greatest strengths, but it's another option, and I thought that may be prudent. I'm grateful for your concern, Dimitri said after a moment, and for the weapons, seeing as you're opening the troops' inventory for them. It's the least we can do, the woman, Hannah, said from behind him. He blinked and turned toward her. The short blonde with gray eyes smiled wryly at him. A couple of weapons have nothing on the lives of your friends there. Worst case scenario, we just have to replace them as we have before. She walked over and gave the Pegasus's neck a pet, then looked at Byleth. She's not used to combat, so I wouldn't take her into battle. But she'll get you there just fine. I see. Byleth smiled wryly. I'm not a competent enough rider to fight and fly at the same time as it is. She put her foot in the stirrup and swung herself up onto the winged horse's back, carefully settling herself ahead of the wings. That's a pity, some small part of Dimitri's mind said. Astride such a beautiful mount, you're the vision of a warrior queen. Hannah was smiling knowingly at him. He felt his cheeks flush, and part of him worried that Geralt was watching him. Once that thought settled in his head, he stammered out one last thank you and scrambled off toward his own horse. As they drew closer, day by day, to Dusker, whatever thought process Dimitri wasn't solely dedicating to keep himself from screaming noted that at least this time they weren't getting rained on. Small mercies, Glenn chuckled. He and his father were almost a constant presence in his head now, their voices edged with anticipation and expectation. Well, it can't rain all the time. Dmitri. Mercedes's soft voice echoed in his ear. She gently rubbed his shoulders. Are you all right? You're terribly tense. Ah, he glanced down at his hands, white-knuckled on the reins of his horse. I'm sorry, Mercedes. I'm letting my mind run away from me and invent disasters before we've even arrived. It wasn't a lie. Not quite the truth, but not a lie. He was good at that. Please, don't worry too much about me. Are you sure? Her grip tightened just a bit. It costs me nothing to care for you, Dmitri. I'd be glad to help however I can. He managed a smile at that. Just having you and our friends here is a great boon for my nerves, especially so with Claude and the deer having come along. I'm confident we can do this, I just can't help but worry on and off. Mercedes hummed, not quite convinced but conceding nonetheless. Dmitri looked around, taking stock of his classmates. Marianne and Ash were keeping stride of each other. Ash was happily regaling her with the tale of Lug and the Maiden of Wind while Marianne listened attentively. Bernadetta was half listening to the story, half hiding in Marianne's arms. Meanwhile, Dita was looking ahead, looking graver and graver the closer they came to his homeland. Behind them, he could hear Felix griping about Sylvain's jokes, clearly not understand what about them Hilda found so funny. If Byleth was amused or annoyed by them, he couldn't tell, but she hadn't told him off for a day or so now, so either she was used to his sense of humor or he was staying away from whatever it was that irritated her. On his other side, Raphael was telling Ignatz an anecdote from his sister Maya's childhood, while Ingrid offered suggestions about potential presents for her next birthday. He was trying to focus on anything but his own thoughts. As they made their way through the mountains to the plains of Dusker, the memories drew nearer and nearer until it was all he could do to hold himself together. Wasn't it unworthy of him that he was so terribly afraid of a land that had suffered as much as he himself had? If not more? When they reached the ridge between the two mountains, Dmitri could see the flag of Faergus on the far right of the high-rise and hear the distant war chants of Dusker just ahead of them. The first part of the plan was simple and easily implemented. Captain Geralt and the other knights of Sirios would go, join up with the Viscount and his forces as requested, and stall for as long as possible before setting out. That left the heart of the struggle with them. Most of them dismounted, only Ingrid, Leonie, Sylvain, and Laurence being comfortable fighting while riding. Cyril, I want you guarding Lysithea, Byleth said, taking the sword of the Creator and buckling it to her hip before slinging her bow off her shoulder. Ash, will you and Bernadetta stay close to Marianne? Ash blinked, looked over at the two girls, and smiled shyly. Of course, that's no trouble at all. Mercedes. I'll be with Didu, Professor. The blonde said lightly, smiling. Please don't worry about me. Byleth nodded lightly then turned toward Dmitri, silently giving authority to him. Claude meandered over to the edge of the path and rested his hands on the stone, taking in the hills and drops with a silent critical eye. That's certainly something, he muttered. There's, 50, 60 of them? In total? If this really all of them, he shook his head, visibly disturbed. Yeah. We better get going. Dmitri grimaced in agreement, then raised his voice just a bit. Everyone, both lions and deer alike turned to face him in unison. Humbling, yes, that was a good word for it. What we're about to undertake is a venture most would call foolhardy. To go up against an opponent that is gunning for victory, and fighting to disable, it's a dangerous venture, and it will require more skill and effort than a more normal battle. But I have faith in this cause, and in all of us. Right now, I am surrounded by some of the most competent people I've met in years. We are organized, they are not, we are not desperate, blind with anger, or held back by anything but a desire to save lives rather than end them. So let's win this, for Dusker and for Faergus. It wasn't a speech he'd planned, but it made his fellow classmates cheer with enthusiasm and determination. The stone that sat so heavily in his stomach seemed to lose a fraction of its weight in an instant. Forward! Ingrid led the way as they crossed the last rocky outcropping down into the hills where the battle would be fought. It was easier to see now. They had reached a wide grassy pathway in a gulf between two mountain tops, one rose while the other fell, a steep incline impassable to all but Ingrid's Pegasus separated the two pathways. They would have to travel down and around in order to climb the other slope, which was a slightly worrying realization to come to when Dmitri saw how many warriors of Duskur were on that mountain. There was enough undergrowth that between the warriors and limited visibility, they would have to walk slower than he'd like to make it around the bend. Dead ahead, Claude said from his right, pointing with an arrow. Byth slid to a halt on his left, eyeing the same slope he'd been examining with a small frown. Dmitri followed the point and saw a dozen Duskur warriors arrayed out several yards ahead, walking directly away from them. The rest will probably come running once we surprise them. Not the ones on the other mountain, Dmitri noted grimly. I don't want to send Ingrid the cliff alone. Duskur takes pride in its archers, I doubt even a force this size would come without any. The Faerghus Knights will come from the mouth of the mountain on that side. We'll think of something, Claude said. He sounded like he believed it, but Dmitri wasn't sure how they would go about that. Right after I take a stab at figuring out where I can shoot someone with an arrow that won't kill or cripple them. Arms. Legs. Shoulders. The ankles are the best place to target, though that's a personal belief. Duskur holds healing magic in high regard, unless muscle memory takes over, you can avoid killing. Byleth said, quiet and reassuring. She didn't look away from the right. Claude exhaled and then took an arrow out. What are you going to do, Dmitri? Mostly. The prince, apropos to nothing, found himself smiling wryly. He bent his wrist back a bit and let the family crest flicker in and out. I was born a Bladdid. That's all I need. Byleth hummed, her gently amused expression replaced with contemplation. I wonder, she glanced over her shoulder. Ingrid? Can you see just over that ridge? Don't go too high up, I don't want you to be seen, I just want recon. Where are the Duskur soldiers relative to us? There was a flutter as Ingrid hastened to obey. A moment later, she swept back down and said, there are a few near the mouth of the canyon, but most of them are waiting on a plateau a few yards ahead of our position here. She grimaced. At least 2 archers. Sorry, Professor, I don't like my odds of leading them away. That's fine, thank you. Byleth lowered her hand to the hilt of the Creator sword, tapping it with her ring finger. Any archers straight ahead? No. The professor nodded lightly. Then you, Lawrence and Leonie are up. Ingrid nodded, raised her lance, and then took off at a gallop. Leonie let out a rallying shout, causing the men ahead of them to spin around in alarm and then scatter in every direction as she thundered straight through the middle of their formation, Lawrence and Sylvain following in her wake. Lawrence threw a fireball at the grass after he passed by the last of the warriors. The luck of the goddess was on their side, because despite of the fact the air was not dry at all, the flames caught and then began to spread, discouraging their quarry from following or quickly regaining cohesion. Claude went forward a few steps, leaning against a tree as he took aim, a few moments longer than he usually used, though his hands were steady as ever. As Dmitri emerged from the forest lance in hand, the arrow whisked forward and slammed into one warrior's shoulder. He dropped his axe with a tortured cry of alarm, staggered, but didn't fall. The rest of his brothers swung around to face them. There! One of them shouted, pointing a gauntlet-clad hand at him. Dmitri snorted lightly, bringing his lance up. Didu had initially been against him wearing the regalia, but he knew it would draw them to him like a moth to a flame. Flirting with danger? Perhaps. But it would serve its purpose. It's the Prince of Faerghus. You must not go any further, Dmitri said firmly while Didu, Felix, and Raphael emerged from the forest to stand by his side. The army of Faerghus dwarfs you threefold. There is nothing but death waiting in this valley. Flee while you still can. Flee? From here. One of the warriors raged. This is our home, deceiver. These are our lands. Your people have no right to it or anything else. Be careful, Dmitri reminded his friends. Felix snorted and darted forward to meet the brawler that had singled him out, bringing the sword down on the metal and forcing it aside. Raphael ducked past a fireball and knocked his fists together. An arrow whipped past him, grazing the mage and making them stumble, leaving them unprepared for the massive teenager who tackled them with all his might and weight, throwing them to the ground and knocking all the air from their lungs. Didu caught an axe in the curve of his armored arm, wrenched it aside, and head-butted his adversary. The man stumbled back, flailing. An arrow caught his wrist, forcing him to drop his weapon with a cry. Dmitri let the brawler who had cried out run up toward him, driving the point of his lance into the dirt and letting it go. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist swung at his face, stopping it dead the way one picked up a stone off the ground. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Dmitri returned the look with an even smile, knocked his arm away and punched him square in the nose. It was good that, whenever it mattered the most, his massive strength could be curtailed. The man crumbled like a sack of bricks, soundly unconscious and nursing a broken nose, but nothing worse than that. Lysithea ran up to the edge of the pathway, looked down, and threw one fireball after another, after another. Dmitri heard an alarmed and frightened shriek and a clanking sound often heard when an armored knight was struggling to run. Cyril stuck his head over the edge, bow at the ready, and yelled, "Is that enough, or are you hungry for more?" A high-pitched response formed of a disjointed combination of Dusker's native tongue and fragmented common babbled back at him. Okay, drop the axe, that's easy to understand." "Yup, that's what I thought. Now run along." The boy had just barely said that when his head snapped to the right. He pushed Lysithea back, much to her chagrin, and fired an arrow further down the path. "Archer and mage incoming," he said. "Be careful, Marianne." The blunette raised her free hand in acknowledgement from where she was kneeling next to Felix's victim, healing the gouge the swordsman had cut through his side. Bernadetta fumbled with her bow and then raised it, eyes trained on the road up from the valley. Dmitri was fairly impressed to notice that, while her legs were shaky, her hands on the bow and arrow were rock steady. "You're stronger than you give yourself credit for, my fearful classmate." Grabbing his lance, Dmitri strode forward and watched the road as the archer continued to play hide-and-seek with Cyril, incidentally keeping Lysithea back within the tree. Claude entered the side of his vision, training his bow and letting out a short breath before firing. Dmitri heard a clang and spared an incredulous second to wonder if he had just seen his friend shoot an arrow out of the sky like a fable before another brawler was upon him. He dodged to the right, sidestepping with ease and hitting the man's back with the blunt end of his lance. A kick to the back of the knee caused him to stumble, and Claude finished demolishing the warrior's will to fight with one arrow in the ankle, piercing straight through the leather. "Why?" the mage rasped, staring uncomprehendingly at Mercedes while the blonde carefully sealed up the wound just enough that the bleeding stopped, but not enough to fully heal the limb as to make fighting truly feasible. It was a worse job than she usually did, and he could see it pained her not to erase the injury as she always did with her patients, but it was necessary. "I will not abide the needless deaths of my people," Dida said, pulling the woman to her feet. "Go now. Flee, take them with you. The army of Faergus will not be as discerning as us." Shouts were breaking out on the other side of the mountain, distant, but not so far away as to be inaudible. Dmitri swore, because that was exactly what he was afraid of. Could Ingrid bring Claude or Bernadetta or Cyril up over the incline long enough to take out the archers? No, it was too dangerous. They'd be rushed by the full might of however many men were on the plateau just a bit up and across from them. Byleth walked past him, swinging her bow up over her shoulder and drawing the sword of the Creator. There was an odd quality to her eyes. He couldn't tell if he were imagining things or not, but it was as if she was trying to listen for a single voice amidst the chaos. He reached for her, wondering what she hoped to do. And then the sword lit up with blazing red and gold flame. Dmitri jumped back, wide-eyed, as the empty hole in the blade's hilt blazed to life with the image of the crest that adorned every text that referenced the goddess. The flames spread further than the first time she held it, the air around her boiled, crackling with magical power so intense it warped the world around her. Byleth flicked her wrist back, splitting the blade into a dozen sharp sections burning with the light of the sun, and then launched it forward with a scream of exertion. The impact, so close to him, sounded like the rending of the world. "Oh, it's nothing, just some old story about a sword that could cut a mountain in half with a single swing." Dmitri staggered backwards, white spots flooding his vision as dirt, stone, and roots flew through the air in all directions. The groan of stone giving way, the sizzling of rock melting, wood burning, and water turning to steam. Half of his brain thought that a rock slide had started, or maybe an eruption, an event he only knew of in stories from the east. The ground beneath him shook so wildly he stumbled into a tree and leaned heavily on it, staring at the dust and light surrounding the figure of his professor, both her hands clutching the sword's hilt. He could vaguely hear a whole lot of shocked yelling from his classmates, Bernadetta's terrified shrieking, and the frightened cries of the Dusker warriors that had yet to flee into the woods. When the noise died down and the dust settled, the prince blinked a few times and let his eyes adjust to the new scene before him. Where there had been a rise, a rocky border and a level plateau, there was a massive tier, from one end of the hill to another. This new gorge was several feet wide and many deep. It couldn't be jumped easily and one risked falling into the sharp and still glowing rocks at the bottom. Horses had no hope of crossing either. The result of a landslide created in an instant. Dimitri's eyes flickered to the right, seeing the men who had just moments ago been preparing to climb the mountain and face the approaching Faergus army were approaching the scar, a wound in the earth, as if a massive creature had raked a single claw along the mountain, and gazing hesitantly at it. Byleth's quiet cursing drew his eye. She dropped the sword, letting it clatter to the ground as its aura of power receded. She rubbed her palm and visibly flinched before casting heal on herself. "I guess they can't put that in a book," she panted. "Teach." Claude stammered. He'd straight up collapsed against a boulder, and he'd gotten up halfway, staring wide-eyed at her. "It's like you said," Byleth said. Dimitri noted, alarm breaking through his stunned stupor, that she was swaying where she stood. "The blade that could cut a mountain." "Yeah," the brunette managed, for once in his life at a loss for words. Just as the story said. "I thought I could, buy some time, we needed more time to reach them, or else." Dimitri crossed the distance between them and caught her as her legs buckled, shifting her weight so she was leaning on his shoulder. "Professor, what's wrong?" he asked worriedly. "Heh," Byleth rolled her head over, resting her forehead against his neck. "I bet the stories never mentioned the power it took to do it. I don't think I can trust my hand-eye coordination anymore." "That's all right," he promised, incredulous and delighted and exasperated all at once. Only Byleth could snatch a windfall from the jaws of defeat and then still think she had somehow come up short. There was nowhere for those warriors to go but back, towards them, and even if the Viscount arrived within the next minute, he would have a hell of a time maneuvering his people around that. "I'd support you myself, but I'm afraid we're not quite done yet." "Raphael, would you dash?" "Yup," the other teen said. "Hang on a sec, Professor." Byleth let out a startled yelp of protest when Raphael grabbed her and slung her over his shoulder. "Grab the sword, will you, Claude?" "I was raised on stories of the relics," Ash whispered, staring at the damage wrought and then down at the still smoking blade in the grass. "All of them were full of amazing, impossible things, and yet, even now that I saw it with my own eyes, I can barely believe it." "No wonder Nemesis was the sole ruler of the known world," Sylvain said numbly. Leonie and Lawrence were leading their horses in a circle, letting them stomp their hooves and otherwise work to get a bit calmer. "I've seen my father with the lance before. It was nothing like this." "No kidding," Claude muttered, before cautiously placing his hand on the sword's hilt. When it didn't burn to touch, he lifted it up awkwardly. "Man, this thing is heavy." "It is." Byleth blinked at him. "I would not have thought so." "And you have the compatible crest." Claude blinked a few times and then shook his head. "Never mind, speculation can come later. Let's head down and round up the rest of them." "The rest of them?" Bernadetta squeaked, inching toward the pathway as Marianne got up and drew her sword. Wouldn't they have run away after seeing that?" "I wouldn't blame them," Leonie muttered. Did lead the way down the hill. It quickly became clear that the other warriors had heard the impact, but had no idea what caused it, because they reacted no differently to the student's approach than the first few men had. Felix tackled an archer into the bushes, Ash and Bernadetta forced a mage into up against the cliff and pinned him by his sleeves. Didu himself grabbed a brawler and smacked the blunt side of his axe into his face, forcing him down with sheer overwhelming power. Marianne zapped an armored knight once, wincing at the resulting agonized scream and rushing to heal him, lest his armor melt into his skin. Ash let out a yell of warning and then jumped from the cliff onto the back of the horse rider that had charged her from behind. He crashed into the rider and threw both of them from the mount. Marianne's head snapped up in shock, maintaining just enough healing power to finish the job as the older and taller man wrestled with Ash and slamming his head against the ground. The blue-haired girl grabbed the Levin sword and sent a bolt of lightning at the man's unprotected back, dropping him into a twitching heap on the ground. Ash groaned and struggled to push the armored body off of him. Marianne rushed to his side and rather ungently shoved the silver-haired archer's assailant to the side. "Thank you," Ash said sweetly as she cast heal on him. "Are you all right, Marianne?" I am fine," Marianne stammered. I really should be thanking you." Carefully she lifted him up so he was sitting. "Is that better? Do you think you can stand?" "Of course. No worries, I'm as good as new." He gave her hand a squeeze. "Let's stick together, shall we?" Bernadetta had been separated from her partner by an angry armored knight. She was struggling to do any meaningful damage to him when Felix threw himself in between her and her aggressor. He ducked under the axe swing and rapidly stabbed at several chinks in the bulky steel, driving the man to his knees. "You're weak," the blue-haired swordsman grumbled. He cast a pointed look at Bernadetta. "What do you think you're doing?" he snorted, grabbing her arm and pulling her close. "Stay close to me if you're going to freeze up like that." I am sorry." "Stop that. You apologize for everything, it's just noise at this point. Now stay behind me." Dmitri let out a small sigh of relief. Those could have gone very wrong. He adjusted his grip on his lance and ducked into the trees, trusting Claude, lingering consistently in his footsteps, to see anyone the bushes might be hiding from his own eyes. They were descending down to the bottom of this valley, slow and steady progress, with only 1 or 2 deaths having proven to be unavoidable. Byleth had as keen an eye as ever, even half-conscious and leaning on Raphael. She was keeping their ragtag group well coordinated. "They're coming down the mountain," Claude noted. 3 horsemen, 2 archers, 5 brawlers. "It looks like they're converging on someone, probably the War Master." "That sound right?" "Yes." "Ingrid, Sylvain, will your mounts move through the trees?" "If they're willing and able, please hurry." They needed to keep the horses from charging anyone down. That was always the big fear when unmounted units had to face the magnificent animals. Ingrid swept down from the sky, graceful as ever. Sylvain and Lawrence forced their way through the foliage with some help from Felix, and as the 3 horsemen charged, Lawrence made use of his justing training to knock one right off his mount. Ingrid and Sylvain ran a circle around the 2 other horses, leading them aside. Dmitri had the 2 archers in his sight then and went to deal with them. A solid punch to the face downed one archer. "Almost done, we've almost got them rooted." "Heads up, Mitya," Claude warned loudly, shooting out his opponent's bowstring without pause. "You've been recognized." Dmitri glanced to the right and saw a massive warrior. His mind briefly darted back 4 years, to a field of fire and a man dressed and armed just so, forcing him and Glenn into the trees just before being consumed by dark magic, pointing his weapon at him, stalking forward with deliberate intent. "Right. Thank you. Stay focused," his father hummed. "Don't go back to then. Stay here in the now." Dmitri felt his knuckles turning white on his lance. "Now this is a windfall," the War Master thundered, focusing on him to the exclusion of all else. Dmitri knew that Claude was preoccupied forcing that archer to stay down, but he almost wanted to warn the man he wasn't alone. If only so he could see someone else realize a moment too late he'd overlooked and underestimated a certain brown-haired nuisance archer. Who knew our sworn enemy would come out to greet us? Sworn enemy? Dmitri mused, shifting his stance. "I suppose that's fair enough. We shall slay you and topple Faergus." The man lunged forward. "Then our people will be avenged." Dmitri let out a small sigh and dodged, sliding out of the way with ease. "I cannot die yet," he said quietly. "There is too much I must settle." He dodged again, darting past the man. He was faster than he looked, not many people expected it, and stabbed the man in the side. Yanking the lance out with some care, it wouldn't do to tear the wound, though the man's leather had protected him. He ducked out of the way of a retaliatory strike, then another one. And Claude's arrow hit an unprotected part of the man's back, staggering him. A second arrow hit the ankle, sending him to one knee. Dmitri smiled in thanks as the archer walked along and stopped next to him. "Goman," the brunette said, not loudly, but not quietly, and Dmitri couldn't help but start and double-check the location of their fellow students. He'd never heard the Almiran language spoken before, but he knew both Common and Old Foldanese, and this was neither. "Koko diha katsu tina I." The man, who'd been struggling to stand, froze. "You," he stared hard at Claude's face. "You are not of Fodlan." "How? Why?" "Only by half," Claude responded in common. "Enough to have a bit of an idea of what Dimitri wanted to avoid when he got his companions together to beat the Viscount and Fergus here to you and your brothers." He cocked his head. "First time I've shot to subdue rather than to kill. You learn new things every day with these crazy people." The man scowled. "Why stay with them? They'll never welcome you. The moment the next tragedy comes by, you'll be the first to die for it." Claude shrugged. "Maybe. Maybe not. I'll take my chances. What I came here to chase is worth it." A war horn blared in the distance. The man's eyes widened, and he stared at Dimitri and Didu, with confusion and distrust. "Why save us?" he demanded. "I cannot abide the needless deaths of my people," Didu said simply. "They will be here soon. Take our brothers and sisters, and flee." "My father considered the people of Duskur allies and friends," Dimitri stated, squaring his shoulders. "I still believe that now. There will be an accounting for that day, for all who caused the senseless death and destruction. For whatever the word of Lambert's son is worth, I promise you, that pain will be paid for." The man glared, his posture shifting as he saw his weakened, beaten-back comrades retreating from the combined classes and Byleth, who was standing again. For several terribly long seconds, he wrestled with himself, with his rage and frustration and grief, before he finally snapped, "The men of Duskur do not forget our grudges. Or our debts." Even though they were spoken as a threat, the words kindled a small, fluttering hope in Dimitri's chest. Chapter 14. They were laid up in an inn, a day's journey away from Gareg Mach. It was a comfortable one, by all means of judgment, well appointed and luxurious. Yet even as he tossed and turned on the soft mattress in his room, Claude couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't the thunder and rain, he'd grown up with Almira's spring storms and he was rather fond of the weather. The source of his disquiet was 9 days behind him. The frame job against Duskur was weak. An alliance-born child would call it weak. Hell, most of the kids I grew up with would call it weak, and none of them have the slightest head for skullduggery. But it was enough for the people of Fergus to slaughter them like animals. Claude threw an arm over his forehead and breathed out slowly. "It's not quite that simple, Regan," he reminded himself. "A lot of people lost family and friends when King Lambert and his retainers got slaughtered. Overwhelming grief is not conducive to intelligent, rational thought, and there's still the question of who was behind it if not Duskur. Ah, but does that really matter in the end? They killed children. They killed old wise men and women in their beds. They set entire cities to the torch. Even now the survivors of that massacre are hated and spat upon for something they were vaguely adjacent to, if they could have known about it at all. All of that on a flimsy lie. A lie the Sirios doctrine made so easy to believe. A part of Claude's heart that wasn't scarred over with world-weary cynicism ached with sympathy and worry for the ridiculous position Dimitri was going to be in once he ascended the throne. Some of his own people would resent and possibly hate him for wanting to reconcile with Duskur, and the people of that land would blame him for the evil that had been inflicted on them. After all, how many of them would know that Dimitri was their sole defender in a room full of people drunk on the need for revenge? Had they been pointed at the Alliance, would the men have been so easily whipped into a genocidal fury? Would the famously honorable knights have gone on a campaign of extermination and ruin if they believed a lord of the empire had done the deed in an attempt to bring Fergus back under imperial rule? Maybe. Relations have been better in recent years, but that doesn't make them warm. But somehow I doubt the northern lords would have called their retaliation a holy crusade for justice if their enemy was native to Fodlan. As if he needed another keen reminder of the biggest risk to his plans. Claude let out a low growl and threw his legs off the side of the bed. He hadn't changed out of his day clothes yet, having dropped onto the bed and stewed in his thoughts before turning his attention solely to the storm just after the end of dinner. He'd said he wanted to finish up a book he'd started, but the words, the warning, maybe, they were almost spoken kindly compared to the prickly disbelief Dimitri had received, that the commander had thrown at him kept interrupting his thoughts. The army of Fergus killed everyone they found. The elderly, the children, beggars on the streets, everyone. How did they justify that to themselves? Was regicide really enough to kill the civilians along with the men and women old enough to wield weapons? Ashes, blood and bones. It's probably for the best that Dmitri decided to insert himself into my life and start calling me a friend. I doubt any of my original plans for gaining sway in Faerghus would have gone over well once I properly introduced myself. He was better for that, honestly, even if it made reaching his long-held dream more difficult. Dmitri deserved far better than being on the wrong end of a usurper's scheme after everything he'd survived. And really, would Claude have been worthy of being any sort of great unifier if he betrayed that kindly, suffering prince after winning his trust? A few months ago, his thoughts on that question would have been largely practical, if remorseful. Now the mere concept made him feel sick. Dmitri's friendliness and earnest compliments, the wariness of the blue lions giving way to curiosity and fascination, sometimes left him internally squirming with guilt, because unifying Fodlan as he'd initially imagined he would, no matter how he planned it, would have come at their expense. What was that thing Mom said about my grander schemes when I was a kid? Be mindful of both the forest and the trees. Claude blew out a breath before leaving his room, careful to close the door quietly behind him. Most of his classmates were deep sleepers, but it cost him nothing to be careful. It's easy to forget that the people that form the big picture conquerors and saint kings alike wish to control. But you can't let yourself forget them, or else you let yourself devalue them in your mind and heart, and that leads to innocent lives being considered disposable for some nebulous greater good. He shook his head, frowning, letting a quiet recrimination cross his mind. And I, of all people, should know better than to lessen the worth of others. He rolled his shoulders back. Besides, isn't it better this way? My ridiculously noble and innocent prince, who wants nothing more than to reconcile with people his own consider enemies, wouldn't bat an eye at breaking the lid off the bottle. Hells, he'd probably be willing to help if I framed it the right way, despite the relationship he has with the church. Wait. When the hell did Dmitri become my prince? Claude ran a hand through his hair, his usual smile coming out crooked and a little helpless. I guess I've had so few friends in my life I can't help but be possessive of the one who came to me in spite of it all. Yes, friend was a good word. Friend was a nice, safe word, and it happened to be true, so that was all the better for it. He pointedly ignored the keening sensation in his heart in favor of focusing on that happy thought. He paused mid-step near the end of the hall, the carpet scratching lightly against his bare feet. There was torchlight shining from the bottom of the stairs, curious. This particular inn was 3 stories, and while the entrance hall and the hallways were always kept lit for the sake of late-night travelers, the upper floors having some light in them suggested he wasn't the only person who was having trouble chasing sleep. Maybe they'll have the bar down there open. A drink would be kind of nice, especially if they have apple cider. Heading down the stairs, Claude blinked a few times to adjust his vision to the low light. The 3 torches at the second floor's bar were lit, and there was a faint light beyond the door to the kitchen. He wasn't really surprised to see the lone figure sitting at the bar table, sipping from a mug. No one could blame him for being troubled in spite of their success. After all, this was only a temporary reprieve until Dmitri took the throne. "Who's there?" Dida rumbled, not looking up from the counter. His voice was mostly even, but underneath there was a tiredness he'd never shown outwardly. "Just me," Claude said, walking over and leaning against the cool wood, squinting at the bottles on display in the cabinets. "My brain's a bit too busy to sleep, I guess. They got any cider here?" Dida twisted slightly to look up at him. Claude dipped his head a bit so he could see the broader teen out of the corner of his eye. There was a flicker of that familiar suspicion, but it was mixed in now with uncertainty and, what might be curiosity, if he didn't miss his guess. "I do not know. You can go in the kitchen and ask, if you wish, a few of the servants are still awake as well." Claude nodded after a moment, rocking back on his heels before heading on and slipping past the oak door. Sure enough, there was a tired-looking yet smiling young woman within, who giggled and blushed at the charming smile he offered while asking after the preferred beverages and how much they went for. More expensive than it would at a tavern at home, but then again, Almiranins expect to be invaded by small armies in need of congratulatory toasts on a fairly regular basis. He was rather delighted to find they did, in fact, have his favorite drink, even though no one could make cider quite like his mother, and it only cost 3 silver. I hope they pay her well for staying up half the night, he remarked conversationally when he returned to the bar and dropped unceremoniously into one of the chairs at the counter. Dida didn't respond, but that wasn't discouraging. The Dusker native was a man of few words, and if there was something on his mind that he thought of as important, he would speak it in a simple and blunt way soon enough. He could almost feel the other teen looking at him, so something was clearly on his mind. So Claude leaned back in his seat and hummed softly, sipping from the comfort drink that had soothed him in the wake of all his troubles throughout the years. Regan. That was fast. Yeah. Why did you bring you and yours to help us? It wasn't clear whether Dida was referring to the Blue Lions or to his fellow men from home. Perhaps he meant both. Is it not enough to say I thought the cause was worthy? I don't quite believe you do anything without what you believe to be good reason. That's not a good one. Claude took another drink, closing his eyes to enjoy the sweet taste sliding down his throat. I do mean it, you know. I'm aware I rarely look like I take anything seriously, but I do, when it matters. Dida regarded him for a minute. You are not a Fodlan. He said the words with complete certainty. Claude let out an aggrieved sigh. He'd known it was an impulsive gesture, speaking to that man as he had, but he'd felt compelled to drive home the image of an outsider working as an equal with the Prince of Faergus, and he'd opened his mouth before he could change his mind or at least check for eavesdroppers. Why is it, that just because my father was born east of the mountains, that means I'm not of Fodlan? He bit out with just a hint of a lifelong resentment, his fingers tightening on the mug. Why should my mother's decision to marry for love invalidate every tie she has to the land she grew up in? Is that justice? I don't think so. He threw his head back against the chair, groaning. Look, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't spread that around. It's not something I can afford to widely acknowledge just yet. What was getting into him, to be this careless with his most important secret? Clearly he was getting complacent, too comfortable with the easy camaraderie he was enjoying with his professor and his classmates. Worse comes to worst, he could beg Dmitri to order Dida not to talk about it and know the command would be obeyed. He felt a little guilty blatantly exploiting his newfound friendship with him that way, but this was kind of valuable. His Highness knows, does he not? Claude tilted his head just enough to stare in bemusement. How'd you guess? He did not seem surprised when you spoke your father's language. Dida's expression was largely unreadable, except for. How did that come to be? You could probably guess, can't you? Claude felt his lips twitch upwards moments after he started to smile, small and fond. He happened to stumble on someone harassing me and found his honor greatly offended by the display. Then he stepped in and interceded with more passion than my own grandfather applied to legitimizing me, than anyone short of my parents had ever spent on a half-blood. Indeed he would, Dida decided after a moment of thought. Regan, what is in Fodlan for you that is worth the troubles its people bedevil you with? Everything, Claude responded enigmatically. I am not certain I trust you, the other teen informed him. But I am grateful to you for what you have done for my people. And men of Dusker always repay their debts. He took a drink. No one will learn about your father from me. The rush of relief was almost dizzying. Thanks. Dida turned his head toward one of the torches, his expression thoughtful. Who is he? A warrior, Claude responded, taking another sip, that small smile still lingering. One of the best. My mother taught me how to use a bow, but it was father who encouraged my interest in strategy and taught me everything he knew from when I was old enough to ask of it. He placed the mug on the table. He has a laugh kind of like Sir Louis, loud and warm, and it fills the whole room. You might find his sense of humor fairly macabre, but he's pretty easygoing by the standards of the East. He loves children, though he has to keep that under his hat to a certain extent. He always found time to play with me when I was little, and sometimes late in the evening I could find him down by the pond near the royal palace, overseeing the local kids playing war games. He's fierce on the battlefield, wise and cautious off of it. Not wholly unlike King Lambert, then. Claude sat up quickly, startled. I don't think I've ever heard Dmitri talk about his father. And all anyone else seems to care about is how he died. Dida made a small gesture with one hand. His Highness is often reserved on the matter, but not to the point of being mute. Something flickered in his eyes. Your mother was quite fearless to cross the mountains for love alone. Mother is the bravest person I've ever known. That was just a fact, though he could and would say it with pride. Didu inclined his head in acknowledgement. Claude took another sip, listening to the thunder, rain, and crackle snap of the torches amidst the quiet. How do the warriors of Almira avenge themselves? The other teen asked, apropos to nothing. Typically? With a wyvern and an axe. Claude said humorlessly. There are a number of reasons Almira has never been conquered, that's one of them. Didu's lips twitched. Then perhaps people should be more wary of you than they think. Oh, I wouldn't quite say that, the brunette chuckled. I'm only half, after all. If that is what you wish, the Dusker native rumbled, somehow simultaneously indulging him and politely calling him out a blatant lie. It's good Dimitri has someone like you keeping an eye out for him. Ah, at long last. Gareg mock. Hilda let out a very theatrical sigh of relief and slumped against Bylitha's back, utterly overwrought. Claude could almost hear their professor rolling her eyes. Bernadetta let out a whine of relief, slumping back against Marianne's chest. The blue-haired priestess patted her shoulder sympathetically, and a quite tired-looking Annette added her voice to the wave of cheer at the sight of their destination. Very faintly he heard Felix grumble about how his classmates lack stamina and Sylvain chiding him for it somewhere behind him. If Dimitri was relieved to be back, he didn't vocalize it. Our scholarly paradise. I can finally take a break from horseback riding, I ache all over. Good, you should start doing some of the reading for your third-tier exams, Byleth responded in the sort of deadpan voice that leaves you wondering if the speaker is exhausted or being rather sarcastic. Since you won't be doing anything else on account of being lying down and resting for long stretches of time, yes. Professor, the Pinkette whined, don't you believe in taking breaks? We just got back from a job and you want us to go straight to studying. It is a perfectly sensible way to maintain your energy toward your obligations while unwinding after the traveling, Lawrence said chidingly. Really Hilda, you ought to treat your studies with the severity they deserve. A noble should be well studied and diligent in every task they approach. Teaches pulling your leg, Hilda. Claude corrected, smiling innocently when Lawrence gave him an exasperated look. Haven't you learned to tell the difference by now? If I discover you avoiding studying, you'll find out exactly how much I'm joking. His teacher informed him, glittering eyes slightly narrowed in a way that underlined her needling of the Pinkette with a challenge. Teach, have I ever let you down before? He bantered back, his lips curving into a smile without any conscious effort on his part. Not yet, she acknowledged. But if I wasn't worried about you trying to be sneaky, it would prove I don't know you at all. He laughed aloud, the warmth of the sun sinking into him. Hilda twisted back and gave him a meaningful look before smirking like she had a secret. And just what's that supposed to mean? He glowered at her, but that seemed to amuse her more. She shrugged innocently and turned around, patting a confused Byleth on the arm. I know I should be used to traveling on horseback, but I'm glad we're home, Ash said with an exhausted chuckle. I didn't expect the trip to be as draining as the battle itself. Don't lose heart, Ash. It's something you get used to, Dimitri said reassuringly. The more frequently we're sent out on expeditions like this, the less stress it will put on you. The Knights of Sirios lead them down through the valley and into the town at the foot of the monastery. The first thing Claude noticed was that the children, orphans, locals, merchants' sons, and daughters brought along on the long autumn road, that were usually omnipresent playing with the monastery pets and getting underfoot were completely absent. A quick look around made it clear that they weren't just relegated to the alleys, either, they were being kept inside and out of sight. That's not a good sign. What's happened now? For the love of the goddess, it hasn't even been a month since something went to hell. It wasn't just the absent children that stuck out. The local shopkeepers and blacksmiths looked jumpy and actually frightened, many of them pausing to look warily over their shoulders whenever they walked away from a crowded area to somewhere more secluded. There were low-ranked knights and guards everywhere, tense and agitated, asking questions to anyone they stopped on the streets. There was fear tangible in the air as Sir Geralt and the knights lead them to the stables to dismount and dump their extra gear. Something happened while we were away. Another attempted breaking and entering? A follow-up on the previous threat to Ria's life? See Claude. Marianne whispered, walking over to him as he dismounted. Something's wrong here. Yeah, I can tell. He said grimly. Bernadetta let out a low moan and immediately grabbed onto Byleth's arm for support as their professor came to join them. I wonder if the Western Church is so overconfident they came back for a second go at it. Or maybe it's something else entirely. He huffed out a dry laugh. I think I'm starting to understand why Dagia uses the phrase "may you live in interesting times" as a death threat. Byleth's lip twitched and she gave the thought a bemused nod. Clearly she'd heard that phrase used in that context before, quite possibly aimed at her. Byleth. The four of them jolted at Sir Gerald's voice. The giant of a man looked grim, even from the other side of the stable, and he pointedly gestured for her. The Archbishop needs us right away. It's about a girl named Flane. Flane. Bernadetta mumbled as she was briskly but gently passed back over to Marianne. Byleth's reaction was telling. She visibly paled, her dark blue eyes flashing first with alarm, then with worry. Get everyone sorted out and wait for me in the classroom, she told him, before spinning on her heel and sprinting to catch up with her father. Wait. Who's Flane? Raphael asked, popping up behind him. Claude didn't flinch, having heard his footsteps, though Marianne started in surprise. Seath's little sister. Surely you've seen her flitting about the monastery. Leonie said, hurrying after him. She was frowning intensely, her often serious expression set with concern. We've gone fishing together a few times before. I hope she's all right. Whatever's happened, she's probably not dead. Yet, anyway. Claude grimaced at the thought. None of the clergy in the courtyard were wearing mourning symbols. Flane may not be ordained, but Seath is, and he clearly raised her with the priesthood in mind. If she was dead, I don't doubt she'd be mourned the same way, and there's a lot of ceremony involved with putting a servant of the goddess to rest. There'd be some sign of it, even if she died just after we left for Dusker. If they're keeping the children inside, do you think she's been kidnapped? Annette asked in a hushed voice. Her eyes grew really wide. There have been these horrible rumors of a death knight wandering around the villages in the middle of the night, stealing people away never to be seen again. You don't think that's why? Bernadetta let out a fearful whine, wrapping her arms around her shoulders in an effort to keep from trembling too violently. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She mumbled in terror. I heard that rumor too. It's said that he's death itself. What would anyone want with Flane? Ignatz wondered, stricken. She's so kind and harmless, she's completely innocent. What could someone possibly want from her? A pretty young girl vanishing from her home can mean a number of things, none of them are good, but some of them are mundane, if that's ever a good word to describe rape and slash or murder with. I think if the Archbishop or Seath suspect anything, we're going to find out as soon as they finish debriefing Teach. Claude said decisively. So let's finish getting organized and get back to the classroom. I don't think a low-key day of studying is in our future today. His classmates accepted that and rushed to and fro in a whirlwind of activity. Annette told the rest of the Blue Lions of this and they took the same tact. Horses were stabled, extra equipment locked up in the Gerald mercenaries' barracks, while weapons and artifacts discovered on the battlefield were almost universally placed with the blacksmith for repairs and sold to the local collector of gold and curiosities to bolster their individual allowances. His grandfather hadn't quite been stingy with what he'd allotted to his schooling, but he had a sneaking suspicion it was less than he would have gotten if he had been Godfrey's son. With that, the Blue Lions broke off, following a worried-looking Dimitri, to ask around about what had happened in their absence. Meanwhile, Marianne slipped off to see Bernadetta back to her room, and, in all likelihood, help her through the violent panic attack the purple-haired girl seemed to be teetering on the edge of, while he and the rest headed back to the Golden Deer classroom. There you are, Claude. Edelgard said mildly, catching his attention as the others went on ahead. The princess was standing with her arms crossed just outside the closed doors of the Black Eagle's room, her expression as calculated as ever. Here I thought your excursion meant that you would miss the excitement. Is that what this is? He asked dryly, walking over to meet her. What in the eternal flames happened? That's what we're trying to figure out, Edelgard responded briefly and frankly. 5 days ago, Flane didn't appear for breakfast. When she missed lunch and then dinner, Bishop Seath went looking for her, and when it became clear she was gone, he sounded the alarm. Have there been any demands? Claude could imagine a few things Bishop Seath might know or be adjacent to that an enemy would use extortion to gain quietly. The princess shook her head. None. And the initial investigation proved that she isn't the only person who has disappeared. A troubled frown crossed her face. There's no real pattern to it, except that everyone who vanished was vulnerable and vanished late at night. And in the last few days, one body has been discovered. Seath must be losing his mind. Even that was probably an understatement. He was freezing, his clothes soaked to his skin. His ankle hurt from the initial fall, and his lungs hurt from coughing up water. The sun was going down, and he hadn't managed to find a familiar landmark within the forest the river ran through. How far had he been swept away? Where was he? Wasn't anyone looking for him? Why hadn't they weren't his friends. They'd pushed him, they'd thrown him into the swollen rapids. His heart ached horribly. I won't cry. I am a prince of Almira and a prince is never weak. He repeated it to himself like a prayer, trying to ignore the chill settling into his bones and the pain. He tried to forget what they had said just before shoving him in. But why? His eyes burned, and he stumbled over a tree root causing him to collapse on the ground. Why is it not enough? Why is it never enough? Why do they hate me? What did I do wrong? He curled up, wrapping his arms around himself, trembling with the force of his repressed sobs. Khalid. Khalid. Claude. His head snapped up. Mother. He tried to call back, but his voice rasped and then broke, causing him to cough violently. But he wouldn't give up. Mother. Claude. The nicker of a horse followed the shout, and it felt like a punch in the stomach how pathetically happy that made him. He pushed himself into a sitting position and cried out again, and again, until Carla came thundering down the winding pathway carrying his mother. Tiana von Regan nearly fell from the back of her faithful horse, with how gracelessly she dismounted. Her face was red and streaked with tears. She took a few shaky steps before sliding to her knees and yanking him up into her arms. Khalid, Claude, there you are, there you are. Asuthis, thank you. Her embrace was tight to the point of being painful, and she wept heavily and utterly without shame as she stroked his hair, repeating both his names in broken, choked noises of relief as she checked him for injuries. Mother, don't, he tried to brush her tears away. They troubled him. This was his mother, his indomitable, fearless mother. It was wrong to see her so weak and shaken. She shook her head, gently grasping his hand. I've been looking for you for hours now, and when I couldn't, my little prince, never scare me like this again. She shrugged her coat off and wrapped it tightly around him before pulling him into another hug. Goddess help me, I may never let you leave my sight. He was too tired and cold to protest, to complain that he wasn't a baby, to do anything but hide in her warm, safe arms. Certainly hasn't stopped searching himself, Edelgard's voice snapped him out of his memories. So far, no one can figure out where she might have been going when she was taken. They don't think she was taken out of her bedroom, Claude said, shaking his head slightly and forcing himself to concentrate. Flane doesn't strike me as much of a night owl, and she might be naive to an extent, but she isn't stupid. Is everyone really sure she was wandering around in the middle of the night in the streets where other people have gone missing? Edelgard frowned a bit in thought. There's no clear sign of her door being forced, she said after a moment, and no one near her remember any screaming or sounds of a struggle the previous night. Which doesn't rule out the chance that someone slipped her a drug at dinner, probably a slow-acting sedative, and simply followed her around while waiting for it to kick in. If she was too tired to remember to lock her door, they could have just gone in, picked her up and carried her off with no one being the wiser. And even if the door was locked, that could be circumvented if they'd somehow had access to the keys, which, considering that the sacred mausoleum was broken into mere months ago, shouldn't be ruled out too quickly. I hate not having much to go on, he pronounced instead of voicing any of that. By the time you've scraped together enough information to figure out what happened, a coin flip's chance says you're already too late to do a damn thing about it. Well, those are the facts for now, Edelgard responded with a distinctly unimpressed look. Come on, princess. I've told you I'm liar, aren't you going to start being more skeptical about what I'm saying versus what I'm thinking? Hopefully that coin will come up favorably for Flane. No girl deserves what so often happens when they disappear without a trace. There was something very dark in her violet eyes when she said that, cold, angry, and predatory. Claude's mind flickered back to stories about the insurrection of the Seven, and how the Emperor's heirs had disappeared from the castle with seemingly no rhyme or reason just in time for the lords to seize the moment and the powers the Emperor had been centralizing away from them. Of all the stories those lords had presented about why that had been so, many of them depending entirely on the sickness and fits of madness that had plagued Dionysus's children, he abruptly wondered if any of them had even a sliver of truth to them. "I agree," he said quietly, seriously. "We'll find her." Her lip twitched. "You sound so certain." He smirked humorlessly back at her. "I'm always at my best when I've put all my concentration on a single end goal." Edelgard tilted her head. "Like befriending Dmitri?" she asked pointedly. "Come now, princess," Claude retorted with a hint of playfulness, "why would such a simple task require extensive plotting on my behalf?" The princess gave him a look, which was different from the sort that Dmitri gave him, but significant enough to deserve the emphasis, and responded, "Why indeed?" Claude, he took Byleth calling his name as an excuse to bow out of the conversation. He wasn't sure he liked Edelgard's manufactured casual interest in his new relationship with Dmitri. Something about the way she said it, the way she frowned, seemed just on the edge of hostile. He stowed those thoughts and concerns, however, as he entered the classroom and once again turned his attention to the main problem at hand. "Our mission for this month is to find Flame," Byleth said quietly and seriously. She was leaning against her desk in the classroom, her students clustered in a circle around her. Virtually everyone looked worried, even though few of them knew Flame very well. She was a sweet figure, easy to like even just in passing, and no one wanted anything horrible to befall her. "Seath must be worried sick," Hilda muttered, tugging at one of her pigtails. "If I were to go missing, I can't imagine what that would do to my brother. He'd probably tear the alliance apart trying to find you, and heaven help anyone who tried to get in his way. When searching for something, it's best to start by gathering information." Claude rubbed his forehead. "There has to be someone here who saw Flame before she disappeared. We can work backwards from there to hopefully figure out who might have taken her, and to where. If we're lucky," he noted bleakly. 5 days was enough time to disappear from Garagmok and the surrounding territories entirely. "There's something Annette said that's bothering me," Lysithea said remotely. "She said that there's been rumors of a black knight wandering the streets in the night and attacking people. If we ask around and find that rumor goes back to the day the first person disappeared, then we might have a working theory to consider," Claude agreed with a scowl. "Rumors are rumors, but they tend to come from somewhere. There's only one black knight that sticks out in my recent memory, but would he have stuck around this long?" The question earned a series of worried grimaces from his classmates. "In any case," Byleth said softly, "I think we should use a similar system to the first time we turned the monastery inside out looking for information. Don't go anywhere alone, and keep a wary eye out for anyone who's acting strangely." There was a distinctly worried look in her eyes and a hesitance in her speech, stark enough that it was impossible to ignore. Both Hilda and Ignatz were looking strangely at her, so it was visible enough that not just he had noticed. "Right." He nodded. "You all heard Teach, come on, Hilda. Let's go find Professor Hahnemann." It was a mark of how serious the situation was that Hilda just nodded, not even asking what he had in mind, just trusting him to know his way around. She'd been the closest thing he had to a real friend ever since he properly came to Fodlan. Since Byleth was going to investigate independently, the Pinkette was and would always be his first choice. They split up in pairs, Leonie with Lawrence, Ignatz with Raphael, Marianne with Lysithea, Cyril tagging along at Byleth's heels, all of them going in different floors and corners of the monastery. Bernadetta was back in her room, a prisoner to her fears. Claude casually mentioned this to Eloise, knowing that the knight would keep an eye out for her even as he helped the search. Meanwhile, he juggled increasingly unpleasant theories as to why the diminutive archer was so terrified of, well, damn near everything, it seemed. They just needed to find one hint, a suggestion, anything they could turn into a lead. "I can't say anything for certain, but I have my suspicions about Juritsa." Claude set his plate down on the table, twisting to stare at a more serious than usual Felix. "What makes you say that?" His mind's eye flickered back to the way the enigmatic man had been watching Byleth ever since she took up the sword of the Creator. Always watching, always knowing exactly where she was, pale eyes unreadable but burning with intensity. Hilda batted at his hand, causing him to blink and realize his knuckles were turning white against his mug. There's something about the way he's handling his blade. It's more impulsive than usual, Felix said, gesturing sharply with one hand. The blue-haired swordsman frowned contemplatively. It couldn't hurt to try to speak to him, at least. At this hour, he should be at the training grounds or back at his quarters. Claude hummed, finished off his drink and put it down. Right. Thanks, Felix. Felix's lips twitched. Don't thank me until we find her. There was an edge to his voice, but it was worry, not contempt, that lay underneath his grumpiness. You wear your emotions on your sleeve far much to make a good liar, Frildarius. With a nod, Claude left the dining hall with Hilda at his heels. The previous day had been exhausting. Despite their best efforts, all they had to show for hours of careful searching was what had already been determined before they arrived back at the monastery. It seemed that everyone had seen Flame out and about the day before she disappeared, seemingly perfectly at ease. She hadn't shown any anxious behavior or attempted to cling to someone only to be brushed off, nor had she disappeared for a noticeable stretch of time beforehand. Her room was immaculate, showing no signs of forced entry or having been ransacked in a struggle, and the servants swore blind that she had retired early to bed complaining about a mild headache. That screamed either poison or sleeping drug as far as Claude was concerned, but Gareg Mach didn't see such drinks used in the regularity that Alliance nobility did. It was perfectly reasonable that the possibility hadn't occurred to the non-clerical staff in time. No one could seem to recall anyone following Flame around who wasn't essentially above suspicion. Haneman had spent too long nagging Seath about his and his sister's ancestry to not be an obvious suspect, and if Sir Alois was somehow involved with her disappearance, Claude would eat a week straight of Hilda's cooking and nothing else. This meant that Flame's kidnapper had both been in the monastery for quite some time, and that the kidnapping was too methodically and carefully planned to be the spur-of-the-moment decision of a spree killer. Cyril suggested that the culprit could be an agent of the Western Church, but Claude doubted that. Rhea had been a bit too thorough in her shakedown of the closest regions the branch operated in. For the Western Church to be able to seize and bring Flame somewhere completely within their power, the kidnapper would have to take her far to the north to just west of the Silver Maiden, a month-long journey, if you were pushing it. Too many chances for Flame to fall violently ill, to slip away, for someone on the road to notice she wasn't following her captor willingly. Which, again, probably wouldn't have mattered to a spree killer who merely planned to kill her, dump the corpse somewhere mildly inconspicuous, and then vanish into the mist. But the sheer amount of careful planning that went into such a flawlessly executed kidnapping suggested something more methodical and long-reaching than an impulsive end such as that. Though, there was a chance there was some overlap there. The rumors of the Reaper wandering the streets of the towns within walking distance of the monastery were as disturbing as they were surreal. No one knew what the knight looked like, other than that he was figure-clad completely in black who initially seemed like a spiritually disturbed wanderer, until approached. The knight had attacked multiple people, seemingly without any rhyme or reason, and was seen vanishing from the streets while carrying someone by one fortunate, or unfortunate, street urchin he'd overlooked. Since several people had disappeared in the weeks since the first sighting of the specter, most people agreed that he'd done this more than once, and had killed at least one person. And that unlucky young man had not died well. I don't like this, Claude muttered, pushing the doors to the main hall open. You keep saying that, Hilda commented a bit tiredly. I mean, I agree with you, but you're getting a little redundant now, Claude. There should be something hinting at what happened to her, Claude said in frustration. Gareg Mach isn't exactly sparsely populated. There's no way no one saw a distinctive figure like this Death Knight walking off with an unconscious Flame. Even if she wasn't awake to kick and scream and make a fuss, it would seem strange, wouldn't it? Definitely, but if he left with her late enough, he might have been able to slip past most of the guards. Security is lighter in the evenings just by virtue of the timing. Hilda twisted a strand of hair between her fingers. Still, you're right. It doesn't make sense that he could do this without making someone suspicious of him. He has to have worked in the monastery. And he probably has help, Claude added, sighing heavily. Though we're not likely to find out who that is even when we find Flane. At least, not now. If I'm right, and they're the same individual who leaked our and Catherine's position to Lord Lonato as well as slipping those Western Church priests and mercenaries into the Holy Mausoleum, they're pretty well entrenched. It'll take a particularly clever scheme to trick them out into the open. Well, we do know something, Hilda pointed out with a hint of optimism. They can't have taken Flane far from the monastery, if they took her away at all. That narrows it down quite a bit. Hopefully, he murmured, mostly to himself. They were about halfway down the hall when a distracted Dorothea crashed straight into Hilda, nearly sending both girls to the floor in an awkward heap. Possibly more awkward than usual, given Dorothea's open affection for both genders and the occasional looks Hilda sent Mary Ann's way. "Oh, sorry Hilda." The songstress babbled apologetically, stumbled back a few steps and awkwardly straightening her clothes. "I really didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I was completely lost inside my own head." Hilda straightened back up, shooting Claude a thankful smile as he withdrew his steadying hand. "Everybody's running around at the moment," she said lightly. "What's the matter, Dorothea? Have you heard something?" "Oh no, unfortunately. I was looking for Manuela, I saw her run off in a terrible hurry, and I thought she might have found out something. Didn't manage to keep up with her, though. Out of all people, Professor Manuela found something first." "Do you have any idea where she was headed?" Claude asked quickly. Dorothea shook her head, looking vexed. "No. I tried to call after her, but I don't think she heard me." She frowned. "She was carrying something, though. It looked like a white half-mask. I wonder where dash." "A white half-mask?" Claude repeated sharply, his heart skipping a beat. "You're sure?" The songstress blinked, taken aback. Yes, I think so. I mean, it was either that or a white porcelain bowl, and I'm not sure what she would have found out with that." "And how many people here wear masks?" Claude muttered before turning on his heels. "Hilda, go find Teach and the others, tell them to go to Professor Juritzaw's quarters. I've got a bad feeling about this." "All right, hey. Don't do anything stupid without us, okay?" the Pinkette demanded before he could slip off back the way he came. "We want in on any stupidity." He made himself smile for her and gave her a little mock salute of acknowledgement. It was a good thing he had so much practice, his heartbeat was pounding in his ears and it was entirely possible that this would be a dead end, and if it wasn't. Juritzaw's fighting style had always struck him as odd. It wasn't until he'd started fixating on Byleth and he saw them training together that the reason for the oddness finally hit home. It wasn't that the man was overly fixated on being technical as he'd originally thought, no, it was extremely controlled, similar to Dimitri, no, worse than him. Juritsaw was fighting the urge to lash out, to strike his opponent down. He was a lion pacing angrily inside a small cage, constantly agitated by its restrictions. Professor Manuela was a mage. Her ability to swing a sword came largely from previous theater productions. She knew a bit of black magic, but even then her innate magical talent was limited, utterly unlike Marianne or Lysithea. She wore no armor, not even leather. Claude ran, sparing only a moment to be grateful that Byleth had insisted that they all carry their best weapon with them. He made it just past the Knight's Hall when he heard the woman's scream. "Damn it!" Claude ran up to the open door to Juritsaw's quarters, bow in hand, and stepped inside. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, whether Juritsaw would try and flee, stay, and prepare to fight now that he knew he'd been discovered, or some other option he hadn't devoted enough brain power to consider, but the room he stumbled into was empty except for broken plaster, a bookcase set widely askew, and Manuela collapsed on the carpet in a growing pool of her own blood. An ugly gash several inches long had been carved into her side just above her hip, and worse, the blade had been torn out at an angle, ripping the wound open further. Professor Manuela, a rapid look around the room showed no sign of Juritsaw, though he'd clearly been there. The mask lay on the floor several feet away from the woman. Seeing no enemies, Claude quickly put his weapon down and knelt by his teacher's side, tearing off part of her long sleeve to staunch the wound. "Hey, can you hear me?" The woman stirred and looked blearily at him. Her eyes were hazed over with pain and despite blinking repeatedly she couldn't seem to focus on his face. Claude cursed quietly, there was enough blood soaking the fur beneath them to tell him she was in shock. She couldn't tell him what she'd figured out in this state, and she faced a very real threat of bleeding to death with a wound that big. First time I've actively cursed my utter magical ineptitude, he thought bitterly. Ah, where are you, Teach? Down. What? He muttered, not really looking up from applying pressure to her wound. Blood seeped under his fingernails and dried there, soaking through the cloth in moments. Went down. Manuela's shaky hand reached up and grasped feebly at his arm. He took her down. He took her? So Jiritsa was the one to take Flame? He asked urgently. Manuela's hand squeezed as tightly as she could manage. Her eyes flickered around him and flared intensely. Down there, look. Claude blinked and looked up a bit. Manuela's free hand was pointing shakily to the far end of the room, where the bookcase sat out of place. He leaned forward just a bit, frowning as he tried to figure out what looked odd about that. Is that what I think it is? He breathed when his eyes finally focused on what she was referring to, a massive hole in the wall, enough for a person could walk through if they ducked a bit. Hilda was right. He didn't leave the monastery. A horde of footsteps had never brought him so much relief. Claude. Was that a net? That wasn't quite what he expected. Professor Manula. Are you okay? Professor Manuela. A shadow passed over him, then Teach sank down next to him, gently tapping his hand as warm white light spread out from her wrists. Relieved, he retreated, and left the healing to her, grabbing his bow off the floor. Tell Felix the Garag mock staff owe him a drink, he told the Oranget with a levity he didn't feel. Marianne stepped away from a horror-struck Ash to assist Byleth. Ignatz was pale as a ghost and shaking, while Dida looked grim. Hilda appeared in the doorway moments later, Raphael and Lysathea on her heels. The white-haired girl's hands immediately went to her mouth when she saw Professor Manuela on the floor. Jiritsa was the one who kidnapped Flame, took her down that passageway. He pointed just past the bookcase. Byleth looked up, lifting her hands and frowning gravely. Between her and Marianne, the older woman's wound was healed, but it left a pretty nasty-looking scar, and she had passed out while her two juniors tended to her. Is that right? She said, her soft voice cool as a winter wind. That explains a fair bit. They were keeping her right underneath her brother's feet. There was an undercurrent to her voice that he'd never heard from her before, and it made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. What is the meaning of this? Hanneman's voice joined the worried babble that instantly broke out in the room. Claude turned toward the older man. There was a very telling look in his eyes when he looked down upon Manuela's prone form. What? Manuela. That look lingered across his face for a second longer, then logic returned with a rush and he turned toward Claude. We need to take her to the infirmary. Don't just stand there, help me carry her. Right, Claude said, swallowing over a bolt of utter frustration. Hold down the fort for me, Teach. I'll be back once we've gotten Professor Manuela taken care of. Byleth hummed in response. Claude slung his bow over his shoulder and grabbed Manuela's legs while Hanneman slid an arm under her shoulders. Together they lifted her up. If you were a few years younger you could have done this yourself. Or asked to do. Well, she's not that heavy, it shouldn't take us too long to get her settled. Somewhat morbidly, he remembered something Manuela said after being defeated in the mock battle, about nearly ending up a patient in her own infirmary. Life is in love with its bad jokes, isn't it? The trek back through the entrance hall and up the stairs felt like it went on forever. Claude resisted the urge to complain and did his best to stomp on the nagging voice in his head that was warning him of what might happen if Jiritsa's ally decided their position would be more secure if they got rid of the remaining evidence. Corpses told no tales. Even if Flame hadn't seen anything that would point them at the truth, they might simply decide it was more expedient to have her dead. And killing her would thoroughly demoralize Seath, who Rhea clearly trusted and relied on in many things. It was embarrassing to admit that he nearly dumped Manuela on the bed in his need to get back to the room where his classmates were gathering. He waited just long enough to make sure she was comfortable, then he took off, not waiting to explain much of anything to Hanneman despite the latter's protests and belated request for an explanation as he hurtled out the door, taking his bow back in hand. He nearly crashed into Dimitri when he jumped the last steps to the first floor. You've found who took Flame. the prince said urgently. It was Jurutsaw, Claude said briefly, only pausing briefly to check his momentum before running back the way he came. Fortunately Dmitri was of a like mind, and he easily kept up, lance in hand. He stabbed Professor Manuela after she found the hidden passageway in his quarters. Teach and the others are waiting there, hopefully we'll catch him and get Flane back in one fell swoop. Good, Dmitri said shortly, an edge of anger in that one word saying everything he thought about this revelation and Flane's disappearance. However, making it back to Jurutsaw's quarters revealed an empty room. Claude skidded to a halt, staring at the bare walls in bewilderment, until he realized he could hear faint sounds, the crashing of steel and shouted commands, coming from the passageway. They left without me, he thought stupidly, a mix of bewilderment, indignation, and unhappiness swamping his mind. Why? Claude, Dmitri said urgently, putting a hand on his arm. Are you ready to fight? He gave his head a violent shake. Yeah, he managed. Let's go. Dmitri gave him a reassuring smile before ducking into the passage, leading the way through the darkness as Claude tailed him. As they drew closer, the voices grew louder, along with the sounds of battle, and then there was something above all the rest. One of us will live. One of us will die. I will enjoy this dance of damnation. Very well, Claude's heart leapt into his throat at Byleth's cold, confident voice answered that grating, demonic snarl. He and Dmitri rushed down the last few steps until they came into the torchlight. There was an elaborate system of passageways there, and other fights going on at the moment, but what held the eye was the familiar monstrous figure of a black knight wielding a black scythe that glowed with a sickly grey light. And standing across from him was Byleth, standing with the sword of the Creator pointed at her opponent's chest. Behind her was Marianne, cradling a very pale and limp Flane in her arms. The other thing he could see was that Byleth was battered and bloodied. Not so different from just after she'd shoved him out of the way of Miklon's tail. And there was blood on the edge of the knight's scythe. So be it, his teacher said, her eyes narrowed into slits. Claude's hands shook on his bow. He tried to tell himself it was from the run, but the icy chill that flooded him when the enemy knight charged forward killed that lie in its bed. Teach. Chapter 15. What should we do, Professor? Ignatz asked worriedly. Byleth eyed the medium-sized hole in the wall balefully as she got to her feet. Even without turning around, she could feel all of the students staring raptly at her, prepared to act in whatever way she thought was most prudent. She bit her lip, resenting Hanamen for dragging Claude away right when she needed his attentive genius the most. Because what should they do? Wait for him and the knights to join them, risking Jurutsaw killing Flane and any other victims he was keeping down there to hide the reason for the abductions? Or should she take her students and rush after them, throwing themselves headlong into a fight against a foe they knew little about, along with any potential traps and allies of his that might be lurking within the hidden passageway? She growled low in her throat. Previous experiences screamed that she needed to rush it, regardless of potential traps, or face the overwhelming likelihood that Jurutsaw would slit Flane's throat. Whether to keep her quiet or simply to spite them for catching him, it didn't matter. If he didn't kill her, there was also the possibility that there was a way out of the monastery somewhere below that he could try and take her though. Their best, perhaps only hope, of getting Flane back was to run after him now and force a confrontation. Even though it meant leading her still somewhat inexperienced students in blind to face an unknown enemy, and lacking her best marksman and fellow warrior. Her hand tightened on the hilt of the sword of the Creator. I have Suthi's gift, she reminded herself. I can't afford to think of Divine Pulse as a crutch, but it is a tool, and a valuable weapon to get Flane back to her brother. I think we need to go down there now, she said firmly, turning to face the gathered students. Didu, Annette, Ash, go and find Dmitri. But we can help. Ash protested, sliding his bow off his shoulder and adjusting the belt of his quiver. It'll be dangerous in the tunnels, Professor. I'm well aware of that, Byleth responded, uncertain if she was exasperated or touched by his knee-jerk reaction. But we need to let people know what we've found out and where we're going. We can't wait for the knights to join us. Jurtazan knows he has been found out, and we cannot risk him deciding to eliminate his victims out of spite. I will go, Didu responded stoically. His eyes swept over Ash and Annette, a little uneasy yet visibly reconciling himself to his decision, then declared simply, A message can be carried by one man. You, however, should go to Flane's side with all the aid available to you. That's right. Annette said fiercely. Maybe I'm not as tough as Lysithea Dash. The white-haired girl looked startled at the admission, but I can heal and I can knock soldiers around with wind. Let me help. We have to get Flane back. Thank you, Byleth breathed, a knot of something indescribable forming in her stomach at the implicit gesture of trust the other teens were offering her. She glanced between Ash and Annette, both of them smiled bravely and nodded. Remember to be careful. Then she spun on her heels, taking in Hilda and Ignatz and the others, then barked out, "Let's go," and ducked into the low-hanging passageway in the broken wall. She was immediately plunged into near-complete blackness. Without the torches at the far end of the passageway providing the dimmest of light to follow, she wouldn't have been able to see past the end of her nose, much less where she was put her feet. After about a minute of stumbling on fairly smooth ground, she nearly tumbled forward when the rocky ground gave way into a steep staircase descending directly down. She placed a hand against a wall, momentarily lamenting that neither Marianne nor Lysithea had any magic torches left over from their mission at Magdridway. "Watch your step," she warned her students, cautiously taking another step, then another with her hand tracing the stone, maintaining her sense of balance. "It's really dark in here," Ignatz whimpered somewhere behind her as the light from the upper room slowly dissolved as they descended out of its reach. "Don't be a coward, Ignatz," Hilda chided from directly at Byleth's back, though her voice was not completely devoid of sympathy. "The professor's with us." The Ashen Demon pressed her nails into her palm, and tried to figure out why that complete confidence made her hands tremble. Dimitri's words about her feeling responsible for her students and his friends seemed to echo in the darkness as she descended. Finally she wondered if the tightness in her throat and in her chest was fear. Her blood spiked, and she stumbled on a particularly steep step. "Be careful," she said, to whom, she wasn't sure. She heard Ash yelp a moment ago, but Raphael caught him, as her eyes were drawn to the glowing orange light growing in size as they drew closer and closer to it. "This is so weird, there's this much space below the monastery," Lysithea mumbled. "Didn't Claude say something about that?" Ash asked in turn. "I heard him talking to one of the monks in the cathedral some time ago. Apparently no one really remembers anything about how the building was constructed or why anything was added. The man couldn't say much more than that, but if there were always tunnels and such within Garreg Mach, then it makes sense that the Western Church could use them to slip in, even before this." "Shhh," Byleth hushed them, though she spent a second to be both bemused by and grateful for Claude's constant curiosity. There were sounds drifting up the empty stairwell, something other than the muffled apologies and footsteps behind her. Shouting, cursing. Many footsteps, all echoing in the high ceiling and empty tunnels of the underground. The professor was seized with the sudden, irrational desire to echo Claude's artificially offhand remark about living in interesting times. There were multiple enemies down there, not just Juritsa. Because of course there were. How in the blazing eternal flames was there half a company's worth of enemies loitering around right under the noses of everyone in Garreg Mach? And more importantly, why? What purpose did that serve? Using tunnels to subvert castle defenses was an old standby, yes, but who in the wide world would invade a church? "Wool gathering," Byleth told herself sharply. Light from the torches below was growing brighter, casting pale orange streaks across the gray, moss-riddled stone steps and dirty, dusty walls. Find Flane first, ask questions afterwards. Preferably aiming them at one or three of the abductors down there. "Get ready," she ordered as the light grew brighter by their descent. She heard Hilda suck in a deep breath and the clink of the Pinkt's reinforced iron axe banging against the wall as she took it off her back. Annette murmured something to Raphael Byleth didn't catch. Ash prayed to the goddess for guidance and protection, and Ignatz made a noise that was a bizarre mix of relief and trepidation. Byleth let out a breath and drew the sword of the Creator. Strange as it was, despite the fact she'd had the blade for just over a month, it felt like an extension of her arm. The light at the bottom grew brighter and brighter until her feet hit the bottom of the stairs and she exited into the chamber below. The sight was, honestly, it was about as large as the Holy Mausoleum, but far stranger. The room was massive, lit only by a series of torches and strange patches of green light spread out sporadically, most of which seemed to come from the floor rather than the walls. As Byleth walked out onto the moss-covered floor, this room didn't see much use or maintenance. Was this one of the secrets that Claude alluded to when he directed us to that passageway back then? She saw a yellowish glow rising from the floor just in front of a brick wall. Squinting at it revealed what seemed to be a circular panel with odd letters and symbols surrounding it. There was low light, but it wasn't so hard to see as a foggy forest rendered muddy by rain. Nothing her students would be crippled by. To the right of the hallway, away from the dead end and the yellow light, was a chamber where a number of archers and swordsmen were standing. Byleth squinted in the low light, frowning. They weren't dressed as mercenaries, their armor was too uniform for that. They wore primarily red, one of the colors of the Empire, but, well, it was hard to tell at this distance, but it didn't look like they wore any of the royal symbols, and why would soldiers of the Empire be here? But if they all bear the same armor, that means they serve the same master. Who is Jaritsa to have people like this down in his spider hole? She couldn't think of an answer, that worried her. Flame must be somewhere in the labyrinth, Suthis cautioned. We must find her before they try to escape, or silence her. What if they kill her when they hear us coming? Byleth worried as the last of her students left the stairwell and surrounded her. I believe that Malcontent Vestra was right, tactless though he might have been, Suthis acknowledged rather begrudgingly. Flame was taken alive for a purpose. If they have not gained everything they need from her, they cannot afford to kill her. I hope you are right, Byleth thought, a keening pain in her chest. Ugh, it's so dark, and it smells funny. Hilda grumbled. What do you suppose that thing is, Professor? She pointed her axe toward the yellow circle. I don't know, Byleth admitted, frowning at it. I've never seen anything like it. Something itched at the back of her mind, but she dismissed it. Now wasn't the time. Ash tilted his head at it. They wouldn't be here if they didn't do something. He rubbed his neck, his brow furrowed in thought. This is a labyrinth, isn't it? I wonder, he smiled suddenly, like a light had gone off in his mind. That's right. There was a story I read some time ago about something like this. A hero was delivered to an evil king as tribute for a previous perceived slight against him. He was sent into a labyrinth that contained a powerful demonic beast. That's nice, Ash, but what does that have to do with anything? Lysithea asked, glaring warily at the patrolling soldiers. Everything, Ash responded earnestly before pointing at the yellow circle. The labyrinth was full of magical traps that moved the hero to different hallways whenever he stepped on one. It was why no one had escaped the labyrinth before. He was able to find the right path because, that part can probably wait. That looks like a dead end or a wall, but what if it isn't? What if that's a magic circle like from the story? Annette's eyes widened. Oh. I've never heard about anything like that being used, but if this place is old and mysterious, should we check? Ash gave Byleth an earnest look. When she frowned in concern, he appealed by saying, the more spread out we are, the faster we'll find Flame. Internally, Byleth squirmed with discomfort. I don't want you going where I can't see you, she wanted to protest. But the logic was completely sound, and frankly something she would have suggested herself if she'd had the mind to. She stared at Ash for a moment, looking at his straight back and the bow he held in a steady hand, and knew that this wasn't the same lightly educated boy who had followed her to Magdridway. Exhaling, she said, go have a look. Annette, Leonie, Raphael, get ready to follow him. Annette nodded, skittering along at Ash's heels as the gray-haired boy approached the circle. She knew how to heal. Byleth had been a little surprised to see that, and the mage girl had cheerfully told her that seeing the professor's proficiency in keeping her allies healed and healthy had inspired her to take up studying faith magic. It made the little group safer even though they wouldn't have a dedicated healer like Marianne. Ash cautiously stepped onto the circle. The light flared up, surrounding him entirely. Ash flinched slightly but didn't react with pain. A moment later, there was a strange pop, and then he vanished in the blink of an eye. Byleth blinked in disbelief. Was that warp? A warp spell bound to a floor tile. Hilda let out a startled, completely understandable shriek that nevertheless finally drew the attention of the soldiers at the far end of the hall. Byleth swore in High Almiran, which earned her a very startled and confused look from Lawrence, and gave Annette a little shake to break her out of her shock. Get going, she hissed at Raphael next, pushing him toward Annette. Leonie, you're in charge over there. Be careful. Got it, the archer promised, flashing her a confident smirk that dripped with battle fever. Then she stepped onto the pad herself and vanished from sight. Byleth turned then, that same strange feeling twisting in the bottom of her gut. She hoped they wouldn't find themselves immediately ambushed upon arrival. And what are those things? By what magic can they? It doesn't matter now. Get ready. She ordered her students, drawing the sword of the Creator. Finding Flame is your primary objective, and don't get separated. She twisted her wrist and swung the sword at the archer setting up to shoot at Lysithea. The blazing blade tore the bow in half and embedded itself at the bottom of the enemy's throat. Byleth winced at the gurgling noise they made before slumping to the ground. What is this? Nausea? I don't understand, I never had such a reaction in a fight, except for... Professor, be careful. Hilda's voice jolted her. Seconds later, a hand axe whipped past her head and slammed into the swordsman who'd been rushing straight at her. Thank you, she said automatically before giving her head a firm shake. What is happening to me? Marianne grimaced as she raised her hand, the glittering blue dust of blizzard swirling around her wrist. I'm sorry, she whispered before casting. The ice blast struck one archer on the knee and froze his boot to the floor, which made for a wince-inducing noise when he collapsed but couldn't quite move his leg in time. Hilda took a split second to pat her friend on the arm before launching herself forward and bringing her axe down on a swordsman via a powerful overhead swing. Unlike a similar incident in the Red Canyon, she wrenched her weapon free of her victim's skull with only a slight whine of discomfort. Lawrence darted ahead. What happened to my order to stick together? Byleth, though, with a twinge of a hot feeling that was far from odd bubbly sensation her students usually gave her, and knocked the final archer down with a fireball, forcing his way into the first chamber. Muttering dire threats about what she would do to his training schedule if he started actively disobeying her, Byleth swung an arm to the others and followed hot on the pompous mage's heels. The room wasn't very big, in fact it was roughly the same size as the Golden Deer classroom, with a few pillars, moss, and the varying signs of a place that had been left to decay being recently and rapidly repurposed for a new keeper. The light was still low, and there didn't seem to be any of those bizarre warp tiles about. Lysithea hovered about her shoulder and pointed forward. Byleth looked ahead and frowned. There was a narrow entrance into another small room, and beyond that, an iron gate. It would just figure I sent Ash the other way, she thought ruefully. Well, the gates are guarded by an armor knight, 2 mages, and an archer. Hopefully one of them has the keys on them, or else we'll have to waste precious time forcing them open. Lawrence charged to the mouth of the entranceway, meeting another sword-wielding Myrmidon and defeating her after a struggle that brought them back a few steps. He was several yards ahead of the rest of them, and he turned after defeating his opponent as if he was going to wave to an opera audience. What am I going to do with him? Byleth, look at the wall there, Suthies cautioned. There are arrow slits. Thank you. Lawrence, get back here. She barked. The mage knight wheeled around, stepping just far enough to the right that his confused, "Professor, I am more than Kappa-" broke off into a startled cry when the arrow hit him mid-arm instead of in the chest. Byleth dropped the sword, slung her bow off of her back and fired back at the arrow slit. Perhaps Suthies was guiding her arm, because there was a telltale shriek of pain despite the low light interfering with her sight. Hilda, take this, Byleth urged, throwing the pink at the mace she'd gotten off one of the fallen soldiers. Marianne needs cover to work. Hilda winked before darting forward to meet the armor knight charging toward Lawrence. Marianne slid forward and began examining the arrowhead while the sound of armor bending and crunching rang through the air. Ignatz, take the archer on the left. The diminutive knight-to-be nodded and raised the gift she'd offered him after passing his intermediate exam, a smaller, lightweight bow that allowed him to attack faster and do more damage in spite of his weaker frame. He fired twice while Byleth dipped to the right, taking aim again as the mage's partner threw fire at her. 2 arrows to the throat. The woman dropped dead. Huh. I aimed for the throat on instinct. I hadn't noticed I was doing that. Have I just incapacitated a single person since I started? I usually. She shook her head, again. Well, these are kidnappers, and may well be slavers. I've always made an exception for them unless ordered otherwise. Nothing odd about that. Her stomach must be a hot, twisty mess due to that stupid arrow slit she'd failed to notice. You'd think I would have learned after that nightmare at Conan Tower. I distinctly recall telling everyone not to run ahead and separate themselves from the others, she said icily when turning back toward Lawrence. Marianne had gotten the arrow out and fixed him, though with markedly less ease than Mercedes would have managed with her crest. Did I stutter? Ignaz's foe fell with a chopped-off scream that made her want to cringe. Professor, I was merely disobeying me when we're facing enemies we know next to nothing about, on their turf, in low light. Byleth cut him off ruthlessly, her eyes narrowing. That's precisely what you did. I was aware, but I believed that I am aware of your compunction to prove yourself, regardless of its senselessness, Byleth said flatly, sliding her foot under the sword's hilt and kicking it up into her hand. The gesture made Lawrence flinch. Let me make one thing clear, Lawrence. I can barely tolerate you constantly undermining command when you do it to Claude. I will not tolerate you doing the same to me, especially not right now. I do not have the time to give you a proper lecture, so either you tell me now that you will hold the rear guard until we find Flane or you will go back upstairs and wait for the knights to appear. What will it be? Lawrence's mouth opened and shut a few times as he stared at her, cheeks flushed with shock and humiliation. Byleth felt a twinge of something confusing that she harshly dismissed. The sooner this message stuck, the better. I will keep up the rear, as you wish, Professor. The purple-haired boy managed at last. Good. Byleth spun on her heel and walked over to the mage. Check to see if any of them have door keys. Hurry. If we have to force the gates, we'll need every spare second. Ignaz, who had been staring at her while she disciplined Lawrence, jumped, nodded rapidly and mumbled, "Oh, of course, I'm sorry, Professor," and rushed back to the mage he'd downed. Hilda stared at her, head tilted, before kneeling next to the downed armored knight. Byleth exhaled slowly and then went to her own opponent and ruffling through her pockets. Nothing, a handful of gold coins, the emblem of House Vestra's mage court. Oh, I do not like that. Wait. It's scorched and cracked. Isn't that how the Empire marks dishonorable discharge from the army? Yes, that's right, I've seen this before. That would explain it, she must have been picked up as competent muscle. No keys, unfortunately. Maybe the sword could take the door apart in the least amount of... Got it. Hilda cheered, startling her. Byleth straightened up to see the Pinkette cheerfully waving a ring containing multiple keys above her head. Her never-ending, if often inappropriate for the field, upbeat attitude was oddly relief-inducing in that moment. I think we caught them during a patrol shift. Good luck for us. That's great, Byleth responded with a rueful smile before turning her attention to the gate. There was a lot of shouting now, some distant and floating from the far end of the labyrinth where Ash, Leone, and the others were undoubtedly raising havoc. I hope they're okay, Estee thought whispered, while the more immediate came from the other side of the gate. 2 armored knights, another archer, and unless the light was playing tricks on her, there was another gate and arrow slits in the far wall. She would have to be careful where she had Lysithea and Marianne go. Lysithea, go and help Hilda with those 2. The white-haired girl nodded, though she gave Byleth a somewhat odd look for a second. Shifting her weight, Byleth slung her bow back over her shoulder and shifted her grip on the sword so she was holding it properly again. How are you, Marianne? She asked the mage girl, who seemed a bit shaken. Her clothes were a bit burned too. Are you hurt at all? And no, Marianne shook her head. Byleth noted, a bit troubled, that she said that despite having heavy shadows under her eyes, the same shadows that she always seemed to have whenever her teacher took a close look at her. Did she have the sleepless sickness? Ah, a question for later. I was just grazed. Have you been injured, Professor? Not yet. She did her best to give Marianne a reassuring smile. It felt awkward on her face, and she wished once again, with a stabbing sense of aggravation, that Claude was here with them. But it seemed to comfort the blue-haired girl nonetheless, since she stood up a bit straighter in response. The crackling of fire and the horrid stench of burning flesh drew her attention back to the front. Hilda let out a gleeful sound as she twisted one of the keys in the lock and forced the door open. Lysithea shook her wrist, attention riveted to the unpleasant sight that was the armor knight she'd just defeated, by superheating and partially melting his armor around him. Seventh hell, she's powerful. That much heat from just a regular fire spell. She grasped Lysithea's shoulder, shaking her out of the spell. Just keep moving, she urged the younger girl silently. You did what you had to. Don't dwell on it. You're making me work, Hilda groused, rather an underreaction to the arrow that had just hit her in the side, but it didn't impede her from darting forward and slamming the mace into the archer's face. There was a sharp flare of emerald green light, a quick flicker of a symbol, and the unforged weapon took the man's head clean off, sending it spinning into the dark. Hilda staggered a step back afterwards. Ugh, she doubled over, leaning heavily on the wall. That sucked. Be careful, Hilda, Ignatz warned, hurrying forward and taking a potshot through the bars of the gate. Byleth heard a shout from the other side, but no indication of a body hitting the floor. Must have dodged. Hilda threw up in response, whether from the pain or the fact she'd just single-handedly knocked a man's head off, or both, didn't really matter, and her face was turning dangerously gray. Cursing, Byleth directed Marianne over to her friend and gently took the keys from her shaking student. You did well, she promised. She walked a few feet forward and nearly caught a miasma spell to the face, only Lysithea's timely yell of warning saved her a blistering injury. Yet another iron-wrought gate had been hiding in the darkness, and on the other side was yet another knight in heavy armor accompanied by a dark mage along with a regular fire caster. It seemed like a sealed-off room, if this was where they were keeping Flame. Lysithea? I've got an idea, she said when she straightened up on the other side of the door. The younger girl nodded, eyes bright and alert. Do you think you can fire a spell from directly behind me without hitting me? When I raise my arm. She signed carefully. It was her father who suggested she teach her students some sign language, just for situations like this. She'd only started a little while ago, but if there was anyone who might understand, it would be her. The white-haired girl worked so hard. Lysithea's brow furrowed heavily for a moment, then she nodded sharply in understanding. Byleth felt a light, warm sense of relief? Admiration? She wasn't sure. Wool gathering, Suthies reminded her. Byleth let out a breath, nodded to Lysithea, and stepped in front of the gate again. Sure enough, the fire caster stepped forward and lashed out with a spell. Whatever instinct the sword, or perhaps her crest of flames, had provided her when she first picked the weapon up struck again, and she sliced through the flames, dissipating them. Then she raised her arm up, as if to bring the sword down on the gate itself. Just in time for Luna to graze her coat, slam through the bars and strike the man in the chest. The flickering full moon seemed to consume the man in silver-black light, and he vanished without a sound, as if he'd never existed at all. Then, while the other two occupants were reeling, Byleth brought the sword down with the power of her crest behind it. The blade tore through the iron hinges as though it were no more than wet parchment, and the impact knocked the door back and onto the floor, forcing the dark mage to skitter backwards. Behind them, Byleth heard a telltale dying shriek, the voice too old to belong to any of her students. She pointed at the man in armor before letting the sword of the creator loose. It cut through the dark mage's miasma to embed itself in his stomach. Lysithea wasted no time disposing of the armored man, this time blasting her enemy with Seraphim. It knocked him flat, allowing Byleth entrance into the room. She strained her eyes in the dark, only a green warp tile provided any respite. There was no sign of Flame, but there was a young girl tied up in a corner, probably no more than 13. Byleth vaguely recognized her as one of Anna's many orphan helpers, who she so often saw feeding and playing with the cats in the courtyard. Quickly she stepped over the mage's corpse and knelt in front of the girl. She took out a knife to cut the ropes and then gently shook the girl awake. The tiny brunette looked up at her with bleary eyes that took a moment to focus and recognize her. It's okay, Byleth murmured, casting heel on the rope burns on her wrists. We're going to get you out of here. Tears filled the girl's eyes, and she clung to Byleth's arm as the ashen demon stood up. Lawrence, she called. The noble appeared in the doorway in an instant, head bowed slightly. His eyes widened at the sight. Guard her. Keep her away from the fighting as best you can. I would send you back, but there might be more people here. As you wish, Professor, Lawrence responded, his tone quiet and dutiful as opposed to his usual proud tones. Byleth carefully led the girl to him, catching her when her knees buckled, until Lawrence was able to pick her up. Then she hurried back out into the hall. Hilda was back on her feet, looking no worse for wear. Her shirt and leathers were pretty thoroughly blood-stained, indicating that Marianne had needed to cut the arrow out. I need to buy the class better armor. Ignatz was collecting arrows off of the ground and from corpses while Listhii twisted the key in the door and pushed it open. Marianne fidgeted in place, brushing soot off her clothes. Byleth smiled upon seeing them, though only lasted a moment. Where are Ash and the others? I wish there was some way of seeing what was going on with them. Hilda blinked when she saw the little girl, then smiled brightly and walked over. Hey there. It's going to be okay, she promised, patting her on the head. The girl initially flinched away from the blood-stained teenager, but she leaned into the touch with a little whine that made her seem even younger than she truly was. Ignatz? Byleth asked, walking through the gate to the small, narrow room where Ignatz was warily hovering near a suspiciously open door. Who's in there? He didn't get a chance to answer her. A pained scream in a very familiar voice solved the mystery. Ignatz jolted and looked horrified, and the rest of the students sans Lawrence rushed up to join them. Dear Goddess, Marianne whispered, whether in horror or anger, or both, it was too quiet to tell, her hands clenched tightly. Flame's agony lashed against Byleth's every nerve like a raging fire. A strange red haze filled the entire room, which jerked and moved forward. Byleth, Suthies shouted, though the fog is her friend. Host? Channeler, shoulder checked the first Myrmidon in her path and kicked him into his partner, sending both of them into the ground. Byleth, control yourself. Byleth gave her head a shake, barely noticing when an arrow thumped into her shoulder. Taking the sword in her other hand and jamming it into face of another mage, she stepped over the corpse so her students could make headway. Her eyes panned around the room. It was narrow and bare except for a number of enemies who stood between them and a door from which another pained scream echoed. I'm sorry, she thought distractedly. I can do this. Ignatz slammed his iron sword into the face of a mage, the awkwardly kicked them away. Professor? Are you all right? I'll manage, she gritted out. Stupid, amateur move, she chastised herself. Taking a page from Casper, are we? Take them out. As if on cue, an arrow whisked out. Marianne let out a startled yelp, stumbling back a step and watching in bewilderment as the dark mage that had been approaching her abruptly fell dead. We've really got to stop meeting like this, Ash said breathlessly, darting out of a passageway Byleth had overlooked in her fit of irrationality. He drew another arrow and fired at the archer harassing Hilda on the other side of the room, allowing her and Lysithea to finish him off. Ash, Marianne gasped, hurrying to his side and healing the superficial but painful-looking scar on his face. Thank goodness. There you are, Byleth said in relief. Her eyes fell down to his wrist, which was now clad in a strange white band that flickered with silver dust. What happened over there? A lot of treasure, a bunch of weird mercenaries, and what I think must be some sort of control mechanism for those warp tiles, Leonie reported breathlessly, hurrying out of the alleyway next. Her clothes were ragged and torn in several places, but she was as energetic as ever. No sign of Flame though. Raphael and Annette appeared right behind her. Raphael looked exhausted and was sporting a disturbing number of bloodstains on his clothes while Annette hovered around him, clearly a bit worried, but since she didn't immediately scream for Marianne or Byleth herself, she must have had the injuries under control. Oh geez, Professor, your shoulder dash. Yeah, I noticed. Byleth gritted her teeth. I got careless, but never mind that right now, Flame's beyond that door. Go. Leonie nodded briskly and shot forward alongside Hilda, sucking in a deep breath and pressing her mouth closed. Byleth grabbed the arrow shaft still stuck in her shoulder and yanked hard. Marianne uttered a horrified, Professor, no, and her vision briefly went gray, but the arrow came out in its entirety, and that was just going to have to do. Physic hit her moments later, saving her from the worst of the vertigo. Sorry, Marianne, she said, dropping the bloody projectile to the ground. Ash let out a strangled noise of distress she barely heard. Oh, Falry would give me such a blistering lecture for doing that. I need my shoulder. She rushed to join her students. Hilda raised her mace, surrounded by green light, and brought it down on the door. The wood instantly splintered and shattered under the sheer force applied to it, cracking off its hinges and crashing to the floor. What Byleth saw within was not conducive to controlling the hair-trigger state that she was in. Flane was lying on a raised wooden table which was liberally splattered with a strange green-tinged liquid. Her wrists and arms were bound in multiple places with thick bandages that were dirty and soaking through, and over them were iron chains wrapped around her arms, her legs and her neck, binding her to the table without the slightest room for movement. Her clothes were filthy, and while there was a faint rising and falling of her chest, she was slumped on the table with her eyes closed and wasn't moving at all. Just behind her, a red-haired girl in a ragged, filthy, barely recognizable officer's academy uniform was bound and gagged and slumped against the stone wall with a trickle of blood coming from underneath a hasty bandage wrapped around the crown of her head. A dark mage stood right behind the table, holding in his hand a thin vial with a sharp point that he had just pulled free of Flane's shoulder. He was viscerally disturbing to look at. It wasn't that he was heavily scarred, it was that his face just seemed strange, even though there was no one thing about it that one could point a finger at and call unnatural. Alongside him were two men armed with lances and one other mage. The strange man jerked back a step when the door collapsed, eyes wide asked dinner plates. "Death Knight! Where are you?" he shouted, his voice cracking in a way that Byleth might have found pitiful at any other point in time. "Intruders! There are intrudash." Leonie's arrow skewered his arm, causing him to scream and drop the vial, letting it shatter on the stone floor. The dark mage staggered and then vanished in the same flare of pink light that had swallowed the Death Knight back in the holy mausoleum. Byleth swore bitterly before pulling an arrow from her quiver and stabbing the approaching lance-wielder in the eye. Raphael took down the mage with a vicious 1-2 punch while Ash and Ignatz skewered the mage, though not before the latter managed to get off a fireball that ignited Hilda's sleeve. Raphael hurriedly turned and helped her put out the fire while Byleth rushed to Flane's side. Marianne and Annette followed right behind them, their worried murmurs sounding as if they were coming from far away. Byleth carefully pressed 2 fingers against Flane's neck, then lowered her ear to the smaller girl's chest. The only response that drew was a faint, cracked whimper. Her pulse was weak, and so was her heartbeat. "Flane," she whispered, a painful ache knotting in her chest. Straightening up, she immediately began to pull on the chains binding one of her arms, fumbling until she found the lock. "Ash, come here, I need your help." The boy was at her side in an instant, sliding to his knees and revealing a rather expensive-looking set of lockpicks. Byleth briefly wondered where in the world those came from before shoving the thought away, instead taking hold of the chain and waiting for the telltale click of the lock coming open. As they worked to free her, Marianne hurried over and cast a basic heal spell on Flane before examining her as best she could. Annette carefully stepped over Byleth in order to do the same for the red-haired girl. Lawrence stood just behind them, stock still, the scared orphan girl still clinging to his leg. Professor," Ignatz said nervously. "What is it?" Byleth grunted as she unwound the chain around Flane's neck. The girl looked up at her with bleary eyes, tears of relief trickling down her cheeks, before they slid closed. "Where is Jaritsa?" He went down here, didn't he?" "He should be here, but none of us saw him." "Do you think he just ran for it?" Raphael suggested. "He knows that he's been found out, and the whole of the church is after him. Maybe he just bolted. There are so many passages down here it's possible we missed one." Byleth grimaced. "That man seems to think that the Death Knight is here, however. I don't think we're out of the woods yet. Not until we get back upstairs. Where the hell are the knights? Did they have to get recalled? And where's Claude? He wouldn't let himself get held up for long. How are they?" "She's all right," Annette said, gently brushing the blood away from the redhead's eyes. "She's got a bit of a concussion, but the head wound's shallow, and she's not that malnourished." "Marianne?" The blue-haired girl shook her head. "Massive blood loss, lacerations, dehydration. She's alive, thank goodness, but I need to take her to Professor Manuela. I can't heal this much properly on my own." She wilted when saying this, her head dropping. Byleth yanked the last chain off and threw it aside before straightening up and giving Marianne's arm a gentle squeeze. "You'll learn," she promised. "Now, let me think, Lysithea, can you look after Anna's little friend?" The mage girl nodded, beckoning the orphan closer. "Lawrence, you carry the redhead, and Rafe dash. A great, rumbling thud interrupted her. Byleth spun around, staring in alarm at the wall just behind Annette and the redhead. A moment later, there was another, louder crash, and a spiderweb of cracks appeared in the stone. Goddess! Damn! It! She uttered, torn between disbelief and resignation. Annette, get up! Annette didn't need the prompting, she hastily shoved the redhead into Lawrence's waiting arms and threw herself forward, rolling over one shoulder and back to her feet. Marianne wrapped her arms under Flane and pulled her off the table with little visible effort just in time for the wall to shatter inward under a great impact in a flare of purple magic. Byleth stepped in front of them, sword raised up, as the dust cleared and their enemy became clear. The ebony armor of the Death Knight looked almost like a casket up close, even standing a few feet away. Byleth couldn't see how he could have put it on, since there were so few visible joints where one piece of it ended and another began. He didn't have his horse, likely it had been unwilling to come so deeply underground. But he was exactly as she remembered him from the mausoleum. Taller even than her and Raphael, armed with a silver-black scythe that hummed with magical energy, and even though his face she could sense the malevolent smile beneath it. The glowing red eyes in his helmet swept dismissively over her students. I have no need of you, he rumbled, raising the scythe up. Byleth's eyes widened. She had just enough time to shove Ash back before the scythe came down and grazed her shoulder, cutting straight through her leather armor. Fortunately she'd thrown her weight enough that she was only grazed, rather than losing her arm entirely. She hit the ground, rolled and swung back to her feet in time for his second attack. She brought the sword up and countered it. The weight of the scythe felt heavier, and hit harder, than anything she'd countered with the sword before. Had she not been in the throes of battle fever, she might have been taken aback for a critical moment. As it was, she forced the weapon to the side while her students scattered. The Death Knight swung again, blindingly fast. She attempt at dodging resulted in another gouging scar on her arm. The spike of pain racked her arm terribly, but she cast a rapid heal and swung in retaliation. She was more than a little surprised when the sacred weapon's blade cracked his shoulder armor, but didn't immediately destroy it. It must be enchanted, nothing else has survived that before, and it didn't really stagger him. Her opponent walked a few steps and swung again, the blade flashed with magic. Byleth threw herself to the ground, letting the likely fatal blow fly directly over her head. His armored boot lashed out, hitting her injured shoulder and knocking her onto her back. She forced herself to draw in a deep breath and threw herself to the right. The scythe slammed into the ground where she'd lain moments ago. She rolled onto her knees and got back to her feet, spinning to the side so his next blow missed her as well. He's fast for someone wearing so much armor. She pressed her finger against the hole in the sword and launched it at her enemy, who didn't really attempt to dodge. It cracked his armor again, staggering him a bit. Get back upstairs. Byleth shouted at her frozen students before rushing forward. But Professor Dash. Go. They couldn't fight someone like this. They weren't ready. The Black Knight's eye trained on Ash again. Snarling, Byleth threw Nosferatu directly at his chest. She gained little relief from it, though thankfully her left shoulder stopped bleeding and didn't feel quite so numb. Sure enough, he swung the scythe at her neck. She blocked it, though her arm buckled and she ducked out of the way moments later. Is this man truly Jiritsa? He fights like an animal. She parried again and then took a stab at him. He retreated from her reach, showing he didn't believe that his armor was invincible. Marianne, proving once and for all that she was far braver than her disposition suggested, dove straight past the Death Knight, coming within a hair's breadth of him, to run for the stairs with Flane in her arms. Only a pair of brigands coming from a side hallway cut her off, and the blue-haired girl merely knelt on the floor so she could free one hand to cast Thoron. Byleth saw this because the Death Knight saw it, tilting his head as if rendered curious by the display of resolve. Then he cast a glance back at her. It was a brief look. But when he pointed the scythe at Marianne's back, that purple-black magic crackling around it, Byleth knew precisely what it meant. He wanted to make sure she was watching while he killed her. That red tinge flooded her vision again. She cast the sword out, the collapsible blade wrapping around the blade of the weapon, then she yanked back with the dull burn of her crest augmenting her strength. A blast of black energy flew directly upward, smashing into the ceiling and bringing mortar and brick raining down on their heads. The Death Knight had a death grip on his weapon, so she failed to pull it away. Nevertheless, she retreated the sword and scrambled backwards, narrowly avoiding the falling bits of ceiling, so she was standing between him and her student. Ash and Leonie had teamed up to take potshots at a pair of mages who had appeared out of one of the labyrinth entrances. Raphael was preoccupied to the right. Lawrence, Hilda, Annette, and Lysithea were guarding the other two victims. Lysithea looked like she was trying to aim for the Death Knight, but couldn't take her eyes off her quarry for long enough. "One of us will live. One of us will die," the Death Knight said, a lusty undertone of excitement dripping from every word. "I will enjoy this dance of damnation." Byleth cast one quick look at Marianne. There was fear in the other girl's tired eyes, but she held Flame tightly and set her face in defiant resolve. The Ashen Demon had no doubt she would take another run for the stairs if the Death Knight could be sufficiently preoccupied. "Very well," she said coldly, pointing her sword at him again. No matter how much she ached and bled, as long as she could breathe, she would fight him. "Let us begin." The Death Knight took a step forward, and was forced to stop and cringe when an arrow whisked through the air and lodged itself in the cracked armor in his shoulder. Byleth's head snapped to the right. A pale and stone-faced Claude drew another arrow. "There you are," she thought with a surge of warmth, while Dimitri forewent any sort of planning to jump down the remaining steps and head directly for the Death Knight. She opened her mouth to warn him off, but ended up coughing roughly instead while Claude yelled for her and Marianne. The Death Knight deflected Dimitri's first lance strike. "You're getting in the way of my game," he snarled before trying to bring the scythe down on his head. Dimitri didn't even twitch. He merely raised his hand up and grabbed the pole of the blade, stopping it dead. Just reached up and stopped it, like picking up a stone from the road. A pale silver-blue light began to emanate from him. He was so tense he seemed about to shake. "Game." The prince bit out. Byleth stiffened. Dimitri's voice was full of a hatred so pure it was almost holy. The Death Knight tried to pull away, but this time his strength wasn't enough. "You call these acts of bloodshed and murder a game?" The light flared and formed into the crest of Bladud. The crackling of crushing stone echoed in Byleth's ears. "Perish, you monster!" Before her disbelieving eyes, Dimitri twisted his wrist and the weapon that had clashed with the sword of the Creator cracked and shattered like a child's toy. He turned the curved blade slightly and slammed it into the Death Knight's chest. The impact cracked and shattered the battered chest armor and threw the man several feet backwards into and through the part of the wall he hadn't destroyed earlier. Byleth stared wide-eyed at Dimitri, and knew without looking that everyone else was as well. The prince started to walk towards his downed opponent, nonchalantly tossing the fragmented blade aside, when there was a pink flare of light, this time bringing someone into the room. "You're done here," a distorted voice told the Death Knight, who was clambering to his feet when this person appeared in front of them. "There will be plenty of time for you to play later." There was a somewhat sarcastic emphasis on the word play, though perhaps Byleth's exhausted and spinning mind was imagining it. Claude had run down to her and Marianne's side, and he stared at the figure with narrowed eyes. "I will go," the Death Knight said reluctantly, then he vanished in a flare of light. The figure turned to fully face her, Dimitri, Claude and the rest of her students. They were a heavy armor knight, whoever they were, though hardly an ordinary one. Parts of their armor were painted black, they wore a scarlet cloak with a feathered trim, and the axe that they held in one hand was of a make that Byleth had never seen before. Much like the scythe. The helmet they wore included a completely concealing face mask, the likes of which were used in theater for comedies. They weren't a tall figure, but they radiated absolute confidence, even though they were technically surrounded. "I see your crest serves you well, Prince of Faerghus," they said. This time, there was an undeniable sneer on the word crest. "Few have defeated my Death Knight before. So, you claim responsibility for all of this?" Dimitri spat, his free hand clenching into a fist. "For the abduction and torture of students. I claim responsibility for my creature, nothing more," the person answered. Their attention shifted over to Byleth. "We will cross paths again. I am the Flame Emperor. It is I who will reforge the world." With that, they vanished, despite Dimitri's attempts to reach them. "Coward!" the prince shouted after them, furious. "Dimitri!" Claude called after him urgently. Dimitri, Lawrence needs your help. Indeed, a somewhat bloody Lawrence was struggling to carry the red-haired hostage while Annette worked on healing him. Lysithea and Ignatz were trying to comfort Anna's sobbing helper with little success. "Please help him," Byleth said when Dmitri partially turned around, frustration warring with worry in his face. "We need to carry them up to the infirmary." The uncharacteristic anger seemed to die away at that. Dmitri nodded, slid his lance over his back and ran to Lawrence's side. Marianne stood up, still dutifully carrying Flane, while Claude finally stepped in front of Byleth. "You need any help?" he asked. "I'm fine," she tried to say dismissively, though a pain in her shoulder made her wince. Claude gave her a most incredulous look. "No offense, Teach, but you look like you just lost a fight with a wyvern over its dinner." He took her hand and slung it over his shoulders. "Come on. I won't tease you about it later, I promise." She wasn't used to this. She wasn't used to feeling weak. She wasn't used to being overwhelmed by her senses as she had so many times this fight. What was happening to her? Was she falling ill? Did normal people feel these things every single day? "I'm holding you to that." She looked around. "How is everyone?" "Bruised, bloody, very tired," Raphael huffed out, "but we're gonna be fine, Professor. Come on. We know we're not allowed to die." Marianne let out a startled laugh. Byleth smiled. "Good. This is why you shouldn't go off without me," Claude complained as they made their way up the stairs. Teach, I wasn't that long gone, was I?" "I'm sorry," Byleth murmured, finding herself leaning more heavily on him. "I was afraid that, now that he was discovered, Juritsa would kill his hostages. It's happened on the job before." Claude tisked inside, and Byleth had a feeling that while he understood the explanation, he didn't like it. "Right. Makes sense, but still, blood doesn't look good on you, Teach." "I don't think it looks good on anyone," she responded quietly. "Though I appreciate the sentiment." "Thank you." When they got out of the passageway, they were met with Catherine, Shamir, Eloise, and Seath, all moments from storming the labyrinth themselves. Seath let out a strangled cry when he saw Flane and rushed to her, carefully taking her out of a tired Marianne's arms. The blue-haired girl grasped his sleeve and murmured something to him that Byleth couldn't catch. Whatever it was, the bishop nodded shakily in response and the two of them set off for the infirmary together. Catherine and Shamir promptly took the little girl and the redhead, respectively, from Dmitri and Lawrence before ordering everyone to follow them to the infirmary. Eloise then, much to Byleth's shock, promptly took her from Claude and picked her up bridal style, completely ignoring her squawk and resulting protests as her amused students trotted along at Knight's heels. "I can walk, damn it," she complained, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It fell on deaf ears, and even Dmitri and Ash were smiling at her situation. That was just unfair. Manuela had regained consciousness when they reached the infirmary, in no small part due to Archbishop Rhea having stepped away from her duties to provide healing personally. Her eyes grew very wide when she saw Seath with Flane, a look that didn't go away when she saw Eloise lower Byleth onto one of the cots. The woman hurried over, and hovered for a moment between the two beds. Flane was lying right next to Byleth, looking torn, before sitting on the edge of Flane's bed and going to work. Byleth approved, and promptly ordered her students, and the Blue Lions, to stay and get cleaned up. Marianne flitted from bed to bed, providing healing while Manuela patiently talked her through the more complex injuries, ensuring that the blue-haired girl wouldn't heal a bone incorrectly or cause a blood clotting. Byleth, at Seath's insistence, gave her report while Marianne tended to her injuries. Raphael chimed in once or twice, which Catherine looked a little scandalized by, but Rhea gently laughed it off and said that they had all fought very bravely. The labyrinth and its mechanisms gained a number of raised eyebrows, but, tellingly, as Claude would say, none of the church knights looked particularly surprised. Catherine volunteered to go down with Shamir and a detachment to investigate the area and make sure that no one could use the tunnels to get back into the monastery. Rhea was a remarkably skilled healer. It wasn't long before Flane was stable and in a sleeping properly. It would take her a few days to recover her strength. She'd been steadily drained of blood for several days, after all. But she would suffer no permanent physical damage. Byleth herself hadn't been seriously injured. Mary Ann cleaned up her injuries in less time than that. Once she and the others were released and dismissed, she went straight back to her dorm and fell into a fitful sleep without dreams. The next morning she was once again woken by a knock on the door. This time it was Cyril, saying that Seath wanted to meet with her. Giving her hair a quick brush and pulling her boots on, she made her way to his office on the second floor of the monastery. "Professor, allow me to extend my eternal gratitude once again." Seath bowed deeply to her. "Flayn is safe and sound, and I have you to thank for that. Mere words can never express how thankful I am. His voice cracked a bit. "I am indebted to you." Byleth ran a hand through her hair, giving him a small hesitant smile. "I'm just happy she's safe," she answered truthfully. "Yes indeed." Seath's returning smile was wobbly, and for a moment Byleth genuinely thought he might start crying in front of her. What should she do if he did? I, too, am overjoyed." She bit her lip, then asked the question that had been burning at the back of her mind since her father had told her of the situation. "Do you have any idea why they took Flayn in the first place?" she asked hesitantly. That seemed to snap Seath out of his happy daze, and his expression settled into something closer to his usual seriousness. "Her kidnapper was Jerdiza, who, considering the evidence we now believe to be the Death Knight you've encountered." He shook his head. "And of course, we cannot forget about this mysterious Flame Emperor. His motivations are still unclear." The man crossed his arms, troubled. "However, given that they were draining Flayn of her blood, I can only assume that means they know how valuable it is." "Is it because of the crest of Cethlean?" Byleth hazarded a guess. "Did they think just taking her blood would be enough to somehow transfer it?" Seath shook his head more vehemently, and Byleth knew right away that there was a secret he did not dare share about his only family. "I cannot say. But if enemies that know the power of Flayn's blood have appeared, then we have no choice but to flee and go into hiding." Byleth frowned slightly. Her lips parted to suggest that they were as safe as they would ever be in the heart of the central church when the door swung open. "Brother, wait," Flayn protested. She looked dramatically less pale and sickly than yesterday, but she was leaning on the wall and her breath came out in harsh pants. "Flayn!" Seath sputtered in disbelief, hurrying to her side. "What are you doing? You should be resting." "I do not like the path of your thoughts," Flayn responded, pushing his hand away. "I do not want to go away to some lonely, remote location where I never get to see anyone. Not ever again. If we stay here, you could be targeted again. It's too much of a risk." Seath protested. Flayn put her foot down. "Even if we run off to some new, secret location, there is no guarantee that they would not find us," she responded. Byleth couldn't help but nod in agreement. "I do not want to keep running, brother. I believe it is better that we stay here, surrounded by capable professors and warriors." Seath wavered, raising a hand to his chin. I see your point, I suppose. But..." Flayn turned fully towards Byleth, eyes glowing hopefully. "You know it is the only reasonable option. What if I were to join the professor's class?" Byleth blinked twice at the other girl. "I would like that," she said, and was a little surprised by how much she meant it. "Oh, you would?" Flayn gasped, clapping her hands together. "I am so very pleased to hear that. With a professor like you nearby, I know I will be as safe as I will ever be." She spun and nearly fell down, with Seath catching her. She looked beseechingly at him with wide teal-green eyes. "Please, brother, you can see that now, can't you?" "It's true," Seath said. He helped his sister stand up and turned toward Byleth. "You have proven to be a brave and valuable ally to the church, Professor Eisner. If you would be willing to take in Flayn and protect her, I trust that you are my best hope for a normal life for her." Byleth smiled. "It would be my pleasure." Seath bowed again. "I shall go and speak to the Archbishop immediately." "Please, do take care, Professor. Flayn is all I have left." "She'll be safe," Byleth responded, taking Flayn's hand in hers. "I swear it on the sword of the Creator." "You're sure you're up to a proper lunch?" Byleth asked Flayn as the two of them made their way into the dining hall. "Oh yes," Flayn said. "I desperately want to eat something other than the foul gruel those," she shuddered. Those terrible people deigned to let me eat while I was trapped with them. I am desperately craving some grilled fish. I promise to take care and eat slowly. Good, Byleth said, leading her to the golden deer table. It seemed like it was Interhouse reception day. She'd somehow forgotten about that, because Dimitri, Ash, and Dorothea were sitting with Eloise, Claude, Bernadetta and the others. Meanwhile Lysathea was sitting next to Annette over with the Blue Lions. Hello, everyone. Flame. Hilda cheered brightly as the two of them sat down at the table. Bernadetta gave them a small wave while Claude finished off his drink and grinned warmly in their direction. Good to see you on your feet. How are you feeling? I'm rather tired, but I believe I am well. Thank you Hilda, Flame responded, picking up her knife and fork. I am in good spirits, because my brother has allowed me to join your house for the rest of the year. Really? Claude said brightly. That's wonderful. You hear that, Mitya? He raised his class to his fellow class leader. You have one more thing to try and plan around for the battle of the eagle and lion. Oh yes, whatever shall I do? Dimitri responded drolly, but his sarcasm quickly gave way to a genuine smile. I'm glad to see you in good spirits, Flame. I'm sure you'll do well under the professor's guidance. Of course. Teach could turn the first street kid she tripped over into the next second in command of the Knights of Sirios. Claude bragged, taking another deep drink. Byleth felt herself blush and that bubbly feeling again. Heavens, she was coming apart at the seams these days. And now that she's here, she can swoop in and save us from Sir Aloysius' terrible puns. Puns? Byleth asked curiously. Her father mentioned that Aloysius has a somewhat eccentric sense of humor, but puns? Come now, Claude. Aloysius protested. They're not that bad, surely. Byleth shrugged. I suppose I wouldn't know without hearing them, she mused. Claude and Hilda both gave her martyred looks, while Dimitri looked slightly amused. Aloysius spared a second to look offended, and then laughed, before telling her one of his patented jokes. She didn't really know what to expect. And on the face of it, puns weren't very clever. And yet, should I say, your spryness? Something bubbled up in her throat, yet another new and odd feeling she had no name for. Byleth sat there for a moment, tried to imagine saying that to the faces of any one of the nobles her father had worked for. And burst out laughing. It seemed to seize her whole being. Her blood buzzed happily, her head spun from lack of air, and she laughed and laughed with enough force to make her shoulders shake. Her hair fell in front of her face, blocking off her sight, and she braced her elbows against the table as she fought to breathe. Ah, she hiccuped, still giggling uncontrollably as she fought to get control over her breathing. She reached up and tucked some of the blue strands behind her ear, seeing Aloysius' dumbfounded expression. Oh my, ahahaha, aha, your spryness, oh my goodness. Wait. You actually found it funny. Aloysius managed, eyes wide. For some reason, that caused her another round of giggling. See, can you imagine saying that to someone? The look on their face. Her sentence promptly broke down. She laughed and laughed, running a hand through her hair. It took her several seconds to realize the table was staring at her. Flame had clapped her hands together in delight. Hilda's mouth was hanging open. Claude looked completely awestruck, while Dimitri, he was staring at her with what? She managed as best she could, catching her breath. I am sorry, Dimitri stammered, smiling himself. I don't think I've ever seen you so happy before. It's downright mesmerizing. Byleth ducked her head, letting her hair fall down again. Oh, ahaha, I guess that's right. Claude's lips moved without any sound, a rare sight, indeed. Then he turned towards Aloysius and calmly said, Hey, you've got a few more of those, don't you, sir? Aloysius blinked once, twice, and then puffed up. Well, of course I do. Byleth took a quick drink, not trusting herself to have anything in her mouth when whatever resided in the knight's mind hit her ears. She felt light, like she could fly without a Pegasus and touch the sky. How had she lived her entire life without feeling something like this? Check the description for the links to the author.